It's to find a way to live with people who are genuinely different from us, to try to be fair to them.
Pause it for a second. Wait.
I told you it's AI Barry.
Who are the people who are genuinely different from us?
Like immigrants?
Well, is it immigrants or is it people who shoot innocent people in the face?
Shoot, orphan.
Hey, fathers who shoot innocent people in the face.
Fathers who shoot innocent people in the face. Like, who are the people who are genuinely different than us? Like, are we supposed to be... Is he saying that, like, we've got to get along with the people who are rounding up other people? Like, you know, it's easy to judge the, you know, like, the people who would round up the Japanese citizens in this country and put them into concentration camps and detention camps, but they may be different from you, not the Japanese people, but I'm talking about the rounder-uppers.
Yeah, the roundup guys.
Because, but you've got, it's uniquely American.
To think about the Goon Squad.
To have sympathy for them. Like, who is it that he won't say? Because this is how can this is my prompt. This is, incidentally, this is the prompt. If you want to be a CBS anchor now, this is the key AI prompt. And I'm giving it away. The prompt is, how do I say stuff that sounds like it might appeal to different constituencies, but is actually not choosing any type of side? Like,
no, it is choosing a side.
Well, it's choosing a side in that you're not choosing a side.
Right.
Between
in saying
the
there's
person
more
who shot
context. No, in saying that there's even, like, in even giving this oxygen, you're choosing a side, and then emphasizing that the ICE agent has maybe ejaculated once before.
Do you not understand that it is one of the most uniquely American things?
Yeah.
To ask whether we can get along with people who are genuinely different than
with the
us.
standing occupying force. I think it's actually pretty American to say, why the fuck does this exist?
Yeah, I mean, the most American thing I can think of is that, you know, I don't know, when I was growing up, I was taught that Nazis are bad, so...
Well, but it's genuinely American
to
get along with people who think that Nazis are very American.
I'm getting emails from mothers.
You and Greg Bavino together have some apple pie and taking a baseball game.
Exactly. Let's give it a try. Just go back a little because I love that line. It's amazing.
It's amazing how substances.
Parents themselves. These are both deeply American sentiments. But our job now is maybe the most American thing of all. It's to find a way to live with people who are genuinely different from us, to try to be fair to them, and in doing so, to make things better and keep things decent. Because in America, no one else is going to do it for us.
The press is basically, there's a lot of people in media that have decided, like, my job here is counterinsurgency and to make the population pacified. And this is just him consciously saying, an armed agent of the state shot a woman in the face, and his primary concern isn't like, let's get to the bottom of like how that happens. It's everybody just relax and get along.
But do you understand? I mean,
watch his commercials.
And he also says right here, and you got to go back a little bit to catch this.
Let me see how I look here.
It's in America, nobody's going to do it for us. So I'm trying to just like work my head around this.
Yeah.
Does that mean in, let's say, Germany, people would do it for you?
Look at that.
And how do you square the idea that we have to get along with people that if you don't get along with it, the American government right now, as constituted by the Trump regime, will shoot you dead if you don't get along? I mean,
call you a terrorist.
Cool.
What the? Like, is there no one editing this shit?
It's honestly like if we wrote the scripts to try to discredit them because of how we expected it to go, it would be exactly this sort of schlock.
American sentiments. But our job now is maybe the most American thing of all. It's to find a way to live with people who are genuinely different from us. To try to be fair to them, and in doing so, to make things better and keep things decent. Because in America, no one else is going to do it for us. It's not my job to tell you what to think about what happened here yesterday, but I can tell you we owe our children a nation that is better than the one we live in today. And I can say that because we all know it's true.
Thanks, Smokey. The
Oh,
Mouse.
okay, there we go.
Leave the park better than you
It's
found
not my
it.
job
Yeah.
to tell you what to think about what happened.
Ooh.
I mean, you wonder why we're
It's just fascinating.
a brainless country at this point. Like,
How is his voice so low and his head is filled with helium?
I don't know. That's a good question.
how do people watch that and think they're getting anything out of it?
You know what? I think the ratings would suggest that
Right.
that there's very few. I mean, the only positive I can say about this, I mean, honestly, after the first night, he had good ratings in the first night, and by the second night, like they were all gone. The only positive I can tell you is that you are not alone.
Oh my God!
That
There's
America
a second one.
has seen this
This is a.
and also thinks it's
Oh, yes.
absolute steamed up garbage.
This isn't as
And
long.
you know it because it's true.
I mean, he's got some wisdom. Here's some more.
Last night we were live from Dallas, Southern Methodist University. The expectation was that we'd go on to Denver, but with the big news out of Minneapolis, we diverted here and into the morning show, evening as well. Things change. That's the news.
Jesus Christ.
I know everyone was.
Wait.
Everyone was really invested in him
That was
being
just,
in
that was
Denver
just for the
today.
web, right? That was just for the web.
Yeah,
that
I'm
wasn't
pretty sure.
on the
Walking
actual
into
news.
traffic.
Oh man, someone could do a funny AI edit if it was ethical to do so. But
All right, that's the sort of like
Social, but
Social
we were
media
making this
stuff.
point before the social media. We were making this point before the show though about how why are they playing up him going to different cities all the time as if this is like magic and as if anchors don't do this, and it's because it's like almost like he's like an influencer a little bit. Him talking to the press like this, that's how you sell a rich guy like Ellison on talking to the
Oh,
kids,
that's weird.
because this
Okay.
is a Zionist-led effort
can't chat
to
in
change, to
Streamlabs.
manufacture consent for like a new center that doesn't include the rapidly shifting viewpoints on the state of Israel, which include, basically some young Republicans, but a majority of independents and Democrats at this point. And so when you can talk like this and say, I'm moving around, where is Hassan gonna be next? Is he gonna be in the China or here or whatever? That's what they're trying to do. Jeremy Barr of The Guardian reported this yesterday. I headlined it, but you saw that the #2 producer on CBS News, Javier Guzman, left the show or was dismissed. Unclear on what the rationale was, but led to confusion in the newsroom, and it's only week 1 of the show. The timing is obviously not ideal with Tony Dokupol on a cross-country tour right now. So their #2 producer was either fired or dismissed within the first week of this situation.
I mean, you obviously can substitute out ChatGPT
Exactly.
for that dude anyways, and you've got the whole show. All right. We heard this on somebody at IM'd that the body cam footage of the killer.
He was filming the whole time.
He
with
was
one-
yeah. Actually, it wasn't body cam footage. It was
Cell phone.
a cell phone footage.
Really in fear for his life, by the way, too. Filming the whole time, gun in the other, and he shot her with one hand.
So.
Renee Good.
Renee Good, you'll see her in this video before she is shot. The ICE, remember that this the ICE killer, he walked over, saw that he had killed her, walked back, got in his car,
What up, Trevor?
drove
How
off
you doing? Welcome.
with his cell phone
I am
and
just trying-
his weapon.
This is my first
drove-
time streaming on YouTube,
fled
so
the
I'm
scene
trying to get a handle
after
here.
he murdered this
'Cause I
woman.
got 2 streams,
And state
I got the vertical
officials
stream,
were not given
and I
access
got the horizontal
to
stream.
this
And
footage.
I'm trying to see if I can see both chats.
And they were prevented from getting it. And apparently it has leaked, obviously through ICE, to right-wing news. I don't know what Alpha News is, but I have a feeling it's probably not a, do we know what that is? Look it up, because I don't want to...
I imagine it's.
It looks like a right-wing Minnesota vote.
Yeah, I've Racket's the left one. I think Alpha must be a right wing.
Okay, well, let's. It was leaked to right-wing news outlets, and this is the. And you'll recall, he gets out of his vehicle and he circles around Renee Good's car, and you will see her. You'll see how threatening she is. And I don't know why they released this, because it doesn't purport to show that this guy's in any type of danger. But here it is.
No.
That's okay, we don't change our plates every morning, just so you know. It'll be the same plate when you come talk to us later. That's fine. U.S. citizen, former fucking guy. You want to come at us? You want to come at us? I say go get yourself some lunch, big boy. Go ahead.
I think he'd already decided to shoot at this point.
So I'm sorry. Get out of the car there, right? But
Wait, is that the end of it?
okay, I'm sorry. I'm
Do I
sorry. I just
wanna
wanted to
check
note
watch on
that
this one?
you hear that the
It's gonna be
two officers approaching from the
both
other
sides,
car.
right?
That's when they're coming up. That's what they're saying to her.
Oh, look. Let's check this. Multi-chat function on Streamlabs. Also open
Fucking
the
bit.
browser.
He said
Multi-chat
fucking
function.
bit.
Yeah. So they're
Um,
trying to claim the right is
Oh,
taking a
shit.
victory lap online about that footage, because it doesn't show.
You can't
any
see the
footage.
wheels.
You can't see the wheels. But you see how calm he is, or at the very least, like not in danger as he gets in front of the car.
The idea that that's exculpatory in any way whatsoever. I mean, let's play that back at that moment where he definitely moves like this. He definitely has to move, and it makes us out, but he's not. He's like, whoa, that's it, and fires. Whoa. I mean, all you hear is whoa.
Right. Whoa.
His gun shouldn't even be out at this point.
I mean, she's either she's
He
going at
draws
5 miles
his
an
gun.
hour.
Let's be clear.
Yeah.
He draws his gun before she moves forward.
Oh, he wouldn't have been able to fire that quickly.
Yep.
There's pictures of it too.
He draws that gun before she moves forward.
She's turning the wheel. Did you see that?
Yep.
Go back and show. So she's at the last.
Okay, there we
Yeah,
go.
she's turning.
She's
Trevor,
turning the
see ya
wheels of the
in
car
both.
clearly to do a.
By this point, it's
a
already all the way
K-turn.
to the right. It's all. You could just see her. There she is. The wheels all the way to the right, and she's going away from him, and he shoots her in the face.
That's fine.
She's not turning after that because she's dead.
It also
he
shows.
pulls his gun out before
yes.
she goes forward.
Also, the
see
right-wing
that?
narrative about the acceleration at the end of her life, which was clearly her body falling forward and like perhaps the gas getting pushed on, that the shots were fired after that acceleration happened, as if she was trying to hit him. I mean, that's completely
Saw you on
undercut here.
Pep
You see
Talks
it
a
right
few
there.
nights
If she was trying to
ago,
hit
so
him, she would've
subscribe
crashed
to-
into the
Hey
house across
man,
the street
I
right
appreciate
If
that.
he was trying to hit him,
Hey,
she'd
Pep
be
Talk. I'm literally talking with him right
Yeah,
now,
I mean, this is
figuring
not,
out
it's
how
not a serious,
how to get
it's not a
multi-chat
serious, argument.
on my
We can talk about
Streamlabs
it.
so I
dealing
can
with
see
fascists.
I
both
mean,
the vertical
we're
and the
dealing-
horizontal
there's the
chats.
fascists, there's the
Should be on the chat
like,
box.
You know,
It may not
religious
register if you're on
evangelical
Twitch,
base
though,
that has
too,
like
I
basically
see.
transplanted also Trump into this godlike role, and they see his like ICE agents as executing his will, and that this is against the political enemies that they've always opposed. And so this is not something that can be confronted just by the facts, as we're clearly seeing right now.
Ben Shapiro, I saw that Crystal and Sagar had a debate on the shooting. I don't mean to impugn your fellow commentators, but what on earth is there to debate about?
Well, I mean, I couldn't watch that because I could barely stomach seeing what JD Vance was saying yesterday and Kristi Noem, but I'm sure Crystal held her own in that regard.
I mean, it's just the media we live in. But Sagar is a fascist, and he previously last year said, what was it? What did he say about the Venezuelan hairdresser that got sent to? Like, he's a nasty guy who will defend nasty shit. And it was nice that they got Glenn Greenwald on there to give him a little talking to. But he's not competent for this, and I assume he disgraced himself. I'm not going to watch it because I'm not going to watch that guy talk anymore.
Definitely not Cameron. This is what I can't get over. I feel like we're analyzing split-second moments that the people involved are not processing to the same degree. Why not ask the agent why the agent was walking in front of the vehicle in the first place? It is not important that he was walking in front of a vehicle ICE agents didn't have control over.
You're just watching the same thing.
Yeah. To me, and there has to be a procedure saying not to do that. Oh, yeah. No, like, look.
All right, cool.
It is indisputable.
So we're doing it.
What the various procedures are. You're not supposed to, as ICE, you don't have you don't get in front of a car. You don't have the authority to draw on American citizen.
We'll get into some ball pit.
Use of de-escalation. This is from general principles. Respect for human life. To ensure that de-escalation, to ensure that DHS LEOs are proficient in a variety of techniques that could aid them appropriately resolving an encounter. Components shall provide use of force training that includes de-escalation tactics and techniques. You go on and on. Moving vehicles, vessels, aircraft, or other conveyances, DHS LEOs are prohibited from discharging firearms at the operator of a moving vehicle, vessel, aircraft, or other...
Look, I'm muting this for 1 second, just so I can say, I made a video on Wednesday. Doechii made a song with SZA dissing Adin Ross. And I posted the video, everything was good, and then later in that night, I got an email from YouTube saying, we're taking this down due to hate speech. I was like, hate speech? At 8:09. And I'm like, 8:09? All right, so let me go over there. And then at 8:09, Doechii said the N-word. And I'm like, all right. I've done Kendrick albums. I've done Outkast. I've done Wu-Tang. Like, saying the N-word in a rap song has not gotten me, has not gotten a video taken down. But then I realized maybe it was just before that, and I called Adin Ross INCEL loser. Like, again, I'm trying not to have this stream taken down. Maybe it sees that word as hate speech. I don't know. That's crazy to me, though. I don't care. Enough people are talking about Doechii and Adin Ross that doesn't matter. Hey, what up, Letterhack? How you doing, brother?
Certainly not with the second and third shot, and even the first shot. But beyond a shadow of doubt, that car does not have the ability to slide sideways.
Has this guy ever walked in a city in traffic, for example? I mean, it's just unbelievable. Like, you deal with more aggressive drivers when you're at a stop sign in a regular, environment. I mean, Ryan Grimm points this out. I didn't even hear this. That her last words, Renee Good's last words to Ross, "That's fine, dude. I'm not mad at you." That was what she said. And then you hear at the end is him saying, "fucking bitch."
And yes or no, would you allow the cities to ignore the federal law? No.
Yep.
Just a good reminder that these are, these are also deeply, misogynistic. I don't know what this guy's background is, but there's...
according to his father, he is a good Christian conservative dad.
Sounds like
he is MAGA. He's been on the he's been in immigration enforcement for about 12 to 13 years.
This is my first stream on YouTube.
Iraq,
that's important.
This channel needs more
stuff.
stuff.
I appreciate had a really good statement on this. And that what these
all right, so I got the two chats I'm looking at. One of them might be a little delayed.
But this is the training that these people get. He had plenty of
because that's just me watching the stream myself.
This is not one of those people who've had 47 days or 37 days.
He's been there 12 to 13 years. He's probably training.
Yes, exactly. Exactly.
But with this being imperial blowback, with him being a vet, I mean, you see how with DHS, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, it's what's my skill set and how can I apply it
yeah.
here? Well, we've built out an infrastructure for you to apply it here.
I mean, this is the crisis of masculinity, is that there's a whole bunch of men that have nothing to offer society except that they can put a gun in someone's fucking face.
And then you have a $50,000 bonus if you want to make that your career. This is like, you know, what this is like brown shirts. I mean, this is what they're trying to create.
Yeah, Gestapo shit. We got Gestapo shit in this country now.
Yeah.
And I mean now, as in,
let's read
you
some
know,
IOs.
we've always had it.
All right. Heated bribery. He is also a green card marriage
I watched
guy
the first
and has a
episode of
Grindr
Heated
account and
Rivalry.
Interactions with male SW.
I understand.
I hadn't seen that, but
Renee Goodriddance
apparently
certainly got what
his
she
wife is from the Philippines.
okay. Well, I mean,
All right.
the
Here's a question:
Okay.
How do I make people mods?
I don't want.
Let's
We'll
do
see.
it.
But like, I mean,
Let's start out right now.
I said this yesterday. Remember those Border Patrol guys that had that Facebook group? ProPublica uncovered it.
Okay.
With a bunch of memes about raping AOC. And think about that
Let her hack,
video
you're a mod.
where you see, like, I don't know how many of these women that were, like, how many women were there that were legal observers, but the one you see at the beginning, there's another woman that's in, I don't want to presume her gender, but in his
Jake
face.
but
And then he
Jake,
ends it
I
with
can't
fucking
see
bitch.
you
Like,
in
these are
chat.
all interconnected. And like they're
So
ramping up.
I need you in the.
When we talked
well,
about
can I do
how
it in this
they're
one?
not just going to stop at trans people.
Yes, I can. Okay. there
They
you
are
go.
ramping up the homophobia about her too. We don't even need to dignify
There
Jesse
you
Waters
go.
with another segment about this. But he had some segment last night, you know, essentially mocking
Watch
her
out,
for
world.
being in a relationship with a woman.
Yeah, there we go.
Her partner died in 2023
Look, Crazy
and
Manual.
her child's an orphan.
Welcome.
That's
Welcome
what
to the
I mean,
banned hammer
misogyny,
world.
homophobia,
Not necessarily
the
saying you need to
transphobia,
be
the
banned.
racism.
Because I love the hate.
You,
Give me the
it's
hate.
about giving these things
Your
oxygen.
view fuels
And
me.
right now they have maximum
That number,
oxygen,
that view
and
number,
they all inform
fuels
one
me.
another.
Keep watching. Keep watching us.
Brooklyn PD, if y'all are taking calls today, I'm a public defender, and Brooklyn would love to add to Matt's take from yesterday about ICE and leadership response.
Yeah, delete the
There are
comment, but let him
parallels.
keep watching.
908 area code left is best. We'll have to wait until Monday for that. Congressional ping pong fan. After seeing Chuck Schumer hug Marco Rubio, it's very refreshing to hear you guys confirm yesterday both the Democratic Party and Republican Party are
Well,
fascist.
I had a 7
This is
a.m.
why the only political party I will
to
support
3
going forward
shift.
is the American Communist Party.
And
They're
then
doing real good work on the ground, and I don't believe
they
the
said, "Hey,
smears
can
said
anybody
about
take
them
a 2 to
online.
10?"
Just
Well, you're
like
an
the
idiot.
recent
I was like,
statement,
yeah.
they published on the ICE shooting.
Yeah,
But
don't
also
they
happen to know
kindly
some
were like,
members
"Okay,
personally.
we're gonna
well,
give
they
you
should judge
lunch
you,
at
I don't
1,
think
so
that
you have time
Matt
to get
said
home
that the
and do the
Democratic
rest
Party
of
was a
it."
fascist. I think he said Chuck Schumer was
that's what I'm
fascist.
doing.
I think America is very fascist.
Crazy.
and
Thank
it's
you for
endemic in both
watching,
parties.
brother.
I think it's also, from what I've seen,
Thank
the
you for
LaRouche,
watching.
like sort of freaks that.
You
I think
can
this
say
person
all the
was
hate
talking
you
about.
want.
There's a lot of fascism there too, and people should look into Lyndon LaRouche and his
You know,
collaboration.
you
with the
might get your chats
so yeah,
deleted.
no, fuck the American Communist Party.
Matthew from Milwaukee. Do y'all see Jesse Ventura
But that's
yesterday?
fan.
We did, yeah. We maybe play that next week. I don't know.
Let's play it today.
Okay.
They'll be quick.
Okay.
Here's Jesse Ventura. He was governor 10 years ago now.
It's got to be longer than that.
Was it long? Oh, geez, I'm old. But he former governor, former wrestler, former governor of Minnesota as an
So
independent.
I
think
have
he
a
was,
15-hour shift today.
probably left of center in his independence, but maybe a little bit of that sort of like libertarian hippie style stuff. But
3 days.
here he is talking about what's going on in this country today.
Did it make you feel better to have that conversation, or what would you say?
I just want to see how this
Saying
looks.
As a graduate of Roosevelt High School,
There's so much stuff
as a
happening on the
former
computer.
governor
I'm
of
worried it's
Minnesota,
gonna crash.
I'm so
Please don't
proud of
crash.
Roosevelt High School and how they stood
No,
up
no, no,
for
no,
what,
no.
what is
Come on,
supposed
ball
to be
pit.
America and freedom.
Yeah, 15
and
hours,
freedom
dude.
is not arresting people.
I've done
without
longer.
warrants.
I've done
We
16.
have a system here. It's called a constitution.
Sick. I've done
And we
16
have a party,
sick in the
Republicans,
office.
who don't seem to want to abide by the Constitution. January 6th is a prime example.
And especially
of that.
because, like,
And now
you know,
they're
now
all
that
free
I'm
and they're
remote
in
or
charge.
can be remote,
You know what?
that I can do this.
Maybe it's time
But
for
I was
Jesse.
I said to them, I was like, I'll stay in the office if you need
Pause
be,
it for
but
one
I
second.
could also,
Just to fill you in.
run home during
Apparently,
lunch.
there was an ice
they
raid
were kind
at
enough to
this
be like,
school,
yeah, you can do that.
Roosevelt School, and
That
they
was their school.
they canceled
I
classes
just didn't want to
after
leave
this raid.
Mr. Ronald alone.
Was that the footage of the
Who is
teenager
currently
that was
curled up
being
on the
kind
couch
of pushed to the ground by
for-
ice?
Yes, in the
Yeah.
snow. I think
Yeah.
that was it. Yes.
Alright, so we got, how does this look here?
Hard to keep
Hey,
track.
School
look
was
at
being
that.
dismissed.
Ball pit, baby.
And then these
That's what I'm
scumbags
talking
came
about.
and
Hell yeah.
jumped somebody. It's unclear to me right now who it was, but
Also, I I've seen like on
the,
TikTok
folks who worked at the school provided
people like
video on what was
talking about
happening,
whatever
et cetera.
subject, and
the,
they'll just have like
Federation
a
of
game
Teachers in
going at the
Minneapolis,
same time.
um,
And I guess it's some kind
came
of
out. I
like
guess it was
mental
an
trick
educator
that keeps
who
people
was arrested
engaged.
and then released.
So I'm kind of doing that now because I have
and
ADD
the union
and I
said
need
that
to do that
agents
to
had
keep
deployed
myself
tear
engaged.
gas on people at the scene.
We have a system.
Alright, so
here. It's
we're
called
gonna
the
stream like this, and
Constitution.
we'll see how
And we
it
have
goes.
A party, the Republicans, who don't
Again,
seem
first
to
time
want
on
to
YouTube.
abide by the Constitution. January 6th is a prime example of that. And now they're all free and they're in charge. You know what? Maybe it's time for Jesse. I only did one term. I'm owed a second.
Mr. Ventura, can you remind us you went to school here?
I went to school here. I'm a 1969 graduate of Minneapolis Roosevelt. I'm proud of them for what they did. They made me proud as an alumni.
Dude, his voice
Go
is so
Teddies.
funny.
What are your thoughts? I know we're jumping in probably double.
I know
into
he's
his
like,
questions,
you know,
but what
he's
are some of your
spitting
thoughts
good
about
shit
what
right
unfolded
now, but
yesterday?
like, man, his
And then
voice
after
is
that, what you saw
Well,
unfold here?
I've told you already. We're a country of the Constitution.
I can't
We have
not
we
think
have
of him
leadership now that has
in
destroyed
Predator.
the Constitution. They don't follow it. They could care less about it. Am I right or wrong? I took an oath to defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. I view after January 6th, the Republican Party is a domestic enemy to our Constitution.
Oh, wow.
Hell
Get
yeah,
him.
I
Jesse.
can't get any bolder than that, can I?
And you obviously saw the video that the student shot outside here, and
back.
that obviously elicited a lot of emotions for you. Just watching
What do you mean
that,
the student shot?
there were some
outside?
students who shot the video of the chaos here yesterday. It was
No, I
nice.
didn't even
Oh,
see
you didn't
it.
see it? Okay, I thought
I
you
didn't
did.
see it.
Okay, okay.
The only thing I've seen is the murder.
So talk about you were a student here. When did you graduate?
All right, I think we get it. But
Okay.
Ventura's coming out, and he's also talking about the fascism
Cool.
that we're seeing. In another segment, he talks about
All right,
when
what
you
are we
start to
doing
see the military function as
here?
police
Doing this or
officers.
doing this? Boom.
That's when you know you're living in under, in his words, a dictatorship. Incidentally, there's footage of these ICE thugs and Border Patrol thugs going in and supposedly taking documents about the investigations that are ongoing in terms of the Medicaid fraud there.
It's struggling a little
Again,
bit.
they have no authority to in any way participate in this stuff.
You know what I can do?
They
Maybe
have
if
no
I
authority.
close
They
this window.
are expanding the realms in which these thugs are operating. They are not staying within statutory guidelines. They are not staying within constitutional guidelines. They are blurring the lines between what constitutes the military and what constitutes police operations.
I saw
And,
Vanguard
he
had a new
talks
video
about
about
this. I mean,
Bill
it-
Burr.
it-
I gotta watch it.
I mean, I
'cause,
think it's a
man,
fairly.
I love Bill Burr.
We
I
lose
don't
sight
want
of it.
him to.
But
crash out.
what's the distinction?
Hey, what's going on?
Between
What's
the
that?
military
Lala Rencella? Rencella.
and
Welcome, Rencella.
police.
How you doing?
Like, why do we have a posse comitatus?
Thank you
in
very
this
much
country?
for
Is it,
checking us out.
is it because, like,
On my very
is it the
first
weapons?
YouTube stream. I usually stream over on Twitch.
is it like what's the point of it?
I saw my
They're
boy
blurring the lines between what constitutes a military
do a
force and a
simul
police force.
stream on
Police force
YouTube
have
and
much
YouTube Shorts,
more
and I wanted to give it a
rigid
try.
level of accountability
And apparently, I have to get a subscription if I wanted to do YouTube
statutory
and YouTube Shorts and Twitch.
Guide rails
And I ain't
in
got
which
the
they're
money
supposed
for
to
that.
operate. And the,
So
and
we're
the
just
training.
doing YouTube today.
And now
Which
we're
I've never
just
done
getting
before.
these guys
So
on there
we'll see
who
how
have
that
been
works.
who are paramilitary groups.
Banish.
I mean, the entire thing's a big joke. Like, that we need them on the streets with guns anyway. As if there's some sort of... Trump literally called it an invasion of immigrants. No, we have an influx of immigrants because...
By the way, how's the sound? Can you hear me? Can you hear them? Can you hear the game?
Destabilizing countries in Caribbean and neighbors. Like,
Is
let's
it
address those
equalized
things.
Enough?
All right, 5 more items to the bag here. Corporations ate my baby. Big, giant, vanilla ISIS babies. Ryan from Santa Monica. Long comment, but worth it. When I was in my late teens and early 20s, there was a local security firm that hired all the wannabe cops, the guys who everyone knew were psychos, idiots, bullies. The uniforms are black. The cars look like real police vehicles.
Thank you.
Lots of people hired them. Within 3 years, we had a series of break-in burglaries performed by then, 2 rapes, a drunk guard crashing into his car into parking vehicles and fleeing the scene, eventually a murder. That finally closed the firm, but everyone who went to high school with them knew what they were. ICE are the same guys, only with more power, bigger weapons, federal immunity, and a free hand to themselves. Indeed.
Fantastic. Thank you so much.
Pizza Dog.
Marcella.
How far
Appreciate
away is the international border from Minneapolis? And this is this in CBP jurisdiction? This is a cell phone.
I'm gonna get some more. One of my New Year's resolutions is to stream more on Twitch,
It's outside the airport fence.
or to stream more. Period.
I don't know
rather.
if they have jurisdiction closer
And,
to
I think I'm gonna be able to
I know
do
that
that.
they have to be within 100 miles of the border. CPB does, but I also don't know if these guys haven't been sort of like deputized by ICE.
Oh, you know what I'm gonna do?
It's
I'm gonna
unclear.
mix the maggots with the egg
Great to have
sack.
guys shooting people in the face and you don't know what the authority is.
Because what we're trying to do right here
Blaze
with the ball
Chadwell,
pit
writing
is
in as I do every day to
maximize
inform Emma that Tony Two Cuts is
amount
married
of
to
balls.
Katie Tur from MSNBC and they have kids together.
You don't need to keep
We know this.
reminding me. Yeah, I don't really care.
He's taken, Emma. Move on.
That's so clearly that's what this is about.
Oh, I just vomit onto the camera.
Tony Two Cuts.
Illuminati kids, not to be dramatic, but this newscaster
that's a crazy
is the
name.
hellish incarnation of Kent Brockman in corporeal form. The prior CBS anchor
Kent
guidelines
Brockman.
have been replaced with watching the kids' news episode of The Simpsons once a day.
We
It
welcome
really
our
sucks that
alien
I
overlords.
genuinely thought John Dickerson was, just for the Sunday show hosts, good. Like,
Yeah.
and you replace him with like the worst.
Well, it was an institution. I mean, like people are.
Katie Tur
like,
married-
that
yeah, I
line
know.
Past that building.
Dude,
up,
I
and
thought
then,
Katie
it's
Tur
up on
was
the west
like
side, right? The CBS
one of the
building, and then you
more
also have the
lefty
ABC one on the Upper West
people
Side
on
to look
MSNBC
further up.
because she had gone to Trump rallies
Yeah.
and Trump
Yeah.
had literally called her out by name.
I mean, it's
So she would
there are-
have,
but
like,
we have many
personal
criticisms of the
vitriol,
mainstream press,
but
there are people
apparently
that-
she's
that
like an
are trying to do good
apologist
work, and it's a real
for
thing.
him. That's crazy
And,
to
They
me.
should get a sense of the urgency of it by this point because your institutions are
Reminder,
being
live chat is the way.
hijacked.
Tater Tot, Renee Goods
What you
GoFundMe
mean?
reaches
Like
$1.5
this
million.
is good. Oh, yes.
And I think
Indeed,
he
indeed.
suspended it.
Thank you.
All right, 2 more.
Game name
items.
Ball Pit. Ball X Pit.
Mega
Ball X
MCA.
Pit. There's
I
a free
recognize that
demo
you
on
guys live in
Steam.
New York,
It's
so don't drive
$15
often.
if
The
you want
car
to pick it up.
accelerated because the
I
foot
am
came
not
off
paid
the
to
brake
advertise this.
because
I've just
she
been
was,
addicted to it since
dying, and the
October.
car accelerated to its idle speed as they
I was
do
gonna
because
wait.
That's how they're designed.
I was gonna wait until Christmas to buy it. I was just like, I'll play the demo over and over until Christmas time, and I'll just get the game for Christmas. But holy shit, I cannot stop playing, so I bought it. Yeah, I may look poor,
cars
and you're
and
right,
an
I am.
Maybe the initial.
But I'm
like,
not poor enough to
way
spend
it jumped
$15
was
for a
that.
game I'm gonna get
But the
hours and hours
acceleration
enjoyment
afterwards,
out
I
of.
think that was body on the.
Also, when you
At least
see
we're
how
learning
she
that her
slumped,
judgment
she's
is bad this way, rather
towards
than yeah.
the gas, not towards the brake. Towards the center of the car.
That's what happens when you shoot somebody and they're driving a car. Like they're usually hovering over the gas pedal.
Evolution. All right,
Yeah,
wait,
I'll look
do
into
I
that.
want to
Jack
do an
Smith,
evolution?
recent
I
deposition.
do, because I
from
want more
Jackie
ball space.
IEC.
But I could still... let me fuse these. I want to fuse these. I can't wait.
The final
Indeed,
IM
please follow me on
of
Twitch.
the week. Ugh.
And Blue Sky and Twitter and...
Brooklyn Progressive.
How's my banner look, by the way, on the vertical? Is it like way too small to read?
It's refreshing to see government work for the people.
I had to shrink it down.
Because knowing, sorry, just really quick, just how smart this administration is, knowing that some of the affordability stuff is a little bit out of his control with the tariffs, with inflation, delivering on small things while he can like work on the more longer term projects. I mean, it's just it's well done.
Nice to end on at least a somewhat positive note. Take care of yourselves, Matt, Brian, Emma. Great job this week, folks. We'll see you on Monday.
Hell yeah, man.
It might take all the strength I got
Sick.
to get to
Look at all my balls.
but I know
Look at all my balls.
somehow I'm gonna get there. I wasn't looking when I just got caught between the truth and a
most of my classmates.
And for all of you who are new, which is quite a bit, I just wanted to show you like what I do. I'm Devil's Advocate Productions. My name's Alex. I make videos such as these. Reaction to A$AP Rocky. Reaction to the Doomsday trailer. Reaction to... I make music, movies, TV, and video games. That's what I do. React to albums, react to songs, react to trailers, make movie reviews, video game reviews, album reviews, and whatnot. That is what I do. We watched the Game Awards. We had 5 of us watching the Game Awards. Jeff from Good Morning Comrade, Carly Wynn, cosplayer, my boy Warhite, and Larry. Twitch streamers. Got the full stream right here. But like this is, I made a review for every episode of South Park this season. Little Battlefield 6 video. My first time playing Battlefield. But yeah, this is a little Frankenstein review. Yeah, this is what I do. I got my ball pit video, of course. Still waiting on making this Lies of P video. Definitely watch this. Very proud of how this one came out. And I want to do more like this. This took me 8 hours to make. So please watch it. Keeps me busy. Keeps me very busy. Yeah. And again, like little Silk Song review when that first came out. But I've been waiting to make my Donkey Kong review because I love Donkey Kong so much. But every time I think about making it, it just turns into a bigger and bigger video that I want to make. Oh, thank you very much, Trevor. Take care. Have a great day. Yeah, take care, bud. Thank you for popping in. But yeah, I want to talk about like the franchise in general of Donkey Kong and how much I love it and why I love it. Hey, Doofio Yahoo, what's going on? Welcome on in. Richard Pictures. How you doing? Lorenz. Thank you very much. All right, let me throw on a little something. You know what? I was halfway through this video. Let's finish this video. While
you mentioned, Gavin, the prospect of a real civil war, and it's one that you and I would be reticent to bring up, but it does remind me it's not the only place I've heard it recently. And if we want to take in this quick clip from a breaking news segment, Kyle Kalinske and Crystal Ball.
Because I'm both, I guess. MJ, King of Pop. Okay, not the basketball player word. Yeah, I made a reaction to that trailer. And I'm kind of interested in seeing the movie. You know, I still haven't seen, what was it, Bohemian Rhapsody? I want to watch that. My wife said that was good. I watched the Motley Crue autobiography, whatever movie on Netflix. That was kind of fun. So I'm interested to see the Michael Jackson one. The only thing that makes me a little hesitant is that the estate had something to say about it, so it might be like pretty whitewashed. But again, I don't really care that much. But yeah, let me hit the.
At least while they were driving around in the dark, there was an interesting tidbit that came up from Crystal Ball and Kyle.
Yeah, let's take a listen to this. I'm excited to get their opinion.
So this is obviously they're driving around, and we have audio problems on our show. Kyle has video problems when he drives around in the middle of the night. So we all have problems when we're honest people in independent media. But the audio in this is really good. You guys will be able to hear it. And him and Crystal are talking about the aftermath of this killing by ICE. Make sure the volume's all the way up.
The way they just immediately jump to justify literally any actions of these people and invent a cover story before they even know what happened. I mean, that tells you everything. Like, he genuinely could have taken her out of the car, put her on the ground, and shot her execution style, and I believe Trisha McLaughlin would still be out there like this was self-defense, and, God bless our brave ICE agents who are facing down these domestic terrorists.
Well, then that's the terrifying part, yes. And also, you mentioned to me earlier, like, this is the first time you've ever really felt like, I know I could actually see a civil war happening, because the disconnection, the fact that they've created this alternate reality that they live in, where they just lie and pretend like it's the new reality, that no matter what the ICE agent does, it's acceptable. And then, like, the rest of us living in the real world, seeing the oppression, seeing the depravity, seeing the violence, seeing the murder, seeing the terrorism. And we're supposed to just sit there and take it as you basically like rub salt in the wound of the fact that you're basically the Gestapo, you're the SS, and you're fucking murdering people for no fucking reason whatsoever. Like, I agree that's the country, no pun intended here, can hit a breaking point where it's like, what are you supposed to do in that scenario where all the normal avenues where you would try to get justice are just totally shut down because the fucking fat pedophile president is lying about it and saying, like, our brave ICE heroes who was trying to stop a weapon coming at him, and he had to make a split-second decision and save the day, instead of just acknowledging.
So obviously I agree with the sentiment from Kyle Kalinske. The one reason I disagree, and I still think the whole Civil War thing, especially in this context, is just a little bit far-fetched, is because we have to remember what country that we live in. We don't live in a country like France or Switzerland or whatever. We live in a country that has endured episode after episode, crisis after crisis, involving police brutality, involving a lack of accountability. And what fucking ever happens? Like, I mean, we get the riots like in the summer of 2020, or going back to like 1992 with the Rodney King riots. I mean, that'll happen every couple decades or so. But it's not like Americans getting brutalized by law enforcement is something new. It's not like it isn't something we're already used to and thoroughly traumatized by as a society. So again, if this was like a country where it was a rare occurrence and where citizens really did demand their rights in a sense, and like protested a lot more effectively, that would be one thing.
My nose is.
But again, it's like if George. I mean, I can't imagine these protests over this killing getting worse than the George Floyd protests. That didn't lead to a fucking civil war. I understand that ICE is a kind of novel component to this situation, but still, I just feel like Americans they've been through this too many times for them to really think they're going to have a shot of actually changing anything this time around, even if they were to take dramatic steps to resist. Okay. What do you think?
I think there's a lot of truth to what you said, and I want to preface by saying that before I provide a little bit of just a devil's advocacy, because I think that's so true.
Hey, devil's advocate. Hey,
oftentimes we on the left will be like, look at this horrible thing that happened. That is going to wake up Americans, and what? 999 times out of 1,000 in our history, it hasn't, right? It hasn't led to that sustained change. I think there are two components to this that are meaningfully different than George Floyd, which is the largest and most sustained protest of our generation, for sure, potentially United States history, although obviously less effective than something like the organized civil rights movement and the Montgomery bus boycott. But in terms of sheer participation, George Floyd was...
By the way, folks, we got, again, I got 10 people watching over on the Shorts feed. 9 people watching now. I don't know how many are watching on the other feed. 1 maybe? I literally cannot tell. But there's a channel that you should all subscribe to called This Space. That's on YouTube. This Space TV. This Space. You'll know when you see it. I'm on there. Letterhack's on there. WYCD, What You Can Do, is on there. And so many other creators. And it's a space, it's a working class leftist collective. We all have similar views, but we have different opinions and different ways of talking about politics, different things that we talk about. I talk about movies, music, TV, and video games. Sometimes it relates to politics. Sometimes I just talk about politics over there. Sometimes I just play a game. I played Ball Pit over there. Definitely subscribe to This Space. Yeah, and you know, we've had these guys on. The Vanguard has been on the Letterhack show. Oh, I see now that Ball Pit's covering their faces on the full screen. We can move that over here for this video. But yeah, man, This Space, it's been going since last June. We're only going up in subscribers, and I'm very excited about it. It's allowed me to to get interviews and speak with people I never would have spoken with before, like Lindsey Boylan, who helped get Cuomo impeached. Well, not impeached, made him resign under threat of impeachment, and is now running for city council. And I'm very excited for her. I'm very excited to vote for her. I got to speak with Gina Bonanno of Raw News and Politics, who's very smart, knows a lot. Ben Dixon, Pastor Ben Dixon. Chris Ahuja, who's running for Congress in California. These interviews are all, once again, on my channel. If you go to playlists, I have A Conversation With. That's the best name I could come up with. Of those 4 interviews, I also got, Outkast reaction, Nas reactions, all the South Park reviews, Kendrick Lamar versus Drake, all of Kendrick Lamar's GNX album. Do I have all the other 14 videos? It should have the other albums in there too. Redman. Yeah, my Star Wars Andor Season 2 stuff. And his Resident Evil 2 playthrough. This was before I really started posting on YouTube. So if you want to see like early trying to make a Let's Play, check out this series right here. The Daredevil review. Yeah. But anyway, let's get back to this. Because, I got about 6 minutes in, and then I had to literally leave work and come back here to work. But yeah, they're talking about Civil War.
Massive. And I think part of the reason why ICE protests will be more successful than that potentially is because while there is some sort of a warmth that even comfortable liberals feel towards the police, I think
I'm watching the Fallout TV show on Amazon. Bought season 2 set. Nice. Yes, I should do that actually. I want to get both. I want to get season 1, season 2, and Rogue One physical media. Also, am waiting for Dogma to restock because now Kevin Smith owns the rights to Dogma and is able to release it on his own because it was still owned by Miramax and Harvey Weinstein for a while. And now he has the rights back, so he's like, hey, I got Dogma back. We're going on tour and we're showing the movie and Q&A and whatnot. And they're selling it again, so I'm gonna buy that as soon as they restock. But yeah, I want to get those Andor seasons, bro. And I want to get Superman. Because I own Green Lantern. I own the Green Lantern movie with Ryan Reynolds. I should own the good DC movies with Superman.
A lot of people over the age of 40, regardless of where they find themselves on the political spectrum, unless they are hardcore leftists or progressive, they really do feel warmly about the police in a way that I do not think people feel about ICE. I think people feel very badly about ICE. And something that's racist but true about our country, and I would be remiss if I didn't point out how I think it might have political ramifications for ICE, is they shot a white woman and mother of 3. Right? I read today that she'd actually just a year ago moved to Minneapolis from Kansas City. She's from our neck of the woods originally. And I wonder if that will resonate with people who would have otherwise been sympathetic to the police department, right? Wow, this is a woman who looks like me, who's a mother of children, who was driving through the wrong area, and she was shot by these unregulated Gestapo thugs that are the foot soldiers of a mass maniac pedophile that we call our president. And I think a lot of people are waking up to that. So while I agree with you, we can't expect anything so nuts as a civil war, even though I think Crystal and Kyle are correct in being nervous about that. It's free to wonder. You're free to wonder about it. But I do think there's a chance that people get really angry about this.
I mean, people are really angry about it. I'm sure there will be protests in the coming days and weeks. But again, I don't imagine it getting anywhere near as fucking intense as the George Floyd protests got. I mean, you know, remember.
Again, I said it on air the other day, and I'll say it again. If the George Floyd protests were as big as they were, I think, because a lot of people wanted a moral excuse to go outside during COVID on the left, in addition to genuinely being outraged by police brutality. And that's why they were as big as they were. It was COVID. Everyone wanted to go the fuck outside. Now, with this one, if they're not as big, if they're not worldwide, or it'll be, the right wing will say, they don't care about white people because it was a white woman who died, right? And if they are as big, it's, oh, the crazy left, you know, the ICE was just doing their jobs, blah, 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 blah. However, I always hate whenever an idea comes out from the left. Oh, don't say it like that, or don't do that because then the right will use it against us. Don't fire the parliamentarian because then the right will do that when they want to get their shit done, and they did it anyway. We could have had minimum wage going. So fuck that shit. Fuck that, like the right will do this. Well, don't let the right back in power. How about that? How about make people's lives materially better so they never vote Republican ever again for a generation? How about that? How about that, motherfuckers? Anyways, imaginary motherfuckers I'm arguing with.
Or fucking part of the reason why Tim Walz had to call in the National Guard is because they were burning police precincts down in Minneapolis. Like,
that was nice.
It was. I agree, but I'm just saying, like, I'm not seeing anything like that go down. I struggle to imagine anything like that going down, because again, it just seems like America's so traumatized and as a result desensitized to this stuff. And it's like, yeah, you're right. It is ICE versus the police. But
let them fight.
I mean, the police have basically been acting in a similar way my entire fucking life.
True.
I mean, literally, like one of them, some of our most formative political experiences have been police shootings of innocent men and women in this country and totally getting away with it. You know, however many protests, it doesn't really matter. They get away with it. There's very little accountability to be had, right? So, yeah, I mean, ICE is definitely acting in an even more fascistic and tyrannical way. Like I said, wearing the fucking face masks like they're fucking bank robbers or something, not having badges. But I just feel like, given the out-of-pocket fucking behavior and the lack of accountability, which is so associated with the police in this country already, it doesn't really feel like anything new to most people. They're like, oh yeah, this is just another example of law enforcement, you know, acting with no accountability in an incredibly unhinged, aggressive, and violent way towards protesters. I mean, think about Standing Rock, right? Like, there's just been so many examples of this happening. And also, it's like, again, I could see, even if I'm wrong, even if in a week from now there are protests popping off to the degree that protests were going down during 2020, George Floyd, that's still not a civil war. Like, for there to be a civil war, there'd have to be like a general leading the opposition, or I mean, there's not even a beginning of a left-wing.
I don't think there's gonna be civil war. I don't think there'll ever be civil war. fucking cross fingers, knock on wood, saying that. Kit, what up, Kit? Welcome. Diddy boy. Look, I love Diddy Kong too, man. Diddy Kong's my favorite. Diddy and Dixie. But they're feds. That's a big difference. Yeah. I think what you see, first of all, it'd be the right who starts it, right? And it would be like we saw right before January 6th, where all the Republicans were like storming state houses and like election polling places. It'll be that, but with guns. And it'll be like, I took over the post office. Come take it back. It'll be like the Bundy Ranch in 2014, but all over the place. It's scattered. It'll be just infighting, territory. Exactly, yes. Violence of any kind always works against, because, yeah, the right is ready. They're ready to go, dude. When I started watching the news in 2012 and I started reading the blogs and shit, reading Breitbart comments or Daily Caller comments, they are like, where do I go? Like, where am I deployed, essentially? Because they've been ready to fight for decades, the militias and shit.
Opposite, like, what is there, a militia out there that's going to become the opposition? Is the National Guard going to defect and fight the Trump administration? Like, I just don't see any leadership in place to be directing the masses to actually fight in anything that would even resemble more than just a local skirmish. Like, obviously you could imagine something like that popping off Charlottesville style, again, where two groups of protesters clash. But again, that's not an organized war. That's not a battle in a war. There's no general on each side. It's just a bunch of angry people running at each other.
Yeah, I would imagine that if it did ever come to like a full-on war with multiple factions, which is just so unlikely in our country because of the militarization of the police, the mass surveillance state, basically everything the alphabet agencies have been up to for the last, 55, 60 years has been to make sure that there cannot be another civil war, that the left-wing faction would never be able to break from the main, White House, D.C. apparatus institution of government completely.
Renssela Tim Fool is a great one. I never even put that together. It's so simple. It's so easy. That's brilliant. ICE will be their force. Yeah, absolutely. Are their force. Yeah, it's their brown shirts, bro. I mean, again, my South Park reviews, they covered ICE. They talked about ICE. It is literally what angry at-home losers will offer $50,000 sign-up bonus if you're willing to drag mothers away from their children or shoot them in the face.
The only chance I would ever see of it ever being put to real, genuine test would be something that we've talked about on our show being, I wouldn't call it likely outcome, but I would keep it at around 35% chance. Donald Trump says, I'm running again. I don't care about the law. I'm running again. I'm not leaving. I'm not vacating. Even if I lose, I will be president again. I don't think any of this is beyond the pale. I don't think it's without the, beyond the realm of possibility that, they're able to keep him feeling youthful. They're able to pump him full of all the vitamins and drugs and everything to make him stay alive. It's the only thing that gives him purpose. It keeps all of his network of goons doing their international colonial projects that they want to do, this new narco-trafficking hysteria that they've got going on where they just really want to take over Central and South America, this obsession with the Monroe Doctrine, all of these things. You allow Donald Trump to just run again. He says he doesn't care about the results of the election. He's going to stay in power. That's the only time I could think of a real opposition faction rising up and leading to, some sort of a civil war.
Well, I would certainly fucking hope so in the event that Trump, tries to just go full dictator. I would fucking hope that at that point, the American people did a revolution or whatever.
The election stuff now.
Because, honestly, as much as we talk about Civil War shit, this stuff reminds me more of the Revolutionary War and the lead up to that, right? Because you literally did have, federales on the street, terrorizing American citizens in a very similar way that we see with ICE now. To me, because the Civil War, if you think about the Civil War, it was the South was actually the rebels, right? They were fighting the Northern establishment. To this situation feels more like the Revolutionary War to me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I mean, that was my immediate reaction, right? Was that this is the type of shit that the Revolutionary War was started over. When I saw them shoot that woman that was driving away, it reminded me, I was like, wow, this is what you learn about in school about the Boston Massacre, right? How many people were killed in the Boston Massacre? I think it was like 8 people, 11 people. It wasn't dozens, okay? When you go back and you look at the Boston Massacre, the number of people always, kind of surprises people because they, the name, the Boston Massacre, this bloody affair. That was because
Sandy
it was blowing people's minds that these cops came and killed these protesters. What are you talking about? You have the right to do that from England. You're coming over here and you're shooting these people. That was a key instigator, a key catalyst in the Revolutionary War. Now, I know all this stuff. Aristocratic, slave-owning white males didn't want to pay their taxes, but to the people.
Dazed and confused, baby. I know that quote.
To the people who fought and fucking died for the Constitution and for this idea of America, this vision of a free land for working people, which was a definite fucking work in progress and still is. But that's what those people fought and fucking died for, right? The fact that you did not have the right to treat regular people like that, even if you were a fucking redcoat or an ICE agent or a fucking pig.
Yup, 100%. So that's what it reminds me of. Again, just like the more inciting incidents. But even then, like, at least there was a real serious organized resistance. It just doesn't feel like there is an organized resistance to this. It's definitely not the Democratic Party. So it's like, okay, who are the rebels? Just a bunch of wine moms that are Democratic, like registered Democrats or something? Like, I can't see there actually being a civil war, even if there should be one. I'm just
Jennifer Welsh walking around.
I don't think it's gonna happen.
Yeah, I think that the only chance we have are to look to the people who are standing up and speaking up, right? We've seen Ro Khanna do an excellent job of this for a while. I want to give the guy flowers. We can
Didn't
take
Ro
a look
Khanna
at his
just do like
response from the other day, but he
follow
was
law
immediately out here
enforcement
calling on
shit?
the ICE agent to be arrested. He said ICE agent should be arrested and put on trial. What is seen in this video is a reckless use of power. I'll go even further. What we see in this video is fucking murder. Now a 37-year-old woman and mother of children is dead. So I think people like this. You sent me an article earlier saying that there was a group of Republicans that were dissenting with Donald Trump to bring a war powers check on his actions in Venezuela to vote. I'm hoping that this insanity, this complete disregard for the institutions of our government is going to be a wake-up call to people who voted Republican, thinking that they were protecting the Constitution in some warped way. Seeing it, having the Donald Trump administration wipe their ass with our rights is frustrating to people who even considered themselves at one point part of the Republican project.
Yeah, 100%. No, I definitely do think it'll represent a bit of a wake-up call to people. And they're like, wait, what? Like, what the fuck? That shit's crazy. Because, yeah, I mean, the fact that I just can't get over the fact this guy's wearing a fucking face mask like he's Jesse James. Like he just robbed a fucking train or something. Bro, it's just insane that that's become normalized in a so-called first world country. Literal thugs wearing bank robber bandanas. Like they're fucking old school banditos or something. I'm like, what the fuck is happening, bro? You're law enforcement and you're wearing a fucking mask to hide your face. Like you're the person that should be getting fucking arrested by the law enforcement. It's just so crazy that that's been normalized. And yeah, I mean, I do imagine this will, radicalize.
Yeah, Klobuchar, that was no good. And Klobuchar voted for like a Trump-nominated judge. What, today or yesterday? Along with like 7 other Democrats. What the fuck are you doing? Stop this. Oh, well, judges are bipartisan. Fuck off. Everything's partisan, you dumb motherfuckers.
There's some people that haven't already been radicalized, I guess. But again, it's like, how could you not already be radicalized? They literally had a fucking Black Hawk helicopter abduct American citizens out of a fucking apartment building in, I think, Chicago, right? Like, that's fucking crazy. So this is, I mean, it's even crazier. But it's like, at some point, what else is going to even wake people up?
Yeah, the day after the shooting.
I think that's true, right? And that's the one thing that, before we move
Let me
on
ensure,
to some of the dog shit reactions
none
to
of these people will get
that I want to touch on is
held accountable.
This is a big part of
voting for one of his judges.
Staying on target and making sure that we don't get frazzled and making sure that we don't give up because there are so many horrible things happening, right? This is another in a long slew of just disastrous things the Donald Trump administration has been responsible. It was what, 6 days ago that they abducted the president of Venezuela and kidnapped him and his wife in a fucking covert operation that was not approved by Congress, illegally, to prosecute him for machine gun possession and narco trafficking. It was absolutely insane, and this is them flooding the zone right? And you know, sometimes the zone is flooded by really calculated, specific decisions, and sometimes it's flooded by things that are just bound to fucking happen when you let these thugs terrorize people on the streets from a day-to-day basis. We've been warning of this violence for a long time, and it actually makes me really fucking pissed off. Makes me fucking angry because Gavin and I sat here and you go, you should fucking shit lib. You should bunch of shit libs. You love to call everybody a Nazi. No, we are clearly and level-headedly warning you of a Nazi occupation that is to come. I wouldn't be throwing around the word Nazi if fucking Mitt Romney was running. I'd be like, I hate that guy. He's a scumbag. I think he's a weirdo. I don't trust anybody that drives across country with their dog strapped to the roof. We would have had disagreements. We would have had gripes. Okay, but we wouldn't have been coming out here and be like, oh my God, our country's going to descend into fascism if he gets elected. No, we saved that for the guy that was literally going to bring fascism, worse than George fucking Bush, to our country. And everybody laughed it off, and they said you're being crazy and hyperbolic, and fuck you, you shit libs, you just want to cape for Kamala. No, we warned of this. It's fucking here, and it's maddening that more and more people still haven't gotten the fucking hint.
Yup. 100%.
Look out the door if you hear an ambulance.
Alright. Let's do the Bill Burr one. I'm not looking forward to this. Come on, Bill. Come on, Bill.
Switch to TurboTax.
Don't let me down, Bill.
I don't know if we want to intro it at all. People who are watching this clip, they know. Bill Burr's audience has been royally pissed off for a long time. He has been eating shit from a numbers perspective. This video only got 16,000 views. Again, just a pittance compared to where his show was. It was never the Joe Rogan experience. It was never doing 500,000 views an episode, but it was getting 60, 50,000 views an episode pretty regularly. Now, not so much, and he's finally addressed it with his audience. Let's go ahead and show everybody.
How many views did this video get?
This video, right now, it came out 3 days ago, 16,000 views. So we'll zoom in for everybody really quickly.
16,000 views. I don't think we even have a video with that few views on our channel. And we have far less subscribers. This guy has over 1 million fucking subscribers, guys. We always do it. You know, take the opportunity to brag about how many more views we get than a channel with like 1 million subscribers, but it never fails to blow my mind. I'm like, we are a tiny fucking channel, and somehow we're fucking wiping the floor with Bill Burr? That just blows my mind. I mean, shout out to all you guys for tuning in. Obviously, really appreciate it, but I think that, more than anything, is just a huge sign that Bill Burr, his popularity, his relevance online has taken a real hit.
Yep, and 400% downvote ratio. That's bad. 500 upvotes from his hardcore fans, over 2,000. It could be even more. We don't know if it's like 2.5K. It won't show us that. But just a severe downvote ratio, and you can see the percentages right here. I mean, probably 20% upvote ratio to, you know, massive downvote ratio.
That's brutal. Yeah. 2,000 downvotes. That means
I was actually watching a conversation with on this channel. I'll just show you this channel, Rap Latte. So this is King Green and Torre. Torre used to be on MSNBC. He's a journalist, and I was watching this video where they react to an FD Signifier video talking about Chappelle's new special. And to my surprise, Torre was coming to his defense. And I'm like, I can't. Like, I don't like... And they were talking about the Riyadh Comedy Festival and whatnot. And, like, people like Bill Burr, Chappelle, Kevin Hart, they don't need the money. They could say no to an authoritarian regime. And whatever, like, confusion they may have in their heads of, like, well, you know, I'm going to, like, bring comedy to the people and blah, blah, blah. It's like, you were paid by the royal family. You performed for and at the behest of the royal family. Would you do this for Donald Trump? That's all. That's all I need to ask them. Bird did take a hit, but in terms of supplemental ad, yeah. To be fair, if I really need to be.
The measly 16K who watched this, probably half of them were here just to downvote it and leave, or to leave a mean comment, you know, and be like, fuck you, you sellout, piece of shit. So that's pretty funny. And yeah, I think that, I mean, obviously, as we've talked about before, he deserves the backlash. He has yet to adequately.
He deserves the backlash. He has yet to adequately address it. And that, to me, having listened to the dude's podcast for over a decade, he views like any kind of criticism, because most of it was just like whiny bullshit in blogs and people who weren't at the show. So you're not at the show, you weren't in the room where everyone was laughing at my jokes, so don't criticize my fucking jokes and write it down in text, and then it comes off like it's a statement I made instead of in the context of a comedy routine. Fair. But this criticism is coming from your fans, which again, he also has dismissed because a lot of his fans were like Opie and Anthony people. And so, yeah, I'm going to, like, I remember when COVID happened and he was reading all these letters and these messages from his fans being like, you know, you don't need to wear a mask, and like the vaccine's not going to work, and you know, ivermectin, and and he's like, I'm not a doctor, neither are you. Shut up. And that's good. Like, I like that. But this criticism, I don't think he can distinguish that there are people legitimately like who are fans of you, who are fans of everything you've done and said, and are just like, dude, this one thing is a misstep. Just like apologize. Be like, hey, I recognize I shouldn't have done that. My bad. It is like performing for Trump directly, you know, but he hasn't. I don't know if he will. And I really hope he doesn't go, okay, well now I'm done with you and I'm going to go to move to Texas and join Joe Rogan and blah, 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 blah.
Apologize for the situation, although I don't want to spoil what we're about to listen to. Let's hear.
Since that comedy festival I did, looking forward to doing my first road gig. Since that comedy festival I did, I don't know if you guys heard about that. I did a comedy festival that people had a lot of opinions on.
So I don't know if you guys caught that, but he hasn't done any live comedy since the Riyadh Comedy Festival, which I didn't realize until I heard this. I assumed he was still gigging around.
I thought we literally looked up his like gigs and found that he was doing one.
That's what I thought too. So he may have canceled them. He may have said, as a result of this, I'm not doing them. Because right here he says, I haven't done one since the Riyadh Comedy Festival.
Yeah, can we go back to the beginning? I want to hear that one more time.
Definitely.
To doing my first road, looking forward to doing my first road gig. Since that comedy festival I did, I don't know if you guys heard about that. I did a comedy festival that people had a lot of opinions on.
I know. We'll see what happens when he hits the road. Are his fans going to boo him? And again, is this going to drive him to be like, all right, throw my hands in the air. I don't believe any of this stuff I've been saying. But that's the thing. In his core, he's a working class dude who I remember him telling a story. I worked at a restaurant. I was the busboy. And then one of the waiters quit. So I was a busboy and a waiter. And then the host quit. And I was the busboy, the host, and the waiter. And then one of the chefs quit. So I was all four, and I didn't get a bump in pay. And then I quit, and I don't know if they're even still open. But that ingrained hatred of the boss, of bankers, of capital, like he has that in his bones. I don't know if he can make a right-wing grift. Or even has the, like, I don't know, thought process to do that. You know what I mean? Chappelle still sells out, so who knows? Yeah, yeah, exactly. I mean, I've gone to see Bill Burr twice now for his Patrice O'Neal benefit that he does every year to raise money for Patrice's family that he left behind when he died of diabetes. They were great. And you know, there's right-leaning people who come out on that show. Rich Voss, notably, is the host. You know, Nick DiPaolo, I think it was actually there. Bobby, what's that guy's name? Bobby what? Kelly. Bobby Kelly. You know, he's still buddies with these guys, like the old tough crowd, the Opie and Anthony group. Like, those are his friends, and to an extent that he's like cut people out and doesn't like really appear with them anymore. He has, like Bobby, you know, but I don't know. He's got 2 kids now. He's definitely just thinking about like, how do I keep them safe? And again, he has pushed back on like those Opie and Anthony fans who would be like, I loved you, but your black wife is making you woke and this and that, and you know, it's fucking gross. Carly, how you doing? Welcome. I was just my first YouTube stream. I was just letting everyone know what kind of content I'm making, and was telling them about the Game Awards stream that we did. That was fantastic. Came dressed as Harley Quinn, and they revealed a new Lego Batman game. It was perfect. But right now we're hearing about Bill Burr from the Vanguard Boys. When I get negative comments, go live at the club. Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
That was the most awkward laugh ever. It's like, it's so obvious that he's trying to project this, like, oh, I don't give a fuck, bro. Like, it doesn't even affect me, bro. Like, all these haters online, I just laugh it off. I see the hate.
I'll say that was a real laugh. Burr does his podcast talking to himself. Okay, he records it in his house talking to himself, and that's his like nervous. You know, I've been getting a lot of shit laugh, and like I want my boy. I could say something, but I don't want to say it, so I'm just gonna think about it and laugh. You know, I've done that laugh. So fact check, Vanguard Boys.
Laugh it off, bro. Ha 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 ha. It's so funny. It's so funny. It's like, it's just the most insecure shit ever. Like, if you're gonna bring it up, actually insecure. Fucking address it. Can't just sit here laughing about it. Like, all the criticisms are invalid. Like, oh, everyone's just melting down over nothing. It's just so funny to watch these snowflakes. Like, there is actually a very legitimate criticism, a very substantive criticism at the heart of the backlash. For you to not acknowledge that, it's
Why do
just
I have to do work
intellectually lazy. It's unserious. It's beneath you, and it's insulting to your fans.
And we're coming up on 3 months of sustained derision from your audience. We're coming up. This was early October. I think it was October. I think it was on October 7th. Was the first day of the comedy festival. His might have been October 8th. So this is on January 5th, a few days shy of 3 whole months later. When we look at the comment section after this, you guys are going to see his fans are not over it. His base isn't over it. I saw a Reddit thread from somebody who had talked about seeing him in 3 countries in Europe, but they can't support him anymore, and they were willing to give him another chance if he'd come out and apologize. Instead, he laughs in everyone's face. That's how I interpret this. Do you interpret this differently? He brings up the fact that all of his fans are really, really upset and let down by this, and then he just laughs this maniacal fucking evil villain laugh for 15 seconds. Very strange.
Yeah, just laughing at himself. It's one thing to laugh at your own joke, but he didn't even make a joke. He just said, do you guys remember that comedy festival that I went to that a lot of people got triggered by? And then proceeded to laugh for like 15 to 20 seconds. Again, he didn't even make a joke. It's cringy enough to laugh at your own joke, but that wasn't even a joke. You just said something and then awkwardly laughed to obfuscate from the fact that, you know, clearly you're butthurt over the fact that you couldn't just get away with doing this shit. Yeah, let's go back and hear that laugh one more time.
Definitely.
It's on. Jesus Christ. Someday.
Still going.
I am going to do, when enough time's gone by, when people clearly don't give a fuck, I am going to do on this podcast a nice deep dive into the absolute absurdity of that whole fucking thing. Anyway, let's do.
Oh, and then this is great. He's gonna have to segue into his fucking ad read,
which lasts for like 10 minutes, guys. I just want everybody to see. This is why he does the podcast that nobody listens to, right? He's seen that it's totally worthless for him. That all it does is give him headaches. All he does is come and see himself downvoted into oblivion. It's not making him any money. You don't make fucking piss from, 16,000 view video on YouTube, right? Especially not if you're Bill Burr. That's the kind of money that you use if you like need to go to the grocery store and eat. But if you're rich like Bill, that's not the kind of money you care about. And for him to be doing this, you realize why he's doing it after this long screed of ads.
But he doesn't post, like, YouTube's an afterthought. The ads. YouTube's an afterthought for him. He's posting this to, like, Apple Podcasts and Spotify. You know? This is just like, oh, I guess this should also, you know, his producer tells him, you should post this on YouTube. Oh, okay. Post it on YouTube then. Like, he doesn't care about the numbers there. And again, Burr started his podcast, it was like 10 minutes. He was just like, I don't know, Rogan and them, you know, other comedians are doing this podcast thing, helps their ticket sales, I guess. So I'll just do this. I'll just talk for 10 minutes and put it up. And then it grew and grew and grew into like an hour and a half sometimes. And again, he's just been doing the same thing. Like, I just talk to myself and just chit chat about what I want. Let me see. So I don't think he's worried about the numbers when it comes to this. We'll see when he goes on tour, when he goes and performs live, and that is interesting. That is an interesting bit that he hasn't been live since that tour or since that show in Riyadh. Which again, I could also see as like maybe he's shooting something. Maybe he's working on a show or whatever, or a movie, or he's like, I'm taking time with my kids, you know, want to be here as much as possible before I go out on the road and I'm gone for, you know, months at a time.
I mean, here we are all these months later. You know, I got to be honest with you. The outrage is still where it was. People are still so concerned. Anyway, all right. Squarespace, everybody. The podcast is...
everybody. Yes. Fuck your stupid, annoying voice. That's the thing about this shit. It's like, once I loved Bill Burr, but now it's just ruined for me. Even the things I used to love about him, like his voice and his accent, it just sounds annoying now. I'm like, you're a fucking phony. Get the fuck out of here. I don't want to read you, or I don't want to hear you fucking give your shitty fake laugh. It sounds like he's auditioning to play the Joker. I'm like, what are you doing, bro? Are you trying to convince us all that you're mentally ill? Or something, or it kind of reminds me of, I don't know if you guys watch any true crime shit ever, but there's great videos that analyze the, you know, interrogation room footage, and sometimes criminals that have just committed a horrific act of violence, they realize the only way they can get out of it is by pretending to act crazy, you know, so they can mount a defense of insanity or whatever. So they'll start doing shit like this during the interrogation. They'll start like obvious, like laughing when they're not supposed to, or making weird facial expressions again, so that they can start laying the groundwork for an insanity case. This is what that reminds me of.
Off the cuff.
Like he's trying to convince a cop that he's actually crazy, and that's why he just like brutally butchered his parents in cold blood or something like that. Like that is unironically the vibes I get from this. Who the fuck just laughs like that at something that's not funny? It's super awkward.
It was so weird, right? I listened to this, and guys, it was real serendipitous. This was a few days ago. I stumbled across this. I put it in my back pocket, and I'm like, oh yeah, we'll definitely react to this on one of our upcoming shows. And I couldn't believe it. It was so cringy. I didn't even get past this part. I had already sent it to Gavin. I was like, we have to react to this on air. But I want to play how awkward the ads are for you guys, because again, I want to remind everyone the only reason he does this podcast at all is because of the ads, and then he's going to bitch through the entire thing like, oh, it's so, woe is me, I have to read these ads. Oh, do you think they're going to be okay? I don't give a fuck if they're okay with how I did these ads. I just did these ads. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's total sellout behavior. And I mean, even without the Riyadh thing, that would still be cringy. Just it just seems like, you know, low effort content that's disrespectful to your audience. It's like, if you're gonna put out a fucking podcast that you're gonna subject people
I did not make a good enough build.
Yeah, it's just disrespectful to make it nothing more than a glorified fucking ad read where you laugh at your own non-shitty jokes and like, again, why even bring this shit up if you're not gonna actually address it substantively? It just seems disrespectful to your audience, who, again, a lot of which is actually pissed off about this. It's not just some triggered like SJW because you posted a meme or something. Like, no, this is actually something you did. You actually accepted the blood money. You went and did propaganda and censored yourself on behalf of the Saudi royals. Like, people would be just as pissed if you'd gone and done a Kremlin comedy show sponsored by Vladimir Putin.
Maybe more.
Like, yeah, maybe even more. It's just, yeah, it's crazy. And it's just completely disrespectful to his audience, which has supported him this whole time.
Yep. So in addition to the money that he'll, from the ad reads, right? It's negligible from YouTube, but those are still featured, right? This is the ad break, and I'll skip through it, but just so you guys can see how long this is, we're at 23:54.
This podcast I'm designed to help business Squarespace for it all in one place. From console, a customizable website designed to address an online payments, plus tools, marketing tools.
Multiplayer, it is not. At least not right now. They have 3 DLCs coming out this year. I don't know if any of them are going to introduce multiplayer, but as of right now, no. But there is a free demo on Steam, so if you want to try it out for yourself, it's free. And if you want to buy it, it's only $15. Again, not sponsored, just love ball pen.
Content on your website, up content by adding a paywall. Perfect for online TED Talk if you want. Squarespace is intuitive. Revenue from bookings, invoices, or your unique URL. You're ready to launch
also build a little
of
base,
a website or
like
your unique URL. BURR to save 10. We have a new advertiser.
Like upgrades.
Oh,
and
that was
stuff,
just the first one.
Coast. All right, escape.
Imagine you're actually like
whatever.
A truck driver listening to this or something, and like you're like busy on the highway, your phone fell and you can't reach it, and you actually have to sit through all this shit. Like, because obviously everyone is just fucking fast forwarding through this crap. It's like, I mean, not that anyone is watching it in the first place, but even when I am watching a podcast or YouTube video that has an annoying ad break, and I'll still just fast forward through that shit. But yeah, imagine actually listening to this whole fucking ad read, just sitting there uninterrupted, absorbing this crap.
Yeah, it started at 23 minutes. We're at 26 minutes 9 seconds.
Of issues, cards get borrowed. Oh yeah, people take advantage of that. On the company car, right? When you've got crews on the road, who's buying petrol and expense, fuel, maintenance material, real-time days or certain hours, the moment it has something outside or at the fucking truck stop, buying whatever sex toy they want on your car, actually, thank you. And like old fuel cars.
We're over 20. We're 5 minutes into the ad reads, guys. Just a middle block, a bunch of fucking dopey ad reads in the middle of this worthless podcast that nobody listens to, so he can complain about how his vocal fans are mad at him for doing fucking rehabilitation efforts for a fucking fascist, totalitarian regime in the Middle East that murdered an American fucking journalist. Okay, or I guess not an American journalist, but a journalist that had lived and worked in America.
She's picking up good vibrations.
I understand I need ad blocker, but I don't have the money. Ever play Warlords on Atari? I am not. I never had an Atari. Let me look up Warlords.
Bill.
Cost works everywhere. Visa is accepted. Every gas station, every branch, your card. No contracts, no moving. Right now.com whole day. Terms apply. The 10. Who's next? Plus Visa commercial approval. Oh, zip. So here for you because you've got the right help you. So you don't waste any time. How many jobs?
So we're 7 minutes into the ad reads, guys. We're 7 minutes into the ad. This is pathetic. This is fucking pathetic. It's hysterical. It's just a fucking blatant cash grab, and that's all Bill Burr's career has become at this point.
Yeah, pretty crazy to see. Just super depressing. And yeah, it's like, again, it would be one thing if he just literally moved on and never brought up the Riyadh Comedy Festival again. But him continuing to like pick at the fucking wound, insult the intelligence of his audience, disrespect the fans that he actually has left by putting out this fucking slop and expecting them to sit through it. Yeah, it's really making me hate Bill Burr. Oh. It really does make me genuinely fucking hate him, because there are so many different ways that you could have responded to this controversy that would have been mature. And
again, the way he's responding is the way he has responded to every time an article has written, Bill Burr says controversial joke and blah, 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 blah. Or our comedy clubs, fomenting hate and blah, 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 blah. where he just ignores it. You may have heard about a controversy, but I'm not talking about it. When enough time has passed, then I'll bring it up. I've heard him say that about so many other times. Where either he's been in the news or some other comedian's been in the news because of something they said. And like this doesn't surprise me. It does surprise me a little bit that he doesn't think it's that big a deal. He equates it with just all the other kinds of criticisms that he's gotten. Just bullshit, you know? And so it seemed going like, yeah, people are mad about this festival still, I guess. I don't know. We'll see. Anyways, moving on. And then, you know, when enough time has passed, then I'll write some joke about it in my set. And, you know, Chappelle's joke, the reason I brought up Rap Latte is like Chappelle's joke about it was, you know, people were mad. I went to a country where they killed a journalist. I didn't know y'all were keeping count after what Israel's been doing. And it's like, dude, the people criticizing you for that also are on the same side who are criticizing Israel. It's not two different groups. What are you talking about? Warlord's 4-player with a base shooting balls around. Yeah. That looked pretty cool. It actually reminded me of like the origins of StarCraft. You all got your base and your armies and you're attacking each other and stuff.
And understandable, and you could have survived totally. But this is just crazy. This is just genuinely crazy. And then he's like teasing like, oh, someday I'm gonna, you know, do a whole breakdown of this crazy debacle. It's like, okay, well, what are you gonna say? Are you gonna just shit on your fans for an entire set? Like come up with an entire set about how you've been canceled? What are you, Dave Chappelle now? You just want to whine about how you've been canceled and the woke mob or something? Like, is that what we're about to segue into? Are you about to fucking go right wing, anti woke now?
Like, I don't think he would. I think he might go. If he did anything kind of complaining about canceling, which would also be hypocritical, considering years ago when he was on Bill Maher, and Bill Maher was like, let's commiserate on, like, comedians getting canceled. He's like, I don't know what you're talking about. There's no controversy. Folks, come out to a comedy club. It's safe. It's fun. What are you talking about? Basically saying, man, Bill, I don't like the narrative that comedy clubs are, like, dangerous places. This is where I make my money. Stop fomenting this false, like, everyone's getting canceled and it's scary to go to comedy clubs. I could see him doing I could see him, as far as he would go on cancelization and complaining about that, he might go, I was confused about why people were complaining about it. Now I've seen it myself. Forgive me, Bill Maher. Forgive me, Dave Chappelle. I've been through it. I get it. Anyways, moving on. Maybe. But again, that would be very disappointing.
Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, and I want to find where he gets to at the end of this monstrous ad read. You can tell he hates his fucking life. You can tell he's so miserable. Let me get there.
Seekers in your area have been reading out loud. I don't know what's going on right now. 4 to 5 employees who post on ZipPress right now to try /bird. Zip. Okay, we did it. Probably gonna get shit for that fucking tantric line. I was trying to do that at the end of the fucking read, but I didn't realize I had that disclaimer to read. Well, we'll see what they say. You know, is there any way we could get a reread? Is there any way you could read that again? Is there any way you could just say you're saying this so you can justify your fucking cubicle or your desk? Is there any way you
Bro,
could just...
this is the biggest giveaway. He's like gonna come after this lady and tear into her. Bro, the whole reason you can justify your entire podcast is to be an ad reader, all right? You're a fucking glorified... telemarketer, right? That's essentially what you're doing here, right? You're hosting an infomercial, but you're gonna come after some weird lady in a cubicle who's been far less fucking fortunate than you when you used to stand up for working class people.
Yeah, I think the ads are a bonus. What is this? The Strangers? Another Strangers? Chapter 3? Jesus Christ. The ads are a bonus for him. It's the ticket sales. That's the direct connection that he'd seen.
from starting his podcast. I made this podcast. I go on other people's podcasts. I've seen more and more people come to my shows. So I'm going to keep doing this. And that's it. The ads are just like, oh, I guess I can make a little money with this. Or, you know, if he has a podcast studio, which I think he does, because he started All Things Comedy, which is a comedy network with homeboy who was on Daily Show. Glasses, I think he's Mexican. I want to say his name starts with an A. I forgot. But they started a podcast network, All Things Comedy, and so there is a studio that he can go to when they have like interviews. Like he's done like interviews with Danica Patrick and you know, filmmakers and stuff like that. So there is a studio, so he doesn't have to invite people into his house. So, you know, maybe the ads pay for that. I don't know, but again, I don't think the only thing he's doing this for is these ad reads. He could stop tomorrow. You could just be like, I'm not going to do my podcast anymore. Anyways, moving on. Like, I don't think he'd have a problem with that.
We could get a reread. Is there any way you could read that again? Is there any way you could just say you're saying this so you can justify?
And he's also done this before. Where he does the ad read in the way he wants to do it, and sometimes they pull out and go, we don't like that ad read. And he goes, well, that's how I'm going to do it. I'm going to incorporate it into my podcast, how I talk, so that it's not jarring for the listener. And some places are like, it's cool, do whatever you want. And some places have specific things they want you to say or how you want to ad read. And yeah, he's doing a little off the cuff. And I don't think he's talking about someone specific. I think he's making up a like corporate person. Again, who, yes, has to justify their cubicle by being like, can you change that line? Like studio heads and whatnot.
Your fucking cubicle or your desk. Is there any way you can just do that? Do you really think because I made the tantric sex fucking joke that someone's not going to will or won't use the coast fucking thing?
What? Bro, what is he even talking about? Because this isn't
Jesus Christ, you got a good...
This isn't a live broadcast. Like, he's just recording this and releasing it. So who the fuck is he even talking to? He's just inventing someone to respond to? He's like inventing a comment that hasn't even been commented yet?
That's what he does.
Or like a complaint that hasn't even been leveled yet? Like, for one, you could edit out a mistake you made if you're worried about it. Who are you?
This is the difference. Like, honestly, I love these dudes. This is the difference between people who listen casually and someone who listened bi-weekly for like 10 plus years. I know this. I know what he's doing. And again, I'm disappointed in him with the Riyadh festival, man. I'm disappointed. I wish he would just go, look, I get it. I get a lot of criticism. It's hard. I'm writing it for you. You got to roll? Take care, brother. Thank you so much for popping in and for being a mod. Hey, Carly, you want to be a mod too? I'll make you a mod. How do I do that? Can I do that here? No. There we go. Yeah, sure. I remember. You can delete comments if you want, but try not to ban anyone. I will ban people if they deserve to be banned. I think I just did it, right? Yes. Okay, cool. Look up from your spreadsheets. No worries. No worries. No pressure. No pressure. You have the power now. Since you have a hammer as your logo anyway, it's only fitting.
You're just literally arguing with yourself?
He's having a mental breakdown. He's literally inventing a person to be mad at and then just taking shots at them, pretending that they've been critical of him. It's truly remarkable, and he keeps going.
Again, this is not new. This is par for the course.
I mean, Jesus Christ, you got a good product. You're stopping these cunts from fucking using the company card on private time. One tantric fucking sex joke is not going to fuck up your message. All right, so relax. By the way, I am in a leather chair. How come I can't make the fart noise unless, because people...
Yeah, he literally doesn't have anything to... He's just trying to fill the space in this dog shit podcast because there's 20 minutes left and he doesn't have any actual jokes to tell or any actual stories to tell. So he's just making up shit to respond to and responding to fake criticism that doesn't even exist. Based on the... Like, I don't even... I was... Because I watched some of the beginning part of this episode... And he was actually talking about meditation and how he's like been trying to meditate and stuff. And he was trying to say transcendental meditation, but he said he couldn't think of the word transcendental, so he said tantric. And then he was like, oh, that's not the right word. That has to do with like sex or whatever, not meditation. But no one commented. There's not a co-host. There's not a live audience. So I don't even know what the fuck he's responding to here. He's literally just like arguing with a character in his mind or something.
I imagine, my best guess is that at some point in the relatively recent future, when he was feeling particularly fragile and vulnerable because of all the criticisms he's been getting from the Riyadh Comedy Festival, he got a note from one of the people who pay him to do advertisements to like probably take it a little bit more seriously.
But the tantric thing wasn't an advertisement.
Well, he made the joke in the advertisement where he's like, is it a tantric thing? And he was like, oh, now you guys are going to be mad at me for saying tantric.
Oh, okay.
And it was just like a quick throwaway, and then he blows it up into this whole thing where he like makes up a lady being mad at him about it when, as you mentioned, it didn't even happen that way. Like one of the throwaway things in the like 10.5 minutes of ad reading, he like makes a joke about tantric sex because he made that comment earlier in the live stream. And then he pretends that somebody is critical of him so that he then has someone to be mad at on stream. I just think a desperate attempt to fill airtime, as you mentioned. But that was where that came from, I think.
Gotcha. Yeah, well, totally unhinged. And yeah, no wonder that no one is watching this crap because it's the most low effort, poorly produced fucking quote unquote podcast I've ever listened to. It's really not even a podcast. It's just an ad read, sandwiched between a bunch of rambling bullshit. So... yeah, fuck Bill Burr. Totally disgraceful way to handle this entire episode of his career.
Yeah, and I don't think he's going to recover from it, right? We've looked at the comment section in the past, but again, I want to remind everybody, this controversy was from 3 months ago. And if you guys are familiar with the way that modern media functions, the 24-hour news cycle, something that happened 3 months ago is an eternity ago. A lot of people went to this festival, and they've moved on, right? Louis C.K. was there. Aziz Ansari was there. Didn't fuck up his Good Fortune movie. A lot of people still rented that over the holidays, right? And why did it stick with Bill Burr? Well, because he fucking made himself out to be this guy who was in touch with working people and a regular guy in America that was just so disgusted by the Trump takeover, the corporate takeover, the fact that nobody could afford to live anymore in this country, and it had just become too hard to be an average guy, which was his bread and butter as a comedian. And then to turn its back on that and become some out-of-touch loser. We could sort the top comments. There's not very many, guys. This guy right here, he says, you still cosplaying as blue collar. This is what you came here for. And it's 22 minutes and 49 seconds, which is right when he starts rambling. When enough time has gone by, not going to happen. Billy Bloodbath. This person, shit-talking clown. Think you can squeeze another ad in the middle of the 5 minutes in between the next? Again, it's just painful to listen to that long, effortless ad read. Yes, Bill, do a deep dive on why your engagement dropped off a fucking cliff after you did that comedy festival. I wonder what younger / still cool Bill would think of this. The internet is racist, ? That's your new bro, you're off in La La Land, come back to reality. Yeah, how the mighty pause for an ad break have fallen. So just all kinds of stuff, just absolute butchery. I'm scrolling through the whole time to see if there's anybody who is defending him. This is another one. Happy New Year, Bill. Looks like your hands are still stained. Bill, what the fuck happened to you, dude? Person correcting him saying, I think you mean transcendental meditation. Go fuck yourself. Maybe instead of meditating, you should pray to the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. Bill, it's me, Greaseball, what's up? So, again, just nothing but negative comments the entire way down. That's not selective at all.
Yeah, 100%. And again, it's like, a lot of times in the internet age, in this era, controversies come and go. 1 week someone will be in the hot seat, but the next week everyone's already moved on. It's honestly shocking the degree to which some of these scandals are short-lived. It's like people get off too easy. It's like, what the fuck? How did you survive this crazy scandal? You just got outed as a fucking horrible person, and now and no one cares now, like a week later? This happens all the time. But this does genuinely seem like a case where real consequences have been dealt out, and where Bill Burr is genuinely struggling to recover from this backlash that he brought upon himself, not only by doing the festival, but by then doubling down, insulting the intelligence of his fans, and gaslighting them all. So yeah, it's kind of nice to see some actual consequences, right? I feel like you don't see that very often these days. And again, it's not like he got canceled. He's still putting his show up. He didn't get banned from any YouTube shows. He's not getting censored in any way. It's just genuine, authentic, natural backlash and real consequences to a shitty action that he took and then continued to defend. So pretty funny.
Yeah, honestly, reaping what he sowed, completely agreed. He is in the find out stage of fucking around and finding out. And, yeah, couldn't agree more.
All right, let me, let's see here. What else do we got? Oh, that's the last one. All right. Yeah. Let's check this out, because I was surprised by this. Trump bans home investments from like large companies. Hey, what's going on, War? Welcome. Indeed, I'm on YouTube. I'm trying it out. I'm simultaneously in horizontal and vertical. We're trying it out. I would have done Twitch as well, but I need to have like a subscription to Streamlabs Ultra to do 3 streams because it counts as more than 2. And I'm not doing that, so we're just trying YouTube today, giving it a shot. I didn't even know I could stream on YouTube. I thought I needed like 500 or 1,000 followers or something. Yeah, we're doing the news, bud. And yeah, let's check out this home investment thing.
Smart founders know something most people miss. Get your domain name even if you're not ready to launch your business.
Turning now to homes. Actually, a very good action here being taken by the president. We'll see if it stakes. Let's go put it up there on the screen. Donald Trump saying for a very long time, buying and owning a home was considered the pinnacle of the American dream. It was the reward for working hard, doing the right thing. But now, because of record high inflation, blah, 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 the American dream is increasingly out of reach. It is for that reason and much more, I'm immediately taking steps to ban institutional investors from buying more single...
Also, you're a mod now, War. As you should be. Don't ban people. Just if you see a fucked up comment, you can delete the comment. But yeah, I want as many views as possible. I don't give the trolls. There are pets. There are pets to play with as we will. Let me just hit the bathroom real quick, and then I'll be right back. Let me play this video. I'm trying to think of a combination for this level because I'm kind of stuck. I'm on New Game Plus 3 right now. get back, did you see RFK self-owned? Yes. Oh my God. I retweeted it. I said, "Hey, South Park, are you gonna sue? Are you gonna do anything? Are you gonna say anything, or are you just gonna let this let him AI himself into an episode in which, and I also said this today, the episode I think was about like trans fats or something, and they were making fun of people who go on like carnivore diets and whatever. And they have Cartman call into like the CDC and be like, or the FDA, and you gotta flip the food pyramid upside down. That's how you fix it. That's what's actually healthy, is eating a bunch of butter and meat and stuff and candy. And RFK, unironic, fuck it, we'll fucking show that because that's crazy, dude. Here. That guy I got banned for copyright because this is literally an episode of South Park. What is this?
All for his ouster. I know they're probably still building up the power that they need. They're still trying to get other senators on board. But my God, Republicans make a spectacle about their internal disagreement, and it has affected them nada electorally. Nothing. In fact,
it looks like democracy.
In fact, it looks like democracy. It's a performance of it. You get yourself in the news cycle. Trump sparring with other Republicans. They've rode that to success. Air this disagreement out publicly because it looks like you're responding to the overwhelming base that wants you to rein in these lawless thugs. The numbers on this are staggering. An over 20-point increase in abolishing ICE in less than a year, and that's what the leader of the Democrats saying. The problem is that local law enforcement isn't collaborating with ICE. So change the news cycle and show that you'll be an opposition party. Call for his ouster. I'm sorry if it's awkward in the meetings. I'm sorry if it's not the right time because we still have the partial budget negotiations over the appropriations. Actually, it might be the best time.
Well, that's the thing, is he wants to ignore the existence of what is happening because he has the ability to wage a fight to prevent the funding of DHS. I mean, yes. He has the ability to do this, and he doesn't want it. He is running away from any leverage he has deliberately. And so, we've got to be measured about this. We've got to be measured. They have literally, understand, they did not shoot this person because they thought this person was a criminal, undocumented immigrant.
Yeah, word. Let me just retweet that real quick.
The time is now. The time is
RFK
now
thing.
to call for his ouster. I know they're probably still building up the power that they need. They're still trying to...
What is this fucking stupid... Whatever, let me find it. This. The point of this episode was that Cartman is a fucking idiot. And so are people who follow trendy diets. So of course RFK and his dumbass think it was genius. This is the actual episode. What is this stupid Twitter handle? Robert F. Kennedy Jr., is that it? Yeah, look.
The pyramid doesn't work. We've already tried it.
It's upside down.
What?
Sir, the pyramid is upside down.
Turn the pyramid upside down. You can't be serious. That would put butter and fat at the top of the damn food pyramid! Get the president on the phone. Tell him to have some steak with his butter. The pyramid does...
You know what? I endorse that message, though. Get the president on the phone and tell him to have some steak with his butter. Definitely do that. Again, Trumpers, you don't want to take the COVID vaccine? Don't. is this? Tax the billionaires. Those taxes are going to third world grifting hordes. Okay. What do I respond to with that? Just like, all right, let me leave that. All right, but yeah, this thing, I was surprised that Trump is going against Blackstone, a giant corporate donor. I'm confused. Why is he doing this?
Family homes, and I will be calling on Congress to codify it. People live in homes, not corporations. I will discuss this topic, including further housing and affordability proposals, and more at my speech in Davos in the next 2 weeks. Maybe not the venue that I would choose, but the policy I will take.
right, yeah.
The policy I will take. As I understand it, actually, this
Lots of
was a
ketchup. Yeah.
policy project that was very near and dear to Charlie Kirk's heart. And now, as the president and his team are gearing up for the midterms, they understand that they have an affordability problem on their hands. This is the type of executive order that they want to make public. You will note, as he said, that he hopes that Congress codifies it. We can put the next one up on the screen. Senator Josh Hawley had said that, quote, "This is a terrific idea, long overdue. I will gladly introduce this bill in the Senate." And what's kind of interesting is that the Trump administration knows it has a problem on their hands economically. They know that inflation, housing, many of these other things are hurting them at the potential ballot box for 2026, but also just the
Affordability, you
general
say?
minds of people. People understand very deeply that housing is like a major barrier for them and to their ability to have the American dream. Part of the reason why I think that there has been so much consternation around this idea of these large private equity companies or large like corporations owning and managing so much housing stock, because it does make you feel like a slave, to a bigger economic system. So at the very least, want to give credit where it's due. Hopefully it does become policy. But I do think, at a smaller level, like this is also a victory for shows like ours and for a lot of other people on the internet. You and I talked about this on our very first week, I believe, of Breaking Points.
Wow.
So almost 5 years ago.
Wow.
At this time, just to give people an idea of like, this has been at the center, I think the forefront of online politics, things like this, things like stock buybacks. And I do think the audience and others, you guys are the ones who deserve credit because you made it into a thing and now it's bubbled its up all the way to the White House. So I actually think it's a good story.
If Trump just did stuff like this, he would have like a 70% approval
90%.
rating.
Yeah.
I don't know about 90%, right? But 70% just because of partisanship, but he would be wildly popular. I mean, the thing is, I don't think the American people expect you to like have a magic wand and fix everything. And look, is this gonna fix everything? No. In housing market, no. But at least it gives a sense of like, I am focused on this. I am not just making Venezuela great again. I am doing Netanyahu's bidding and like thinking of bombing 10 other countries. I hear your concerns and I'm doing something, and something that, a wealthy, powerful interest in this country are not going to be happy about. So look, all the caveats, we'll see what happens if it comes to, he can't do it really through an executive order. It would have to go through Congress. You're going to have lots of lobbying from a lot of well-heeled institutions that will be, funneling money to a bunch of Republicans in particular, since they're in control, but plenty of Democrats too, to make sure that this never happens. So there's still a long way to go before we get this. But, the idea, yes, let's do it. And look, I don't want to understate, because there's a lot of like, I think overall permanent capital only owns like 1% of the housing stock, et cetera. But if you look at D4, there are certain places in the country where there's been a concentrated effort, and it has had a real impact. So put D4 up on the screen, guys. This is the map. You can see actually Florida is one of the hot spots for this sort of buying up of housing. So you can see areas in the country where it's fairly concentrated activity. And the thing is, when you have these large institutional investors come in, they can pay in all cash. And they can just come in and it's like not a hassle. And so even if they're not outbidding you, they're...
At Burger King, you inspire the menu. Try the Ultimate Steakhouse Whopper today.
able to do this with such ease and with cash up front that it's very appealing for a lot of sellers. So you will no longer have that particular entity competing with you in the housing market if this all actually comes to pass.
That's right. Let's put the next one up there on the screen, D5, about the stock hit. You know, Blackstone took a huge hit, their 9% drop immediately with this announcement. This is exactly, you know, what I would like to see. And, to bolster your point, it's very disingenuous to just for people to say, oh, only 1%. It's like, guys, it also matters by population, where people live, how it shapes the market. By the way, keep in mind, that graphic you put up was only people who own 100 single-family homes. 100. So if you own, even 20, I mean, think about what a large landlord that you already are. You're rolling in it from that point forward. So it is totally, belies the point. And it's very obvious housing has been a play for a lot of these, from small to giant private equity giants, that they've been getting involved in. Griffin actually found a good one as well. Can we put D3 up there on the screen? What you can see in front of you is it's not just it's single family homes, but 9% of residential land. And it's well understood that land and the connection to the housing market is deeply connected, not only in terms of speculation, but literally the ability to buy. And what you can see in front of you are so many different localities which have a significant population, especially in the city of New York. I mean, these are very populous places. A lot of places in Florida, some of the growing areas there in the United States. So I think that the people, because I've seen quite a bit of YIMBY critique of this, there's like an abundance kind of idea that actually it's a good thing for more housing stock or for more money to be involved in housing. But like, this has always been my critique of that movement, is it belies individuality, Americanness, pursuit of the American dream, and of that ability to attain wealth. It's not just a place where you park your bags, put your bags. It's a place where you raise your children, and it also gives you at least a bit of a, lift into being able to attain some level of wealth and potential forced savings and accumulation over a long period of your life, which is ultimately why the house in and of itself is such an important financial asset. It's not just, you don't invest in it or buy.
I was so confused when I was younger of like people buying houses just to flip them. I'm like, you buy a house to live in. What other reason do you have to buy a house? How naive I was.
One simply, just because you have to have a place to live, you have to have one, and it's a forced savings mechanism, which over a period of time can appreciate marginally, that you own equity in, that can then propel you to a next or a different step, potentially, if you want to pass it on to your children or any of that. So I do think it is very, very important. Good policy. Hope it actually becomes a thing.
I hope so too, and I like the sentiment that people live in houses, not corporations, and if we can get that ethos, that's a real start in terms of sort of really focusing on what houses are supposed to be about. They're not just for financial speculation. It's supposed to be about, people actually living there. So we'll 100%, we'll give them credit 100%. On this one.
Let's do the defense contractor one quickly, just because I think it's interesting. D2, can we put that up there on the screen, guys? This was a truth that the president put out. He said, all executive pay packages in the defense industry are exorbitant and unjustifiable, given how these companies are delivering vital equipment. He is saying there, no executive should be allowed to make in the excess of $5 million, which is as high as it sounds, is a mere fraction of what they are making now. Additionally, maintenance repair equipment, once sold, is far too slow, must be immediately enhanced. As president, I am demanding maintenance be spot on and on time. Therefore, I will not permit dividends or stock buybacks for defense companies until such time as these problems are rectified.
What the fuck is happening to him? Did Zoran slip in some of this shit in that meeting? This is amazing.
Likewise, for salaries and executive compensations, military equipment is not being made fast enough. So, look, I think this is good. Banning stock buybacks for defense companies, capping their salary. We'll remember the outrage, Crystal, during the Great Recession when Wall Street gave all of its guys bonuses immediately after bailouts. Like you said, if you could just do stuff like this, it would be great. It really would.
Yeah, absolutely. and not up the defense budget to $1.5 trillion, which is
Right,
another
yeah, we
thing
can
that he
talk about
proposed. We'll probably put that in.
Unfortunately, their stocks did surge because of that, and did not take a hit as a result of this. But
Yeah,
1.5 trillion.
I'm more skeptical of this one just because, first of all, there's no way in hell Congress would pass something like that. Not a chance. Defense industry has Congress on lock. And number two, you know, okay, maybe direct compensation is $5 million. What about the stock packages, which is where they make most of their money? I don't know. We'll see. We'll see on this one. All right, guys, we broke a record for our A block, and it was like an hour and a half. So
yeah, look, we'll see. But that home one is pretty good. All right. What's this? Woman who thinks about killing her abusive husband with a revolver may have a double meaning. All right, fair. Toxic masculinity. Talking about that. This is my Rage Against the Machine reaction. Ugh. Do we want to fucking get into it? All right, let's do this Adin Ross shit, because I'm pissed. I'm still pissed off that a video got taken down. Ooh, Fantano promoting some Venezuelan music. Hell yeah, dude. Very sick. But let's check this out.
This season, you've got play.
Little fun drama break before we get into the heavier shit.
Why is a streamer beefing with a rapper? That's the question. Hi everyone, Anthony Fantano here, internet's busiest music nerd. And it seems like 2026 is not starting out with a bang, but a gigantic wet fart, cause the biggest controversy in the music industry currently is the raging hate boner that streamer, online gambler, and guy who peaked in high school, Adin Ross, has for Doechii. Now, whether you know it or not, 2026 is actually going to be a make or break year for the rapper, singer, songwriter, who is coming off of a lot of building momentum behind her breakout mixtape, Alligator Bites Never Heal, which snowballed into a really impressive run of viral songs, music videos, live performances, as well as award wins.
I don't have a reaction to
and
that,
as good as many of those moments have been, personally, I'm kind of hoping this is just the beginning. I've been hearing potential in Doechii's work for years now, really since her She, Her, Black Bitch EP from 2022, and now I feel like she's finally getting the buzz that she deserves. But her sudden growth in visibility over the past few years has also brought a lot of undue and intense hate and claims about her success that don't even fully make sense, and are also easily debunked with a quick Google search, like her being an industry plant. Because for years, Doechii was actually releasing music and even vlogging in relative obscurity, and while true, she is signed to one of the best rap labels out there today, Top Dog Entertainment, and has a viable music industry connections, if TDE actually had the power to just turn Doechii into an overnight success, why didn't they do that back in 2022? And also, why aren't they doing that for every other artist on the label sitting around or below 1 million monthly listeners on Spotify? Could it be that Top Dog doesn't just have the magical power to make any artist famous that they want, and maybe Doechii started blowing up because she was making music that actually resonated with people, mixed with some good marketing? Right time, right place maybe too? But these very simple and obvious explanations just don't seem to convince the very loud group of people who don't really believe the hype. And their number in size seems to have kind of quadrupled, especially since this old remix that Doechii did of Gautier's Somebody That I Used to Know got an official commercial release. You guys may know the song as Anxiety. It's a song I like, but one that has understandably rubbed a lot of people the wrong way, either due to the subject matter.
What up, Ghost Dog? How you doing?
What's going on? We're streaming on YouTube today. Figured I'd switch it up. Wanted to try the multi-stream. Couldn't do all three. Couldn't do Twitch, YouTube, and YouTube Shorts. So we're just doing YouTube and YouTube Shorts. But welcome on in. I can see both chats. The YouTube Shorts one might be a little more delayed for me because I'm literally just have the stream up. But welcome on in. We're playing Ball Pit. We're watching some news. This is Adin Ross versus Doechii. I don't know why Adin Ross wants to pick a fight when he can't rap. But he's trying to get some clout off hating on black women because that's an age-old American tradition, unfortunately.
Of the song or the attachment that people have to the original that keeps them from being able to see it in any other context. Personally, I'm convinced that if Doechii did the same exact vocal line and the same exact bars over a totally different beat, most people probably wouldn't mind it. However, the Gautier song being so prominent within Doechii's track was probably part of the reason the labels were willing to push this song. So I guess you got to take the bad with the good. What I mean by bad is this level of popularity that has drawn the eyes and ears of all of these streamer dumbasses. Ones like Adin Ross who sniff trafficker chairs for clout. And why?
Bro, I put that in my video that got taken down. Okay? I said I know 3 things about Adin Ross. He loves Trump, he's sniffed a chair, and he streams. Oh, no. The third one was he's getting sued along with Drake for the stake betting site that's involved with Kick. So he and Drake are there's a lawsuit against them. So those are the only 3 things I know about this guy. And also, I guess 4 now that he's beefing with Doechii. Or a one-sided beef. Or it was a one-sided beef. And is now, she responded in that song that she made, Girl Get Up. Which I recommend you go listen to. It's a great song.
Now, there are numerous online commentators from what I've seen that have said some pretty out-of-pocket stuff about Doechii. Adin is the first, to my knowledge, to really have a big public meltdown over her. Weirdly enough, it was over this silly-ass clip of Doechii yelling for umbrellas.
Oh, no. Another one. Right there. And another one. Three more umbrellas. All right, make a path, everyone. Clear a path. Move. Clear a path here. Clear a path. Do not let that one umbrella. I will not.
Apparently, this took part at the Met Gala last year, and apparently this was all for Doechii to hide herself so that she could make her way to the Met Gala red carpet for the final reveal of her look and her outfit. Now, look, personally, this is not really an event I pay super close attention to every year, and there are a lot of things worth critiquing around the Met Gala itself and celebrity culture.
Yeah.
But this is such a stupidly misunderstood moment. It's hard to believe that it went as viral as it did in terms of it being like a bad look and a PR nightmare for Doechii. Not to get nerdy about it, but think about all of the PR people and stylists and designers that put in hours of work in order to make sure a look at something like the Met Gala goes off without a hitch. If Doechii stepped out of the elevator and said, I don't give a take as many pictures of me as you want, that would be more disrespect to her team and everybody who worked to make her look the way that she did than demanding that somebody cover her and that somebody get an umbrella to prevent it from being spoiled. That would actually be shitting on everybody's efforts in that situation. And if you didn't notice, there are other people on her team too, at least several who are yelling as well. Like, I've worked at a restaurant for years, and when, you're there rush hour, dinner time, I've heard people yell for help over less. Get me this, get me that, get me this other thing. Like, really? We're gonna flip out over that? I mean, even Adin Ross's reaction led to him calling her entitled and an industry plant.
As CIO, I connected our teams through Jira AI-powered teamwork software.
Don't get me started on that. Don't get me started on that industry plant. Doechii, the umbrella clip pissed me off. What an entitled, unintelligent piece of shit she is, bro. She stole someone that I used to know. She makes no good music. She's horrible. She has zero talent.
He got so heated over this. Later, Adin admitted to having allegedly lost a bag and I guess some advertising or brand deals due to the Doechii hate he was drumming up. Now, as much as Adin did make a lot of hay out of the situation, truth be told, he's just one voice in a growing chorus of Doechii haters whose fans pull up in their respective chats and clap like seals whenever they throw hate her way. And if you're the kind of person like me who is, kind of constantly checking in on whatever music discourse is on the internet day to day, you do see a lot of like random and outsized Doechii hate. Now, finally, at the start of 2026 now, Doechii has seen fit to put out a new song that is not only kind of getting fans ready for that eventual album release this year, the project that is really going to define how Doechii's career is going to move forward from here for the next 5 to 10 years. But more importantly, this track is titled Girl Get...
He's mad at her performing for wanted to put on a show. Yeah, basically. Because again, like, it makes sense what he said. She's at the Met Gala. If you're a celebrity at the Met Gala, you're effectively a mannequin for whatever fashion designer you're teaming with and makeup artists and whatever. You're there to display their stuff. So, yeah, it's their work that you're trying to hide and go like, yeah, we have to hide me until I get to the red carpet. Makes sense. But yeah, and then he's like, because if you have heard that song Anxiety, which I didn't even realize, I'm like, oh yeah, it is somebody that I used to know. It's so iconic, that song. He goes, all she did was like take that song. Dude, that's been my criticism of rap my entire life, and I've been wrong. You're just taking other people's music. Where's your instruments? Where's your guitars? Where's your drums? You don't have it. You just take other people's music, mix it together into a beat, and then you call it your own. And again, that's my incorrect, ignorant criticism of hip-hop and rap as a genre. Until I was like, oh, no. This does take skill. This is creating something new. Blah, blah, and of course, everything I've learned this past year and a half or whatever about rap music. So, again, one of the easiest ways for me to recognize that someone's an idiot is if they say some kind of criticism that I would have had when I know I was ignorant. That's how I knew when I started watching the news that I'm like, oh no. I think I agree with MSNBC more than I agree with Fox. I think I'm left wing. Oh no. Because Fox would just make these arguments that I would make in class when I'm just being a contrarian asshole and I don't actually know what I'm talking about. And I'm like, oh no, seeing that spoken through the TV as if this is a real position and this is a legitimate argument. I'm like, oh no. That's the stuff I would say when I'm just trying to be an asshole in class. Oh God. Oh no. Maybe there is no adults.
It Up features a very solid chorus from SZA, and the bars in its 3 verses address a lot of the negativity that's been getting thrown her way. Honestly, the way I see the song, it's a very accurate and completely non-specific way of taking head on all the stuff that people have been saying about her. And again, this has been very...
Ghost Dog, it's not just taking and plenty of hip-hop artists play with the bag. Yeah. Exactly. Again, this is... A lot of it comes from my dad, right? I'm half white, half black, half Christian, half Jewish. My dad, black Christian, never liked rap. To the point where my dad didn't like Will Smith, like the Fresh Prince show, because he thought it was too minstrelly. He was like tap dancing for the white man. And he didn't like rap because it was like bad stereotypes, reinforcing bad stereotypes of black people as criminals and gangsters and whatnot. And my dad was in a band, and he loves like Led Zeppelin, AC/DC, like Ozzy Osbourne. So like he has a real thing of like, I literally learned how to play the guitar, and you guys are just taking songs and then clipping out pieces of them and putting them together into something that I don't consider music. That's boomer shit, and it ingrained upon me. So growing up, I'm like, that's not real music. It's bullshit, blah, blah, blah. I like Eminem, because Eminem talks about how much he hates his mom and his life, and he's broke, and blah, 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 blah. So I'm like, all right, I'll give him a pass. But everybody else, I don't really like you. But yeah, again, I've learned since, no, it is real music. They do make their own beats, their own songs. There are some rap is completely original, you know, so I have learned. But Adin hasn't. Adin hasn't learned.
Very broad, has been said by a lot of different people. It's sad to say, but these comments are not unique to one single person. And there are a lot of dudes out here in hip hop, in music broadly, with very falsely inflated careers and botted streams who should be getting this kind of criticism instead, but it's Doechii getting it? Look, case in point, the song isn't even about Adin Ross, but Adin saw this song and said, you know what? This is about me. If Doechii's addressing her haters, this track is about me because I am the #1 Doechii hater, Adin Ross.
She came at me very first. And you guys can say it wasn't intended to.
Very first.
It was.
And he even recorded this hot diarrhea straight from an ass song with child Case Haver 6ix9ine and some other loser who you can see here reacting to 6ix9ine having a child case.
Tekashi 6ix9ine sentenced to 4-year probation.
I'm gonna keep it a buck, bro. He showed me the most love out of 97% of the people I've ever had on stream. On God, motherfucker calls me up randomly, 3 a.m., 2 a.m. What you doing? Let's gamble. Like,
let's gamble.
Yeah, real cool dude.
Yeah, let's gamble. Let's gamble. That thing that you're being sued over, let's do that.
There. Anyway, yeah, the song exists, and it's about as cringe as you can imagine. I will leave it to Austin to decide how much of it you will get tortured with right here.
You know I'm a Jew. You know I'm a Sue. No Doechii. No Doechii.
Sorry, guys, I'm not in a very merciful mood. Well, I gotta skip it. I don't want to get pulled down on my very first YouTube stream. Yeah, the new ASAP, which I made a reaction to. That song was cool, and it's got Winona Ryder in the video.
Has just been going crazy. And Adin has just been going crazy.
I go that dumb fat. Sorry, she's not fat, dude. That's stupid, smelly. Look at her monthly listeners right now. That went from 60 million to 20 million.
She blew up.
For what? For
making
what?
music,
cradling.
What?
When the sawdust settles and the engine finally roars, the thing you care about most.
I don't get it. Did this woman steal more money from you than Playboy Cardi did? Did she run over your dog? Did she piss in your Baja Blast? Like, I'm not here to be a hypocrite and police. Dog, this woman steal more money from...
Playboy Cardi reflects on streaming with Adin Ross. Nothing negative. He's just not my type. Cardi dropped off his long-awaited album.
You than Playboy Cardi did? Did she run over your dog? Did she piss in your Baja Blast? Like, I'm not here to be a hypocrite and police anybody's speech per se, because Lord knows I don't have the cleanest mouth in the world, and sometimes sure I can get kind of mean, but what is this man's obsession with this woman? Why is he so angry at her? Why is he so pissed directly at her? It's almost as if there's some kind of bias there.
This dirty, that's kind of like he's referring to a race.
I don't speak to only black girls as dirty. Look up when I talk about Wendy Ortiz. Same thing.
So Adin is really going scorched earth right now, and it's getting to the point where a lot of people in the music industry are kind of tired of seeing it. For example, you have LA heavy hitter, artist, and commentator Glasses Malone.
Yeah, no, he doesn't understand, bro. Because also, it's not just going to be like rappers who stick up for her or other musicians or whatever. It's going to be like people see, you know, dude, I get nervous streaming where I'm like, I don't know, people might see me on the street and like, what if What if one of these people who I talk about, like Quartering or Asmongold or, you know, Adin Ross or whatever, sees one of my clips and is like, fuck that guy. And then one of their crazy fans sees me out in the street. Like, I get nervous. I can only imagine how Hassan feels. Or like, you know, Sean the Black or some of these bigger, you know, Sam Cedar even. Sam Cedar used to go on Fox News with Janine Garofalo and they'd get like threatened in the street. I don't have money for bodyguards. But like this motherfucker, there's gonna be people out looking for him.
About what you think is happening. I don't give if you.
Oh, got it. So this could do something to me, right? But so I just have to sit here and take it because I'm the white man, right? I'm the white man.
You're not finna be sitting up there just talking shit about that black woman.
Well, just did again 30 times.
On God, bro. And I'm
on God, bro. I just did.
And if you keep doing it, I'm gonna start pressing all the around you.
Cool. Do it. I don't give a.
I'm not gonna press you because I don't know where you at and I don't know how to get to you. But
oh well, if you do come to me and you do try to get at me, I'm gonna have you arrested, sir. I'm gonna actually just have you in handcuffs. So.
And rather than take this man's words to heart and, you know, maybe chill out and stop and think, hey, maybe I've taken it far enough, Adin has instead decided to call Glasses Malone a fat simp.
You won't admit it, you're a simp. You're fat as f. She's not gonna f you, fat. I don't know what to tell you. This falling off podcast of you. Look at these two old heads. Can you guys go take care of your kids? Please, guys, it's actually getting embarrassing. You guys have children. I know you do. You probably have multiple baby mamas. I'm not stupid.
Hold on. I gotta pause this because Screwface Jean, another awesome music creator who I've learned so much from the past 2 years. Adin will talk tough and watch him never fly through LAX again. Yeah, like Drake too. Screwface Jean, highly recommend a follow for him. Notice the first thing Adin did to try to insult Glasses Malone was put a bunch of racist stereotypes on him. This dude said G don't take care of his kids and got a bunch of baby mamas. Here's the kicker. Glasses doesn't have kids or a baby mother. He just saw a black man and assumed all of that. That's what he thinks of us. Adin got called out for being racist and clapped back with more racism. Also, by the way, I got a follow from Anthony Fantano the other day. Happy about that. Waiting on the follow from Screw. I'll get it eventually. I got a follow from Curtis King too, another fucking fantastic music reviewer and musician in himself. Like Screwface Jean and Curtis King, they've done collabs together. Fantastic. They're both rappers, and they do like really good songs. Like they're really good. I made a reaction to one of Curtis's songs and a couple of Screwface's songs because Screwface was named in Drake's lawsuit against UMG. Like as one of the, you know, he said like, oh, a lot of creators were like paid to hype up Not Like Us and whatever. And he named specifically Screwface Jean. So Screwface, being a battle rapper, put out a diss track when that happened, and then put out another diss track after the lawsuit was dropped by the judge. So, you know, I made reactions to those. And I think maybe one other. Oh, he did a song about academics, DJ Academics, called Acadiddy, because of weird stuff that Academics has done.
And has also said he's called the cops. There's even a clip here of him on the phone with DJ Academics whining and crying about the whole situation.
And I've already contacted police about that. I'm not a street rapper. Why don't these guys go slide on their ops? Go slide for their people and go after their ops. Don't worry about me, the little Jewish streamer kid.
Why don't they all just go slide on their ops?
Jewish?
The little Jewish streamer.
Donald Trump is set to be interviewed by streamer Adin Ross, who has hosted white nationalists and neo-Nazis. Ross is linked to white nationalist Nick Fuentes, who Trump dined with in 22. I would have... Look, as a fellow racially ambiguous motherfucker, I feel for that. I too am half Jewish. I would have pegged him for Mexican. Or again, this is my Americanism. South American or Latino.
That would have been my guess if you asked me to guess his race. Like Fuentes. But I did not see Jewish. Although Ross, I guess, is pretty Jewish name.
Kid.
Why don't they all just go slide on their ops? Because you know what? Real gangsters move in silence. Yeah, I think Adin has bit off a little bit more than he could chew. And nobody with 2 brain cells likes it. Even Joe Budden apparently would like to see this man get beat up.
Also, Joe Budden, you're a pussy. F you. Let's link up. You know where I'm at. I got police with me, too. I ain't gonna lie, Joe Budden, I got police with me, and I'm in your city. What's good? What do you want to do?
And
I got police with me. The tough talk of someone with police with him. What the fuck? What a loser.
You know what? If this creates a broader conversation around misogyny in the hip-hop industry and whether or not it's a good idea to basically allow Adin Ross to hate on any artist he wants for whatever reason he wants, I think that's a good thing. Because if you care about music and you're actually critiquing music or a song from a constructive place, or the criticisms at least that you have centers on the music itself, I mean, I know I'm not a perfect person and I'm not like the most well-informed critic in the world and I make mistakes for sure, but I'm not out here with no provocation whatsoever calling artists dirty and smelly, because that's just uncalled for and so unnecessary and doesn't make sense. It doesn't benefit anyone, fix anything, or contribute to any kind of net positive. And I hate that the words and actions of people like Adin Ross end up inflaming this discourse about whether or not white people or people outside of hip-hop culture should be able to have any sort of thoughts or opinions on the music or certain songs, certain albums, whatever. Because, like, this dude is obviously going about it in the most toxic way possible. And it's also not even just a matter of Adin being an alien and an outsider within hip-hop culture. The guy doesn't even give a fuck about music. Like, the only reason he says he likes Drake's music is because Drake pays him. Okay, jumping in for an update. Now, all of a sudden, Adin is going to be donating $100,000 to underprivileged communities in LA. How exactly he's going to implement this right now is not fully entirely clear.
That these people that want to fight so hard about certain shit, why don't you guys do anything good for where you come from? I give out $100,000 to my city. I'm going to give out $100,000 to a lot of other people's businesses and stuff. Why can't they do it too?
But the thing is, Adin's intentions behind doing this are purposefully opaque, because he's clearly offering this donation as a means of getting all of his critics off of his back right now. But simultaneously, he's avoiding acknowledging that his own behavior and own words have put him in this situation. And is saying that, you know, those who have been criticizing him, he encourages them to donate money in the same way that he is right now. Which, again, he's just pretending he's doing it randomly out of the goodness of his own heart almost. He wants to save face
Threatening
for all of his
people with
annoying,
donations.
stupid, prepubescent fans who don't want to see him apologize and think he's in the right by virtue of him kind of mirroring
But even
their
donating the
idiocy
money is an
because they
apology.
see themselves in him.
If I'm an Adin
so
fan,
they
I'm
don't
like,
want
why
to
are you
see
giving
him
that money
take
to
an L
poor
here.
blacks?
Either way, very sad,
Black
pitiful
kids.
stuff. I'm gonna leave it there. Over here next to my head, another video that you can check out. Y'all are the best.
Oh yeah, so let's check out this Drake thing. Well, yeah, let's do that.
I promise to love you, to feed you the food you deserve.
Blue Buffalo started with a promise to feed our dog Blue the highest quality ingredients, and it lives on in every bowl you fill.
I promise to be your best friend forever.
Game day.
Let's mute that.
Who it is. Hope you guys are doing well. Maybe you missed the news, maybe you didn't, but this past week.
Actually, let's check out Screw, because Screw probably has a shorter video on this.
Well, yeah. Alright, so So Adin Ross is panicking, calls cops, lost deal, gives money after being pressed, right? That we just heard that. There's a lot about this. Okay, this is it. So here's some background. Here's some background. Here's Screw. Again, highly recommend following him. Also, where do I go? Also, follow me over on YouTube and follow this. I wrote this twice. This space is what it looks like, folks. If you're watching, if you found me, if you're scrolling through shorts, sign up for this space. We got shorts. But yeah, let's go through this Drake video here.
Very sore loser once said, "You might just get hit with the Rico." Ladies and gentlemen, we are 48 hours into 2026. 48. And we already got Doechii putting belt to Adin. Come here. Girl, get up. And now we got Drake and Adin Ross in a brand new Rico. Listen, before we even get into this, let me explain to some people who might be new and might think or might not have known my history with Drake or whatever, or why I got a real issue with him. You know, because some people might think, oh, you mad at him just because he lost a battle. No. Not only that, but the stuff that he was doing was attempting to kind of destroy hip-hop and battle rap. And not only that, but Drake, for all the people who don't know, Drake literally put me into the paperwork of that battle. Of that lawsuit. He literally put my name in it. So if this was in real life, it would be worse, trust me. So I'm just playing with him. So that's where we're going to be, you know what I mean? So let's get into this. Drake, Adin Ross, according to Rolling Stones, Drake and Adin Ross use online casino money for artificial and streamed flates. For artificial streaming lawsuit claims. New class action lawsuit alleges a racketeering conspiracy that preyed on consumers. Lord have mercy. You want to know what karma is? And you want to know how you know karma is real? Because two rappers had a battle. One rapper got embarrassed and took it to the law. Took it to litigation, right? Since that, and he's lost miserably. Since that, the rapper who went to the litigation side has been hit with back to back to back to back. He gonna be going in and out of court cases and trying to appeal things, and did it for a long time. And he didn't technically sue Kendrick, but the person who made the song that he started the lawsuit over really hasn't had any issues since. And that's why ducking your taco, I think, is a great strategy. Let's read. Come on, Drake. Come on, Adin. Huh? A new class action lawsuit filed by two consumers in Virginia accusing music superstar Drake and streamer Adin Ross and a third man based in Australia. Let me find out y'all got a secret. Wait a minute. Huh?
Is that why Drake was in Australia?
Luring users into real money
when the beef was happening
on the casino platform Stake US as a part of racketeering conspiracy that allegedly used proceeds to artificially inflate stream counts for Drake's catalog. So Drake's been getting a lot of legal actions and stuff like that happen to him. Now, let me just keep it real. Excuse me. Do I think this will go further? I don't know. I've said this about all the ones that have came from consumers in different cities. I don't know where this will go. I don't know what this will mean, but what I do know is it's causing an avalanche effect. What I do know is there's something, people definitely believe there's something going on. Now, all the other lawsuits up to this point that I've seen have been more like Drake and Adin Ross were grooming young people to go do illegal gambling because you're not supposed to if you're a certain age. Shout out to Professor Sky who coined the term gambling groomer. That's what most...
Oh, Professor Sky is also very good. Gambling groomer. Yeah. This is why Kick exists, by the way. Because on Twitch,
streamers were using like digital slot machines from some of these companies like Stake and I don't know, others. I don't know offhand gambling company names. FanDuel, whatever. But they were also doing it with like loot boxes in games like CSGO, Counter-Strike. And by doing it on screen and like winning and like, oh my God, the dopamine, it encourages the viewers to try it themselves. That's what streaming does, video game streaming does. That's why video game companies, for the most part, have been smart and not like being like, oh, I'm claiming this video and taking it down while you're playing StarCraft or while you're playing Call of Duty or while you're playing Mario, because we recognize that it's essentially free advertising and it encourages people to buy the game. So they don't say, hey, you can't use our game footage in your video, because they easily recognize, oh, this helps sell the games. So because of that, and Twitch deciding, hey, we don't want people encouraging gambling to an audience that is broadly young on this platform, we're going to ban that. And so another company decided, we'll just make our own streaming site where you can do that. And that's where Kick came from. And also like hot tub streams and, you know, girls in bikinis and whatnot. You know, all the like lurid stuff that's on Twitch is like more so over there on Kick. It's also where, you know, in addition to Rumble, where people who get banned off Twitch will go to those platforms and go, okay, now I can say slurs and stuff or whatever.
This one is alleging not only did he do that, but he took the money from that and used it to inflate his numbers. Now, I think that obviously the streaming numbers, I think, is more about the Drake side, and the gambling, grooming and stuff is more like Adin's side, because I don't think Adin has to do with the inflating Drake's numbers. And is this true? I don't know. But is this crazy and just damn near comedy with how much this karmatic effect right now? Boy, Drake, you done opened up Pandora's box. And you know what they say about that? Ain't no closing. Let me ISO cam so y'all can read this in big. The lawsuit filed in federal court in Virginia claims that 3 men worked with Stake to prey upon consumers, unlawfully exposing them to substantial risk of gambling addiction. Damn. So yeah, there's that. You gambling, grooming. And
yeah, I also wonder where so this is from Virginia, this lawsuit, because I remember years ago, EA Games put out Star Wars Battlefront 2, and in it they had loot boxes that you could buy, and some of the unlockables were characters, weapons, methods to advance in the game itself. And a bunch of European countries, I think the EU itself maybe, like banned it and was like, no, you can't do this. You can't have this in the game. You have to change how it works. And so they made it so that the loot boxes don't give you essential items and you don't have to pay for like unlocking characters and stuff.
Well-being. The plaintiff says they were influenced to participate in Stake's predatory gambling environment after viewing Drake's paid promotion of the site, including live stream gambling sessions and giveaways. Now, here's the issue. Whenever you start going into gambling, whenever you start going into that stuff, a lot of people leaned into it. And it was going to be an issue. The bubble bursted. Once I said once the whole NBA thing went down, the Gilbert Arena stuff, I said, oh, the block don't get hot on this gambling. Watch. The block don't get hot, and the block has gotten scorching. Because I also feel like with the new gambling stuff, with online stuff, we were in a little bit of a legal gray area. Because it is true that if you have somebody who the majority of their audience is a certain age, and you have them promote that thing, and that thing is literally illegal to their age, you could kind of assume you're creating an environment where two people who are too young are participating in things before they're the age of doing it. No. If Umizoomi, y'all know I got a kid. If Umizoomi started promoting guns, like just like gun sellers in legal states, like that would still be like, wait a minute, man. How you Umizoomi can't start Miss Rachel can't start promoting Hennessy, man? Like that's what I'm saying. So it's like yes, technically legal.
I just got this image in my head of a commercial of Miss Rachel with like Hennessy, like those old Billy D. Williams Colt 45 commercials. That would be fucking hilarious.
But who are you promoting this to? And is it legal to promote it to this group of people? That's that legal gray area. And I'm just saying, once you get to suing people, ain't nobody gonna feel sorry for battles. Ain't nobody gonna feel sorry for you. And let me say this.
Turn up with Miss Rachel.
Is not the issue. There's a lot of times when you're going against a company, you're going against a bigger dog, and there's something that they genuinely did to hurt you or make it so you can't get something. That's different. There's genuine things of that. There's not, just a rapper taking somebody to court isn't what we're talking about. That's not a problem. I have no problem with that if it's legitimate. The issue I have is a rapper taking a record label to court because a song was too popular. What? What? Anyway, and I know people are like, that's not really, that is exactly what he sued for. You can word it the way you want, but he literally said in the thing, basically he didn't think, I don't know how it got this popular. It must be cheating. I swear, a random person on Academic Stream said so. Oh, I can't wait. Man, I hope they get all you niggas. Yeah, man. I don't care. I don't like, you feel me? Y'all be doing too much of the extras, you feel me? According to the complaint, Drake's Ross, an Australian national identified as George Nguyen. Oh, this is the dude who runs that academics TV channel who be wild racist and be saying anti-black stuff and was outed to be an Australian national who was nowhere near. Wow. Oh yeah, get them all. Yeah, put them all in there. Let me find out. Acted as zealous promoters of stake in exchange for payment and access to the platform, which lawsuit describes as covert money transferring conduit. Jesus. Stake, which is owned by Sweepstakes Ltd. in Cyprus and operates Stake US from offices in Dallas. Ross and Nguyen did not immediately respond to the request for comment, and representative for Drake declined to comment. Well, see?
If you're just getting into jewelry, I always say start with the essentials. The tennis, the Cuban, the rope. These chains are clean enough to be worn.
This is what happened.
I got my
you wanted
chains.
to be in
I
it,
don't
didn't
need
you?
no more chains.
Oh yeah, you not faceless no more. You're not nameless no more. Niggas know who you are. You might as well just show your face and have your name be your name. You in it now. Welcome. So, like I said, I don't know how much of this. Either they have a lock solid case, and Drake and Adin and Stake about to have a really tough couple years here, or they kind of don't. But regardless, I like I said, I asked, what responsibility does somebody have if they have an audience that's a certain age and they promote to their audience something that is illegal for that age to do or consume? How much responsibility do they have once one of their underage fans does that?
I mean, look, we're long past the time of magazines now, but I used to get like Nintendo Power magazine. It would be weird if they had cigarette ads or alcohol ads in Nintendo Power. Similar kind of thing.
You dig what I'm saying? And I'm not even saying this is Drake. I'm saying that I'm saying this more as, first of all, Drake, the whole gambling thing is weird, so Drake gonna get thrown in it. It's because I don't know what Drake's demographic is. I don't think Drake's demographic skews young. Regardless, it would be illegal if you're promoting in the states that it's illegal to promote it in. That's why I said Drake kind of moves. If there's something to this, Drake, if there's literally something to this, Drake, I have to give Drake one of the dumbest niggas ever award. I have to. If there's something to this, Drake, you have to accept your I am one of the dumbest niggas awards ever. Like, it has to be. It has to be. It has to be somebody on your team who doesn't realize you're Drake or something. Like, bro, maybe we shouldn't. But like I said, they might not have anything. So but it's more with the Adin Ross. Like, bro, you know what your audience is. You know how your audience skews. So Drake could be promoting it. You're both doing it illegally, promoting in states that aren't. But yours is a bit more sinister because they're both sinister because they're both acting like Drake. I'm pretty sure allegedly was saying stuff about acting like he had his money and it was really stakes money. That's predatory shit. But I always go, what responsibility does Adin Ross have for one of his young viewers not even knowing about stake until Adin Ross puts it in their face and then they do it? Does he have any? He might not have any, or he might have all of it, or it might be somewhere in the middle. I don't know. Let's get back to this RICO. The lawsuit filed by LaShawn Riddle and Tiffany Hines alleged that 3 men used Stake's user-to-user tipping feature to directly transfer money among themselves. The complaint characterized that programs as an unlimited and wholly unregulated money transmitter that appears to exist outside the oversight of any financial regulator. Ooh, Lord have mercy. So basically they're saying
it's also crypto,
alleging that
too.
you use loopholes to try to get through certain financial legal things and transferring the money. That's why I said it's like, even with me, right? Once this whole gambling thing started, it was a gray area. I had a deal with Underdog, right? And then it came, and because everybody's doing it, I was like, oh, okay, cool. And there came a time where I had to go, wait a minute, because I didn't even think about it. And with the money they're offering, I just didn't even think. And there came a time where I had to go, well, wait a minute. This kind of weird, no? So let me just leave this. I don't even know if this is right or wrong. I don't know, so we'll figure it out later. So that's kind of one of the reasons I was done with it. But like, that's one of the things I have to keep asking myself. And that's one thing I ask for a lot of people. And my demographic probably doesn't skew anywhere near as young as Adin Ross's. So, but I have enough young people that I go, let me find it.
Screw is way more wholesome than Adin Ross.
They can do where it's not gambling and they can maybe still get chicken. The complaint characterizes the program as an unlimited and I already read that. It further alleges that the funds were later used to finance fraudulent streams for Drake's music and amplification campaigns that at time targeted competitors with disagreeing content. I'm gonna say something. I watched this video, and it said the whole fans' obsession about inflating numbers or faking streams is Drake's creation. Drake, this is gonna be a part of your legacy. You didn't know that eventually the rabbit was gonna have the gun. You never thought the rabbit was gonna have the gun. You're the one who made people now. They're gonna keep
I understand
saying
that Bugs Bunny analogy.
When 21 Savage lost like damn near 40,000 streams, we are hyper sensitive to that now because of you. Just like I believe 50 Cent helped make the fan base and the casual person more hyper focused on album sales in general and what the RIAA was in general. This is your 50 Cent moment. From now on, Botton Street, you're the one who introduced the conversation. You just didn't know it was going to get used against you, huh? Damn. Golly. The karma. This is Shakespearean. This is Shakespearean. Like, what? At the heart of the scheme, Drake acting directly through willing and knowledgeable co-conspirators. Oh, and by the way, this is what I was going to say. Now.
Yeah, so Drake faked the streams and accused
I always say
Kendrick of it.
You know, like I said, with a grain of salt, I don't know if any of this is actually a thing, but I think some people are looking at this like it's a bunch of like kids just writing up lawsuits. But you got to understand, they had to find some sort of legal representation. And the legal representation had to have looked at it and deemed it fit to actually go at. So if this many lawyers or legal reps or legal advisors are helping these people write these lawsuits and doing this stuff, what they're telling you is enough lawyers believe there's something there where it's worth going in.
Life is busy, but you want to move up in your career with an accounting degree. Between long workdays and family responsibilities, you may think it's impossible.
Yeah, the camera just said, yeah, that's it's dark. You know? It's dark. You feel me? It's dark. So, oh Lord. Has deployed automated bots and streaming farms to artificially inflate plays counts of his music across major platforms such as Spotify. The complaint alleges echoing claims made in a recent lawsuit against Spotify. This manipulation has suppressed authentic artists and narrow consumers' access to genuine
Shakespearean
content
feels like an
under
understatement
the
for
integrity
sure.
of curated experience. Now, I think I could be wrong, but I think that might be the RBX from RBX's lawsuit. And it's not another thing. It's not just a bunch of little kids trying to do lawsuits. It's not just a bunch of underage people or whatever trying to do lawsuits. We got artists. We got RBX. We got. Woo! 2026 might be one of them. Nguyen is identified in the complaint as the owner of the Instagram
he was
news
not
clipping
kidding.
account Grand Wizard Chat Nigga. That's his name. This nigga isn't black. Nothing about this nigga is black. Not one thing. This is just a non-black person who says nigga. It was gonna happen. Karma was gonna catch you eventually. Yeah. So the lawsuit alleges he served as a broker and operational facilitator receiving cryptocurrency through state channels as a part of alleged conspiracy, and then interfacing with bot vendors, supervising coordinated amplifying strategies, and integrating paid clipping campaigns on social media platform, including X. You know what's weird is state created a lot of ads out of certain things that people were posting. But y'all wanted to be a part of the circus? Come get this red nose. Come get this rainbow wig. Come get your bright red shoes. Welcome. They got him. They got him. Let's keep going. Oh, I'm getting all this. The filing claims, like I said, I'm going to say this again. I don't know how much this holds weight, but it sounds like they have some reason to be saying this. But like we said, niggas can sue for anything. So we'll see. But if you're asking me my opinion, or if you're asking me what, hopefully justice is served. Hopefully justice is served. It ain't fun when your name is in some paperwork, is it? Got him. You know what's even worse? If you didn't do this, that's extra karma. I'm over here like, oh, that sucks, doesn't it? Niggas like, Screw's enjoying this way too much. It be my mother's prayers. I be trying to, I've warned so many niggas, brother, leave me alone. You know how real it is? When somebody who doesn't even deem themselves religious, I dead ass be warning people like, brother, listen, I'm a cool person. But when my mom gets to praying, Lord have mercy, no weapon forged against me shall prosper. No weapon forged. I am anointed. What is you talking about? I am covered in the blood. What is you talking about? Goofies, nigga. So, the filing complaint. Okay, the filing claims public post chat logs, leaked communications, documents, Nguyen's direct handling of funds through multiple payment platforms, orchestrating of narrative surges.
Trucks, overlanding, camping. It's more than a hobby. It's a way of life. When the pavement...
By the way, folks, if you're wondering why am I looking over here, it's because I'm working at the same time, doing many things at once.
I can literally attest to the narrative surge thing. I can attest to that. I can absolutely attest. Matter of fact, I got some... They better not hit me up. Narrative surges. What if I told you sometimes they even push fake narratives surges that get proven as wrong? Absolutely fake. What if I told you that they even put fake tweets to make narrative surges?
That's true.
Oh my goodness. And you know what's the worst part? If you didn't do any of this, it's even more karma. You cannot.
He's having
listen,
fun.
I heard a quote not too long ago, and I've been using that quote ever since. When you ride with the devil, eventually he takes the wheel. And right now the devil said, move over, nigga. You ain't driving fast enough. I gotta drive right off this cliff. Anyway. Let me soak it up. Let me soak it up. You feel me? Narrative surges, and by the way, what a narrative surge is basically orchestrated like accounts and people that get together and they all blast narratives. And like I said, I could attest some of the. I could test that narratives, but 100% proven fake, like proven lies, which is damn near slanderous. But you know, you lucky niggas ain't. We gonna let it chill. You know what I mean? I'm just letting y'all know there is actual evidence of them pushing narrative surges, fake narrative surges. There's evidence of it, narrative surges, where all of a sudden you all start flooding something. You keep saying the same message, even if it's just you, and using stuff for.
This is a good example of like the right wing. The right wing does that all the time. I mean, the Nick Shirley thing. The reason you know the name Nick Shirley, and you know he's been exposing daycare centers in Minnesota, is because he made a video. He's already backed by right-wing money. They're all on the same team. They're all in the group chat together. They go, oh, this is going to be the new narrative. Push this. Everybody retweet this. I just saw this video, and I'm so surprised. I just came across this video, and I don't know what's going on with this fraud in Minnesota. Same thing with libs of TikTok. That's what they do. That's their job, is to just pump out. I found this person on TikTok. I posted on Twitter. Amplify it. Now every other right-wing commentator grabs that video, retweets it, pushes this out. That person gets fired. That person gets doxxed or swatted or hounded or whatever. That's what he's talking about here.
They did something against academics or something like that. Then all of a sudden, here come the. Are you pushing fake tweets? Are you posting fake tweets and act like they're real? Looks like some sort of conspiracy. Would hate to have somebody look into that.
Portland is not a training ground for militarized.
Anyway, multiple platforms. It alleges this scheme dates back to 2022 and remains an ongoing imminent threat of racketeering activity. Plaintiffs have been damaged by false marketing manipulations. Wait a minute. Someone might need to give me a call. Hold up. Hold on. Oh, don't delete tweets now. Keep them. We gotta screenshot it. Don't delete them now. Hold on. So you're telling me, let me get my little fan on here. So you're telling me, let me read that sentence again. Quote, plaintiff have been damaged by false marketing manipulation. Okay. So you're manipulating the market. Would possibly pushing fake tweets to slander somebody or say that they said something they never said, could that possibly be some sort of manipulation?
I wanted the word cuppa, as in cup of tea. I thought it would be great to mix with hug. When I saw the domain was...
Boy, I have mad lawyers, but hey, y'all lucky. Let me chill. You know what I mean? Because then I know what they're going to say if I, anyway. False marketing manipulation and abuse of defendant Drake Ross and Nguyen, who participated in the marketing stake. The complaint states it's adds that the plaintiffs were manipulated into signing.
Forgot or didn't realize the racket went back to 2022. I have a feeling Drake is going to go out, have to go with the public defender. Yeah. Because, I mean, also, like, think of the timeline. This is also when, like, you know, 2020 streaming really takes off big. It's already big, but, like, even more so because everyone's locked at home. Alex, catch you later. My workday is done. I'll check you this game out tonight. Take care, Carly. Thank you very much for stopping in. I appreciate it. Yeah. Free demo. Free demo of Ball Pit. Very addicting. Be careful. I will not get you addicted to Ball Pit. I promise. I don't want a lawsuit against me. But yeah, streaming takes off in 2020. Everybody's doing it. Then, you know, again, people getting banned on Twitch. People creating other streaming sites because streaming is big. It's Rumble. We want conservatives over here to be able to say whatever the crazy shit they want. Kick, same thing. And girls promoting your OnlyFans. You're welcome over here if you're not on Twitch. And so it makes sense that, like, 22, the gambling stuff. I mean, the gambling stuff really came fast, right? That also feels like a COVID thing. You can't go to the casino, but you're on your phone.
And onto and and bro, my mind, I'm literally not even reading this anymore because as I read this, I'm like, I cannot believe this is happening. In my mind, bro, I haven't been paying attention to the story since that nigga name popped up. That's just like, okay. Transacting on Stake USA based upon defendant's representation. The lawsuit seeks to represent Virginia residents who lost one or more wagers using state cash within the last 3 years. Damn. It includes claims that the defendant violated the Virginia Consumer Protection Act, engaging in racketeering conspiracy, carried out a pattern of, racketeering activity in violation of the federal RICO statute. The lawsuit is not the first target, but the lawsuit is not the first to target Drake. 39. That nigga almost 40. I don't got a problem with that though, but it's just you got to put into consideration some of the shit he be doing. And by the way, I just got to say this ain't got nothing to do with it. The whole ageism stuff. We got to start treating ageism as a real ism. Like that's like an ism that we let slide. So I'm not making fun of him for being 39. I'm making fun of him for being 39 and having barrettes in his hair. Anyway, so 25. Ross, who's 25, over their ties to state license over. Okay, so he just talked about the other ones. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, I had a lot of fun with this one. It's just the irony of it all, the iron knee of it all. Like, you know, the Tin Man. Well, I guess it'd be Tin Man, but like Tony Stark's kneecap, an iron knee of it all. It was that name that made it. It was already ironic with Drake. I said, oh Lord, oh my God. And then when they got to talking about manipulating, coordinated surges of narratives, I said, oh, so you got caught. You thought you got away with it. He got away with it, but he ain't get away with it.
Let's find another video. That's great. Once again, subscribe to this space. Subscribe to my channel. Look at all the cool creators we got on this space. Show more. Oh my God, there's even more. There I am. So many. This was the pre-Game Awards show. Lots of cool people on this space. Am I gonna get DMCA for this? Probably not. I just wanted to watch this video. I haven't seen it in forever. Fucking letter hack reminded me of this. And definitely, I thought it was real. I thought these were like real signs. And I was like, there's no way these are real signs. And someone just compilated all these pictures?
made this song.
What happened? Someone set up the bomb. We get signal. What? Main screen turn on. It's you.
How are you, gentlemen? All your base are belong to us. You are on the way to destruction.
What you say?
You have no chance to
What you say?
survive your time. Ha ha ha. All your base, all your base are belong to us. All your base, all your base are belong to us. All your base, all your base are belong to us.
Yeah, this was like before, you know, you could look at something and be like, oh, of course that's Photoshop. Some of these I'm like, really? Like the awning outside the store?
All your base, all your base are belong to us. All your base, all your base are belong to us. All your base,
Break it down. Like that, too. There's no way. And they're also pixelated, too, so it feels like real, right?
all your base, all
I
your
haven't heard
base
this in
belong to us.
25 years.
All your base, all your base are belong to us.
Alright. I don't have to do the whole song, I just want to hear a little bit. Who's live? Is anybody live right now? Well, Pep is live. But, ooh. Candace Owens left reality. That's a good one. That's a long one, though. The song, oh, let's watch that. Shit. Oh, more Trump Epstein shit? Let's go. I mean, not let's go, but like, let's find out.
So tasty, it could make Poseidon switch to a spoon. Holy divine taste from the Greek gods.
You wanna do it your way.
Trump, you know, blew an Epstein-size hole in the country of Venezuela, or 7 of them, to try to cover up all of the files that were released days before Christmas. But actually, we're realizing now, we're learning that only 12,000, around a little bit more than 12,000 files were released, and apparently there are 2 million?
Wow.
Right.
I'm like, well, number one, that's, you know, that is, you know, DOJ is now in violation of Congress. But also, I don't want to see which other Disney characters other than Winnie the Pooh have photos with Epstein. I just, you know, it's going to hurt my heart too much. But, you know, we should talk about some of the revelations because I did this a little bit on, you know, social media, and you can look at them. Some of the notable things are that, number one, it's easy to unredact the files.
Yeah, right. Because they fucked up how they redacted them, right?
Yeah, that's really
technologically
funny.
speaking. They did it in such a way that you can just like copy and paste the redacted section and then
Yes, you
paste
can.
it somewhere else and you can just read it all, which is hilarious. But anyway,
Yes,
go ahead.
and also like very unsafe. I mean, it is funny, you know. The name Trump is not redacted, but the names of the victims are redacted. And so if you can just unredact that, I mean, it's
Well,
like,
yeah, that makes it less funny and more upsetting thinking about it in that particular context. But I thought that, like, and I got most of this from Reddit as I was sitting at my in-laws right before Christmas, but didn't like a lot of the, like, people were dubious at best
They
about
did it
this
the
big
only way they
release
know
from the
how,
very
yeah.
beginning, right? Because so many people were like, this is clearly, you know, some cherry picked bullshit. This isn't all of it. There's a lot of redactions here, but also some of the things that were released were shown to have been like doctored pretty quickly. I thought
Yes, they were
early on, like
taken
pictures
down.
and stuff, and all that stuff was happening. So I felt like that was why it almost felt like it sort of came and went. I thought was because people were like, well, this isn't the real thing anyway.
Right.
So this is just the version of it that they're okay with us having or whatnot. So like, what's
Right.
the point or whatever?
Right.
And then there were
Right.
a couple
That's how
things
I
that
felt.
accidentally got released as part of it and stuff. But anyway, so I don't know.
Well, what's upsetting is that if they're okay with some of the things that have been released
Right.
in the files, I'm not sure what things they're not okay with us learning, because we've learned some pretty upsetting things, specifically 3 cases that mention Donald Trump. One of them, and again, the reporting is ongoing on this, so there hasn't been too much, like investigation that can be like substantiated. But one of the documents talks about Donald Trump in a limousine, and this is, I think, the limo driver talking about it, on the phone with Jeffrey Epstein, openly talking about abusing a girl, like a young girl. And it's unclear, like, from whose perspective this document comes from, but effectively that this young girl wound up dead, and that there was no way that it was a suicide, even though it was ruled a suicide. So this is case number 1. I'm not going to bring up the file because it's a little bit hard to understand, and this is why I'm like, we're going to stay on the story. But there are 2 others that mention Donald Trump that are equally disturbing, although that one very, 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 very disturbing. The first is from this victim who actually had an entire lawsuit against Epstein. She was the first known victim of Epstein. Met him while she was at an arts camp in Michigan. And the lawsuit says that after meeting the victim at Interlochen, which is the arts camp, Epstein and Maxwell attempted to groom and mentor her. They spent several months taking her to movies, shopping, and lounging around Epstein's estate. After nearly every visit, Epstein sent the victim home with $200 or $300 bills for her mother, according to the lawsuit released on Friday, December 19th. I think this was the year 2020. While these visits make Doe extremely uncomfortable, Epstein and Maxwell made her feel like she could not refuse them, according to the document, which uses Jane Doe and Doe to refer to the victim. The lawsuit also says that Epstein took the victim to Mar-a-Lago and introduced her to Donald Trump as a 14-year-old. Epstein elbowed Trump playfully, asking him, referring to Doe, "This is a good one, right?" Trump smiled and nodded in agreement, according to the lawsuit. They both chuckled, and Doe felt uncomfortable, but at the time was too young to understand why. Again, she was 13, maybe 14 when she met Trump. Later, the actual abuse began. Epstein abusing her, Epstein and Maxwell, not Donald Trump. However, she was included in the Miss Teen USA pageant when she was 14 years old. Again, what journalists have been sort of revealing is this revolving door, between Mar-a-Lago and Epstein's home. And so the same girls who were preyed upon by Epstein were then, funneled into either the pageants or vice versa, that some of the workers, like Virginia Giuffre, who worked at Mar-a-Lago, was then funneled into Epstein's orbit. So these were just like, orbits that were alongside one another. Again, no wrongdoing from Donald Trump other than knowing and being around a 14-year-old that Epstein said, "Nudge, nudge, this is a good one." Mm-hmm. Now, the last story is also about Trump himself abusing a victim, and it's deeply disturbing, but it's not been, there's no lawsuit. There's simply a tip. These are 2 tips, and it was unclear whether the FBI even followed up on the tips. We know the FBI didn't follow up on the initial tips way back when it came to Epstein, but here it is. A woman told the FBI she was sex trafficked as a 13-year-old in Michigan. In the August 3rd, 2020 online tip to the FBI's National Threat Operations Center, the woman said she was sex trafficked on a yacht in Lake Michigan by her uncle and Jeffrey Epstein from May.
I think, honestly, with the Epstein stuff, I think there's so many factors of why we didn't hear much about this until Donald Trump ran for president, or Donald Trump not getting in trouble for all the real estate and scammy con man shit that he's done. Many layers, powerful people connected to them on any side of the political aisle don't want it to come out. Intelligence agencies possibly using them to gather compromising material on powerful people don't want them to stop. And also, if it comes out that people went to the FBI, went to the authorities saying I was sex trafficked, I was abused, and didn't stop it, that also looks bad on the agencies themselves. That they allowed this to continue, and then maybe consciously allowed it to continue because they're inept, or allowed it to continue and couldn't catch him, or allowed it to continue on purpose to collect compromising material on other powerful people in the world.
September of 1984. The woman said she was 13 and pregnant at the time. According to the report, she told the FBI she gave birth to a baby girl and that her uncle killed and disposed of the body in Lake Michigan. The woman said Epstein was orchestrating a deal along with her uncle where different men and a few women and girls would come to a variety of boats and yachts and pay money to force me to do redacted with them when I was 13 and pregnant. You can imagine, sex, i.e., or, abuse. Woman names Trump as a witness. In the report, the woman names President Trump as a witness, saying she knows him because, quote, he participated regularly in paying money to force me to redacted with him. And he was present when my uncle murdered my newborn child and disposed of the body in Lake Michigan. Now, this is
crazy,
absolutely insane. Again, it's not been verified, but this woman did reach out twice to the FBI. Or second time she reached out, she was like, hey, just making sure you guys are following up on it. So I guess my question to you is, Trey, what bleach can properly scrub this from my mind? And does it have, will it also give me, I don't know, better libido?
No, no, you just have to raw dog this reality like the rest of us do. You just have to deal with it. Sorry. I got nothing for you. You just got to keep being just battered with, disturbing and disconcerting bullshit day in and day out. Yeah, I mean, that story is truly nuts. I mean, like you said, it's somebody called, called a number and told a wild-ass story, so God only knows. But I saw some people point out it's wild how we've known for years it's like with these people, every accusation is an admission or whatever. And it even comes down to, in some cases, the all-time craziest ones. Like he harped a lot about how Democrats do after-birth abortions or whatever, post-birth abortions. That was like a thing that he said repeatedly while campaigning and shit. And it's like, if even that turned out to be essentially an admission at the end of the day, it's like, it's truly.
Yeah, I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, I mean, this is someone, like, first of all, if this were my life and I was a fucking monster, I would absolutely invade another country or 3 or 4 or 5 other countries or start another world war to cover it up and distract everyone from it, because this is absolutely heinous. And again, we don't, the instances of Trump actually abusing these 13, 14-year-olds, they're in the files, but they haven't been corroborated. There's no lawsuits related to them. But the one where a 14-year-old or 13-year-old was like, yeah, they were homies and they laughed about me, and then I was like, repeatedly abused by Epstein. Like, he knew the whole thing was a fucking mill for teens. That's what it was between the two of them. That's the great big secret that, Donald Trump wrote about in the Epstein birthday card. Oh, I'll never tell you what it is. Well, bitch, we've got 2 million documents that say what it is. We clearly know what it is. And I just can't wait for the Jan 6ers, to do a reverse Jan 6 and remove Donald Trump, since they're so big on hating pedophiles.
Storm Mar-a-Lago.
Yeah. No, I think most of them are too busy outside in the driveway scraping a "kill your local pedophile" bumper sticker off the back of their jacked up truck. They have to find some pro-pedophile merch now. It might be harder to come by.
Oh my God.
I started an Etsy shop, but anyway, yeah.
Start an Etsy shop, a pro. No, I mean, I'm just waiting for them to spin this and be like, Epstein's good, actually, because that's their only out at this point.
I mean, I've seen actual examples, unless it was like trolls or something, but I've seen clips and things like that and tweets from people, you know,
Marjorie.
anecdotally, but being like saying something like, you know, it's not so bad or whatever.
Right.
You know, how old is 15 really? Like that type of.
Oh, Megyn Kelly. The
Megyn Kelly,
Kelly
yeah, very
line?
famously, yeah. So like they've already been easing in that direction anyway, because I think they can tell that that's going to be, you know, the last option that they have where this is concerned. But they're okay with it.
Yeah, no, they're gonna find one of the like moms of the Teen USA pageant and be like, you know, my child was terrible, or like something. They're gonna smear the children. But you know, Marjorie, say what you will, she's calling it out as she sees it because of the Epstein files. I mean, I say very little about it, but it is interesting that she's the only one with the actual like, you know, cojones to do something like this.
Marjorie is just pissed, and this is vengeance, and she's also QAnon. So like, yeah, she's like been up close with the guy that she thought was trying to save everyone from the pedos, and it's him, and she's terrified, and this is the only way out. I have to be a champion on this, and I'm visible.
So.
Right. Well, that's because she's like for real crazy. Like she's not just like a grifter. Like she meant everything from the beginning, I think. Like, so, you know, she actually has some like principles. It's just I don't care for what most of them are.
Totally.
It's okay,
Totally.
they overlap, but she does though.
She is today celebrating all of the heroes on Jan 6, by the way. So
Right.
no, this woman does not give.
No, don't get me wrong. I'm not jumping on the like lionizing her because she done a couple of good things. That's one of the things that's always, you know, super irritated me whenever that starts to happen. But you know, I'm just saying, broken clocks and blind squirrels and all that.
What does the blind squirrels do?
Finds a nut every now and then.
Oh.
What's going on, Frantifa? If you haven't already,
pretty good.
subscribe to
I
this.
haven't heard that one. Let's check out this fucking. Oh yeah, let's talk Asmongold a little bit.
Asmongold.
Because this guy.
Says he supports killing innocent people in other countries in order to steal their resources. Literally, he said that. I found the video on Reddit. His fans brigaded to hide the post. But why? They call him base, but then they try to hide his psychopathy. And wherever there's like a clip that, you know, makes him look bad, they do actively auto downvote that stuff pretty hard. They clamp on that pretty hard. This tweet is very funny. At least his take here is very funny. The reason why it's very funny is not because like, oh my God, I can't believe he said something so unhinged again. He does it every day, right? And many people are completely oblivious to it, which I pointed it out. I said, it's very interesting whose takes get negatively boosted and which takes get auto downvoted on Reddit. And since a lot of slop tubers are lazy Reddit plagiarizers, the entire slop market is a clear ideological slant.
Cuba's days are numbered. Colombia isn't going to be doing this anymore. Okay, yeah, I could see there's definitely a trend here. You specifically said you'd be against foreign intervention and nation.
So what did you say about? Oh, Asmongold was like critical a little bit about this, about the Venezuela thing, and then immediately reversed course because he's a fucking loser.
Building, why have you switched positions? Well, I'm generally against it, but there are some instances where I'd be okay with it. It's pretty simple.
You know, and what that means is if Trump is doing it, then I'm for it. What this is called being a flip-flopper who is inconsistent other than being consistently up Trump's dick. That's the problem here. I'll give you an example from my own personal background, my own personal experience. Like, for example, when the Democrats do something good that is in line with my worldview, it's not very often, but what they do sometimes get something right, I will say this is good. I'll have a restrained but reasonable, tempered response to it. I'll say, Joe Brandon, you did the damn thing. I'm proud of you. Like when he pulled out of Afghanistan, right? But when a Democrat does something that I find to be morally repugnant, abhorrent, like a genocide, for example, right? Israel doing a genocide in Palestine, I will openly call it out. I am not regime pilled in the same way that Asmongold is, right? So at this point, the only consistency that you hear from the likes of Asmongold, and not just Asmongold, but he's basically just a vessel for MAGA. You know, whenever I criticize him, I know a lot of people go, oh my God, why are you attacking Asmongold? But like, this is me doing hogwatch, baby. This is something that I used to do all the goddamn time.
Hogwash.
And you guys used to love when I used to do hogwatch, and this is no different. When he has a take, it's usually just like the rest of the hogs, completely and utterly inconsistent, very hypocritical, and oftentimes super dumb. So he says, oh yeah, I said no to interventions, except some interventions I'm on board with.
There are some instances where I'd be okay with it. It's pretty simple. Like, I think it's something that's generally a bad idea, but if we can get enough money out of the place that we're intervening in, and we can effectively make it worthwhile.
Who's we, Who's we? You speak in French? Are you on the Epstein flight logs? No. You don't even leave your house, right? I don't think you're on the Epstein flight logs, let's be real. But it's so funny, because like he's like, oh yeah, we're getting money out of this. It's like, are we? Is anybody in your audience a part of this we, or is the we an increasingly smaller number of like the global financial elite who may or may not be directly related to Jeffrey Epstein, or may or may not have had their names all over the Epstein files? Because I don't think anybody in your chat or mine is actually a C-suite executive at any number of different corporations that will benefit from this.
Hey, Ghost Dog, you switch streams. What's up? Yeah, that was pretty good. That was a good one.
I don't think they're major stockholders in any of these corporations, whether it be the military-industrial complex, or whether it be the oil and gas giants, or whether it be any kind of like developmentary project that might go into Venezuela and engage in asset stripping. You know, you're not a part of the team, little bro. So what is this we, right? Because remember, one thing that a lot of people also fail to comprehend is this was the reason why everyone was mad about Iraq at the end of the day, because Iraq was sold on a lie. Oh, we're going to democratize, but everybody quickly understood that it was about oil, and people got mad. So why did people get mad about the whole reality that Iraq was about oil? Why did people still get mad? Is it because they were woke moralizers who thought, well, no, that's Iraqi oil, they should keep it? No. The Americans got mad because they realized that it wasn't for them. So why do you think this is going to be any different? What leads you to believe that Trump is going to do any sort of redistributive policy that many of your followers would already consider to be socialist anyway, with any of the bounties that the American empire will secure from Venezuelan natural resources?
For us, then I'd be okay with it. Does that make sense? So it's all about whether we're making money off of it. That's my primary function, is that
like whether we're making money off of it. Hey, dummy,
Yeah,
that's
who's
how the
we?
Iraq war was sold too, you know, to the pop.
Vertical gets annoying. It was accidentally swiped. Yeah. I can imagine. I mean, again, like I didn't even think to do that until Pep did. I was like, that's a good idea. Well, just stream everywhere. And again, I'm thinking like, maybe I should get a subscription to like Ultra or whatever, so I could be on Twitch too. But dude, when I'm on Twitch, I average like 1, 2, 3 viewers at a time, and I'm kind of close to that right now, which is fine. But the fact that I can get found easier through the like TikTokification YouTube thing, that makes sense. That makes sense why it worked so well for Pep. And Pep's only got like 1,000 subscribers. I have like 300 subscribers. So I'm gonna get less, but I was looking at the numbers just now. I have 25 views on this stream here and 86 on the short stream. And again, who knows how that's calculated? Could be a fraction of a second that counts, but I'm not mad at the numbers.
Population that was listening, like that's how it was sold as well. When people were like, oh, okay, well, there's at least oil there, you know, at least maybe we're getting oil. We're just like looting the Iraqi coffers, right? Did you see a crumb of that? No.
I think about, is this good for Americans? And if it is, if it's making us money, it's beneficial for us, it's lowering our costs.
Bro said we are making money, so it's fine to invade anyone. Yeah, I mean, look, that's already obviously a morally repugnant position to have. But it's also doubly stupid because it's not even correct. Do you understand what I'm saying? Across the board, I'm not going to sit here and be like, no, it's actually good if they were like invading Venezuela and like stealing all of that revenue and stealing those natural resources and then distributing it back to the American population. Because then you're basically in Nazi territory at that point, right? You're like, okay, might makes right. We get to dominate the world and we get to redistribute all of those super profits back to the average American. The unfortunate problem is that probably would be infinitely more popular than whatever the Trump is doing right now. The entire point of imperialism is not so that there is that redistributive policy to the in-group that is designed as like the people that are worthy of receiving these super profits. The entire point of imperialism is that it is a necessity under capitalism, under global capital. As profit rates decline, right? As profit rates decline, global capital looks to new markets that they can continue dominating. And they do this so that they can consistently eke out profits wherever they can. But that doesn't actually happen for you. That's not something that you'll see from, right? You're not going to see the benefits of that at all. That's never going to come into your pocket in any way, shape, or form. As a matter of fact, you're going to get destroyed. What you will experience on the receiving end of this, if you are a working class individual in the United States of America, is NAFTA, right? America dominates other countries in its periphery. And then there is a crop of new labor that they can basically force to work for pennies on the dollar, and it's in close proximity. So obviously, they just take the labor away from U.S. soil and they move it over there. And you just sit around and you think, why don't I have a job anymore? Then you start self-medicating because you maybe you're back up, right? And you take some Oxycontin because, again, the Sackler family, Purdue Pharmaceutical needs to make money off of you, right? So they just put you in lifelong medical debt while simultaneously destroying your brain chemistry and cause you to develop a deep, crippling opioid addiction. This happens to many people's immediate family members in this country. And you sit around and you wonder, why is everything why is everything getting here? And you think to yourself, okay, well, at least we're dominating some Venezuelans, right? Like maybe that's a good thing. No, it's not. It's the same cycle playing itself out again and again and again. And the moment that you lean into it in your desperation through all of the banality that you're experiencing in your day-to-day misery is the moment where you become a hog. It's that simple. You lean into the hog lifestyle, telling yourself that this is somehow actually beneficial for me. This is somehow helping me. It's not. And then when someone tells you that it's actually not beneficial to you, you get mad. You're like, yo, you must be a dirty commie. Why are you ripping the wool from in front of my eyes? Why are you telling me that this is not, like, I'm trying to engage in some self-soothing behavior and you're sitting over here telling me that this is actually not going to be beneficial for me? It's f***ed up. But yeah, this 1 minute and 17-second video is a perfect encapsulation of how this works, how this cycle works.
Hell yeah,
this time it'll be different because he goes from saying, one, faulty premise established. This is good for us. This is good for America. This is good. Right?
So it's
we will get money. We will make money. It's no different than Howard Butler going on Fox News and saying the GDP increased by 4.3% in the month of December. That means every American is going to be 4.3% richer.
Donald Trump's economy grew, the United States of America, the biggest economy in the world, 4.3%. What that means is that Americans overall, all of us, are going to earn 4.3% more money. We're making a raise. It's a simple way to do it. We've got more jobs, lower energy costs, and lower interest rates coming. This is the golden age coming.
Money off of it. That's my primary function, is that I think about, is this good for Americans? And if it is, if it's making us money, it's beneficial for us, it's lowering our costs, or there's some other downstream effect of it, then yeah, I'd be okay with it. But us just going over there and doing it for no reason, no, I don't think so.
Yeah, that's what it was. Iraq was just
Nick's
going
nuts.
over there and doing it for no reason. In a way, this is...
Yes, he does. Yes, he does. Thank you. Ribiv? Welcome, Ribiv. Welcome, Ribiv. We're watching clips. We're playing Ball Pit. We're having fun. We're hanging out. We're streaming on YouTube for the first time. If you haven't played Ball X Pit, highly recommend you try the demo. It's free on Steam.
This is the most like pathetic
Not paid,
liberal
just fucking addicted to it.
assessment that you can arrive at, right? A liberal is a person who thinks every war but the current one was unjustifiable. A liberal is a person who thinks every civil rights movement except for the current one was good. And in some ways, he's doing this exact same thing. He's doing the same exact song and dance that I've heard from liberals over and over again when it's actually a Democrat in charge. And they're also continuing American empire, right? He's basically saying, you know, all the previous ones were just... They were just dumb. They were just for no reason, you know? But this one, this is for good reason. We get to make money here. Oh, really? Do explain to me how we will get to make money here, this and why this is different than the Iraq version of what took place, you know?
So, yeah. And, but that's really, that's my viewpoint on it. That's what I think. No more pointless wars, period. Economical, logical interventions are fine. Yeah, exactly. And even about
the entire Yale and Harvard graduated MBA team of brilliant minds that actually put together the Iraq invasion and basically
And by the way, as you see in the banner below, I'm on YouTube, Twitch, Cash App, Twitter, and Blue Sky. But also, I'm on this space. This space, Leftist Collective, many different voices, many different topics, movies, TV, lots of politics, but, you know, I play a game. I learn about Neuralink. I played Ball Pit on there. Lots of stuff going on.
Designed out how they were going to steal Iraq's natural resources, specifically its oil, literally years prior to the invasion of Iraq, by the way. Those guys were just stupid. No, they weren't. They were very smart, as a matter of fact. And so are these guys. Make no mistake. Yeah, sure, I joke about Trump being a fucking moron all the goddamn time, but the team around him is still obviously brilliant. They're evil, okay? That's the difference. Like, there are still intelligent people in Donald Trump's team. There are intelligent people in the State Department, people that have spent their entire lives trying to figure out exactly how we are going to dominate the planet. Make no mistake, it would be a huge mistake to undermine your enemy's intellect, to think that your enemy is actually stupid. Brilliant is a stretch. No, there are definitely brilliant people working in his teams. Of course there are. Of course there are. What are you talking about? These guys are some of the best educated people on the planet. Of course there are intelligent people there. They're just evil. They're just straightforwardly evil. And if you want to think about like their stupidity, sure, they're not like, they're intelligent in the specific field that they work in, but they might not be so intelligent when it comes to understanding the world or what the best outcomes are, or they might be deluded into thinking that they're actually doing this for America, right? Here, let's take a look at what his foreign intervention take was.
The people combine a radiation laser with a regular laser, we get super lasers. Area of effect from laser also inflicts status from radiation. Perfect. So just more poison.
You know, they're up until 2 a.m. Monday through Sunday. Doge does not recognize weekends. We're working all the time.
What inspired you to drop out of Harvard to do this?
Because you've grown up your entire life just like every other kid, and you've seen your entire country be sold out for foreign interests, foreign wars, and foreign companies. And you're finally tired of it. And you're a goddamn American, and it's time to start acting like it. That's why.
Switch to turbo.
Why is he arguing? That was a layup question that Waters gave.
And file your own taxes.
Why is he acting like that was
didn't file with us last year?
A real
Just
question.
You know, there's a lot of reform that's needed. I think the value of this and the impact.
Here's a question. Does Asmongold consider this person American? I would like to ask him that question. Who worked for Doge, who worked for Elon Musk. Does he consider him American?
Yeah, I mean, there are many instances where he has actually presented himself as an anti-interventionist because that was how Trump presented himself, right? There were so many people, because this is much larger than Asmongold. I'm using him as a vehicle to deliver an argument against the flip-flopping nature of MAGA, okay? For a lot of you, I know you get stuck on the fact that it's Asmongold because his audience comes in here and constantly derails the stream and you get annoyed, yada, yada, yada. But the reality of the matter is, this is an assessment not about just Asmongold, but the very nature of MAGA, okay? This is hogwash through and through.
Lost civilian lives? Yeah, who gives a... Like, I mean, if the thing is that if you're going to do this stuff, people are going to get killed. That's what's going to happen. It's going to happen, for sure.
The Iraq war was just for stupid for no reason, okay? Whereas the Venezuelan military campaign was actually for good reason, right? Is actually for good reason. I think another reason why a lot of people get annoyed when I do this kind of thing.
He goes, the Iraq war was for nothing because the Iraq war was predicated on bringing freedom to the Middle East. And he's like, well, that's nothing. You know, now it was a lie. It was for oil. It was to enrich Halliburton and them. And so is this. He just thinks that now that they're openly saying that they're gonna, again, I couldn't do this. I can't watch Asmongold even to make fun of him. I can't stand it. But I could watch it through this. And even this is difficult.
Right? Is actually for good reason. I think another reason why a lot of people get annoyed when I do this kind of thing is because it sucks to see so many long-term community members who have like pivoted into Hogistan takes, you know, being full tilt hogs. And I think a lot of people get annoyed to see that as well, because there's a ton of people in here that when it comes to foreign policy, they're hogs, right? That's just the reality. They're like very progressive on other stuff. They're like, oh yeah, I want to have healthcare. And they can't connect the two things. Like, part of the reason why we're not spending any money on you is because we're spending money on this. We're spending money on endless military campaigns so that this douchebag can actually make money, okay? This douchebag can get higher profits, but you can't comprehend that, so you delude yourself into thinking that American military and American security, okay, NatSec is also the lie that they actually traffic this kind of argument through. You go, oh, well, you just love China, I think, or you love Russia, or you just want China and Russia to dominate the world, and that's why you're saying this stuff. Meanwhile, America, baby, hell yeah. And it's like, no, brother, I want everyone to do right, okay? I want everyone to have a good life. I want you to have a good life. I want all my haters to have a good life. I want them to all have health care. I want them to be able to go to college. I want them to be able to put their children through college. I want them to have a good job with good wages, with good benefits. I want them to be able to own a home. These are the things that I want. And I know that the more we focus on this, the more we focus on deluding ourselves as to why the American government is engaging in these kinds of military actions, the more we hyper focus on this stuff and try to justify it to ourselves, the more we move away from that reality, the more we move away from ever achieving said reality. It's pretty crazy.
We all have that one day idea. Bring yours to life online with a website from Hostinger.
Word. I mean, the Asmongold stuff really pisses me off. Now that we're here, I mean, the first thing I type in is the quartering, and then it's exposed. So, all right, let's check this. This is 7 months ago. I'm glad the Surf is on this. The Surf Times is on this. I don't know who Mater Wellen is. Alright. But I just want to introduce you to who he is, in case you don't know. It's what I call a geek grifter.
Journalists by firing them in the middle of the night while you were drunk because you wanted to sell a cookbook. I have all of the receipts, but honestly, you're not worth my damn time. a little bit about this, but I figured I could put it into a full segment because, oh my God, I don't know if you saw this, but my coffee company is under attack. So saith the quartering.
That's right, doom and gloom for
Oh, God.
coffee brand coffee.
No. Oh no.
After all of my happiness earlier in the week, disaster,
What?
at the coffee
Disaster.
brand coffee factory.
Oh no.
Not really, just a huge thank you to everyone who's supported.
Oh, wait, sorry. This was clickbait. Oh, this was 3 years ago. Oh, so he was putting out videos, my coffee company is under attack 3 years ago. Almost like he does this all the time when he wants to grift his audience for more money. He'll suddenly put out the fucking unwashed transphobic wizard signal and be like, hey, by the way, everybody, I need more of your money to maintain my supreme wealth. I'm super rich.
Folks,
I'm
I'm
very
under attack.
successful.
I need
so
some
much
money.
so that I just
Cash
own all
app
these
is on the
companies, but
screen.
it's so hard with the woke. They come out of nowhere. So the woke is back. And so he released another one of these this year. This one is, they are trying to destroy my company. The woke leftist screwed me over and my staff.
What's wrong, everyone? Jeremy here from the quartering. I wasn't sure I was going to go public about this.
Oh, God.
But it appears I have to now. Many of you know that
All right.
I've been...
Again, I assume most of you don't know who this is, but that's probably wrong. You probably do. From what I know about him, came across his channel years ago when I was looking up like movie reviews or whatever for Marvel, and watched some of his videos, and I found them lazy and ill-informed and biased. And then, hold on. And then I kept, you know, I looked through his channel, and there was like I got fired from Magic the Gathering, or Wizards of the Coast, the owner company of Magic the Gathering. And I was like, what is this? And apparently he said like he got fired for being conservative. He was going to conventions. I guess he would host panels for Magic. He played a lot of, he would like do open, you know, pack openings of Magic cards and stuff. And would go to conventions and like host panels. And then they started disinviting him from conventions because he's saying, you know, racist shit that Trump would say. It was around the time, the same thing of Ethan Van Sciver, who is a comic book artist. 2016 got fired for supporting Trump and saying, you know, racist shit that Trump would say from DC Comics. Marvel didn't want him, so he went and did his own independent comic and created a YouTube channel, I think called, well, it's Ethan Van Sciver, but it's also this broader, like, the fandom menace thing. And it sucks because I you know, his art on Green Lantern was pretty cool. Not the best. Ivan Rice was better, but it was not bad. But yeah, so he was, I guess, employed by Wizard of the Coast or had some kind of deal with them. They stopped their partnership with him. He got butthurt about it and kept making like rage videos. And then rage videos about other nerd things like Marvel, the Marvel movies, Batman, you know, DC movies and whatnot, Star Wars, Star Trek. And really, around the time I discovered him, he was on this whole kick with Brie Larson. Brie Larson is an actress. She plays Captain Marvel in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. She was also in one of the King Kong movies and like Jurassic Park and shit. No, she wasn't in Jurassic Park. She was in the movie Room. I think won an Oscar for that. She was at a filmmakers, I don't know, a film festival. This is after the movie A Wrinkle in Time came out that starred Oprah and was made by Ava DuVernay, a black woman, and she said, you know, the bad reviews this movie is getting seem to all be written by white men. We need more black women reviewers. And he freaked out because she said something along the lines of like, maybe this movie wasn't for you. And he's like, well, every movie should be for everyone. That's just good marketing. And just obsessed over her. because apparently the video did well, and a lot of other people were making videos about Brie Larson and what she said. So he kept doing it and kept doing it and kept doing it, and had like a full-size Brie Larson cardboard cutout and like posters and shit. Had a shed in his yard that he kept it all in. Very, very weird shit. And yeah, that's what I know about the quartering. And over the years, has gotten bigger and has joined with these other geek grifters like that Star Wars girl, Nerdrotic, Mauler, these fucks, and made a coffee company, I guess, to sell his fans coffee. And a is that a Blink-182 CD or record? Oh, Blink would not like you, dude. It started a Daily Wire kind of network with this woman who I'll play the video of that after. And apparently that recently fell apart. And I was worried. I was like, oh no, I don't want him to get mainstreamed. Oh shit. But yeah, apparently it didn't work out too well.
I've got a lot of irons in the fire. You've heard me say, hey, I've got my Mega Mixology cookbook to help fund the new studio. Obviously it's a meme, but you all know I have my coffee company. Well, the coffee company has also been expanding.
Put a note in the I've got a cookbook coming up to help fund my studio.
Yeah, okay, I'll put a note in that, bud. Also, again, him even saying it's a meme. It's like, no, it's not a meme. You are really trying to sell things to your audience. And I'm guessing your audience isn't buying. Because they just don't care to. Which, fair. If I'm watching I watched Joe Rogan for years. I've never bought a supplement.
Part, because that becomes very relevant later.
To take on Amazon, to try and compete more with bigger names, and to hopefully by the end of the year,
you're going to take
be
on
the grocery
Amazon.
shelves. And for the past 3 years, I've prided Coffee Brand Coffee on remaining completely apolitical, and that's literally why I called it that. Some people think the name is goofy.
Yeah, and keep in mind that the sleuths over at reddit.com/r/thequartering is Nazi did some research into his coffee company, and they uncovered quite a bit of evidence that does point towards it actually being a woman.
Woke coffee exposed by the quartering is a Nazi on Reddit. Okay. Proof Coffee Brand Coffee equals Mill Creek Coffee. Okay. So he just rebranded. Coffee Brand Coffee is white label service in Mill Creek and a significant markup. So he just takes this and then marks it up. Okay. Interesting. Hey, I like that there's a Reddit
Tears coffee or something like that. But I want my coffee to be on coffee shelves one day. There's a big difference between what I do and what most everyone else does. I don't drop ship my coffee. We roast our own special blends. We hand flavor our beans. We pack our orders. We ship our orders. We handle our customer service. We are not a drop ship outlet. We're a real coffee company. And I made that investment with the plan of having something that could grow. Well, we've never been at our most vulnerable, but right now we're stocking up for Mother's Day, which is an important time of year for us because we do so well for Mother's Day gift boxes. And we're trying to compete on Amazon. And I'm trying to build a new office. All of these things have stretched basically me to the absolute max. It was fine. You probably saw I was selling my Neo Geo collection. I'm selling my Nintendo collection. I'm selling all this stuff to help fund this stuff.
Your Neo Geo collection? Don't sell that, dude. Neo Geo? Bro, they don't even make those anymore. My computer is is struggling. Neo Geo? I had one of these. I had this, I think. Maybe this one. This one looks more familiar to me. Neo Geo, not your Neo Geo collection, bro. And your Nintendo collection? That must be worth, some money. I regret selling mine. I sold mine to my friend for Not as much as I could get now, probably. Bunch of like old like Game Boy games and stuff.
This was a little while ago, and it does sound really tragic, right? Apparently, and he's going to tell you in a couple seconds why, but the wokeness came for him, and because of wokeness, and, you know, basically people not wanting to work with him due to the woke, you know, his companies are suffering. And I mean, that's, you know, sad to hear that it comes to this, right? You try to be apolitical, you try to stay in the centrist lane, but eventually woke comes for us all.
Believe in the things that I'm doing, but now we hit a roadblock that I need to try and reach out and give you an understanding of why I could use some help. I can't.
I bought one of the zombie kettlebells once. It was awesome, but the delivery guy was like, "Man, oh, that sucks." Yeah, dude. The delivery guy must have been like, "What the fuck am I carrying? It's so goddamn heavy." Yeah, I remember like Joe hawking kettlebells. Well, I don't remember Joe selling his own kettlebells. Just talking about how he loved kettlebells. Again, I don't go to the gym like that. I go to the gym, but not enough to like know how to do workouts with a kettlebell. Okay. So I'm on a different show now. I still got 3 hours left of work. I don't know how much longer I'm going to be streaming though. A while. So don't go nowheres.
Can't confirm this for sure, but right now with Coffee Brand Coffee, we are.
Oh shit! I didn't realize I was covering Lance. Well, how about this? How's that? Make it a little bigger. See, I can't like look. I'm using Streamlabs, so everything looks much smaller to me. Can you read? Can you see the game? Is it? Right? Can you see the game? Can you read my like banner of handles and stuff? Does it look okay? Is what I'm asking.
Basically completely vertically integrated. We roast our stuff, we pack our stuff, we print our own bags,
and flavor the beans,
like that.
whatever
the only
that means.
thing that we were reliant on anyone else for was some of the boxes for our K-Cups, some of the procedures around that. It's our coffee, but we had someone else helping, you know, put these boxes together so we could do all that. Well, apparently that person, I don't know this for sure, but I suspect it, saw my YouTube channel and didn't like my politics. And while we have a 20,000 K-Cup order, basically decided to tell us, you know, to pound sand, or I don't know what's going on. We haven't heard anything back. This is absolutely crippling.
There you have it. That's how the woke got him. Even though he doesn't have any actual direct evidence that they did, in fact, reject printing his K-Cup boxes as a result of his political beliefs, but he claims that it was because of the wokeness, and the wokeness came for him.
Eventually, I gotta
he's also suffered immensely because of the woke for his previous businesses as well. If you didn't know, he tried to launch an independent media company in the same way that, say, like there's the Daily Caller, or Tim Pool has Tim Pool News, that kind of stuff. There was the Quartering, some specific media outlet, but that and all the writers, unfortunately, the whole thing collapsed, and we're not entirely sure the details of what happened behind the scenes, but ultimately it really seems like this guy is
all good. Thank you, I appreciate that.
Trying his best to start up all of these anti-woke companies or industries, or even apolitical ones, but then wokeness effectively is destroying them, and that's really sad. And again, that was as far as we knew about the story back in the day. He starts beefing with someone publicly.
Love tactician.
This is completely separate from all of this, but starts saying this about
the tactician makes the game turn-based, and you'll see what that means in a second.
This individual, who happens to also be a piece of shit, I want to just reiterate, I'm not here to support her or her work. She's a right-wing Republican bigot in her own right. This is 100% just leopards, a story of leopards, and all of us, in fact, if you are not part of this little empire of Nazis, then you get to enjoy some feasting. Sit back and enjoy the feast. But the Quartering said, I've never publicly said one bad word about this woman. When our website closed up shop, I paid a severance out of my own pocket, even though we were broke and my business partner never contributed 1 cent. And somehow, I'm the bad guy. Fuck that. I'm sick of this. These losers want me to burn bridges. I will. I've been nothing but loyal. Beyond that, what any reasonable man would think is expected, and these losers are still talking shit. If I could charge back their severance, I would. My business partner is silent on the abuse I'm talking to. So he's referencing this individual who answers, I have zero time for your nonsense. Sarah Fields, who apparently used to work for the Quartering. I have zero time for your nonsense. I could write pages about you and how screwed over an entire team of journalists by firing them in the middle of the night while you were drunk because you wanted to sell a cookbook. I have all of the receipts, but honestly, you're not worth my damn time. We took a look at that cookbook. There is, in fact, a MAGA-themed Trump cookbook that the Quarterine is now going to be releasing. It's one of his newest ventures. He's also got a MAGA-themed drink collection. So,
what does that mean? What is MAGA cookbook? How to make Mexican food? How to make tacos without spices? Putting beans on... What is it? Just a British cookbook? Beans on toast. Sausage with no sage. What does that mean? Learn how to make McDonald's because it's Trump's favorite food. I would buy that. I would buy that so fast. You have no idea how long, my entire life, I wish I could make a burger at home that tastes like a McDonald's burger. I would buy that so fucking fast. Maybe I shouldn't talk shit. Maybe I want this cookbook.
Drinks inspired by MAGA. I'm not entirely sure
what is that too. Drinks inspired by, it's just like you make a alcoholic beverage and you name it after Charlie Kirk or Ben Shapiro. Bartender, I would like a Matt Walsh, please. What's that? It's vodka with a roofie in it. Okay, Poon, look, you're gonna get a Bako. I'm gonna give you a Bako. Good boy. Give me 1 second, folks. I gotta hit the bathroom. Just realized, sometimes you sit for a long time and you don't realize you need to go to the bathroom, and then you stand up, you're like, oh, I need to go right now. Hate cooking. Yeah, I know. Me too. Me too. The wife loves it, and I'm getting into it. I see the utility.
Means how much bleach you would have to have inside of the drinks to mask the taste of vermouth, whatever it is. But like effectively, if that's something you're in, it's going to be available. whether or not that actually bankrupted the Quarterine or his media empire, I'm not sure. Is that considered woke? Did you woke yourself? Was it a self-woking? Oh, and it was a soft-haired Wheaten Terrier, and everyone said I was going to give him up. I rescued him from a facility, moron. Nice stories. Twist, though. They continued fighting. The next day, they're still going at each other. Sarah Fields now attacking a story that was published by one, yes, that same Kiwi Farms, apparently. Kiwi Farms because I guess Elon Musk...
Yo, Kiwi Farms, that shit, it got like shut down or halfway shut down or something. And that girl like got it taken down. What was her name? It was like this big like, yeah, fuck them for like harassing you for being trans and doxing you. And then I think something came out about her. I don't know. Quartering is in $300,000 of debt after trying to kickstart Coffee Brand Coffee as a side business, including $80,000 on unsecured personal credit for a K-Cup production system. He blames the lack of sales and corporate sabotage from the woke left. Oh my God.
Has effectively turned what remains of Twitter into a Nazi app, have their own account, or maybe a representative account of the horrifying forum itself. But here it is. Kiwi Farms has a story about how the Quarterine, unfortunately, is $300,000 in debt. I thought it was $80,000 because of the K-Cup thing. But no, it goes well beyond that. He's $300,000 in debt after trying to kickstart Coffee Brand Coffee as a side business, including $80,000 in unsecured personal credit for a K-Cup production system. He blames the lack of sales and corporate sabotage from the woke left. Now, if you don't know about the Quarterine, he spends the vast majority of his time bragging constantly about how much fucking money he's been printing due to his coffee company on the side, Coffee Brand Coffee. He's been constantly doing that. Like every single time someone fights with him on Twitter, he's like, sorry, I'm making so much money now for my coffee company. I can't hear you over all the fat stacks that I'm trying to pile around me, lol.
But again, I even get, I get the idea of that, right? Like... Coffee Brand Coffee is like I'll even give it to him, kind of a clever name. Not that clever because it is just coffee, but branding something as like the thing, like soda brand soda, get lemon flavored soda, Coke flavored soda. I don't know, I don't know. Is that a good idea? My Pillow was good branding. And then, he torpedoed it, Mike Lindell. But sometimes it's simple. But like Black Rifle Coffee, yeah, I can tell. It has a gun in the name. I'm pretty sure I know where your allegiances lie. And then, I think Daily Wire had like a coffee brand too. Maybe that is Black Rifle. I don't remember.
A loser, and then you're like, oh, okay, well, I'm sure there's a big market for right wingers who want to drink your fucking memeable coffee and enjoy hidden liberal tears. You get to lower your power levels when you drink Coffee Brand Coffee, but everyone will know what you're truly about, kind of thing. But apparently the woke came after him again. I don't know if anyone here has ever worked for a company or had a regular job or even tried to do a startup, but it's pretty laughable to try and claim that you have a complete coffee roasting corporation, but the one thing that's standing in your way is a box printer.
I remember, seeing
because for some reason the company that you were working with refuses to print you K-Cup boxes because of your politics. You do know that there's like 1,000 other places you could just be like, oh, okay, well, this company seems to be not willing to print my boxes. If only there was another way. How? I need my own $80,000 K-Cup printing machine, everyone, because the woke took away my ability to get boxes printed. From where? I mean, I'm not even saying just in America. If you wanted to internationally, there's literally thousands of companies that you could contact to print you fucking K-Cup boxes. or even K-Cups themselves. Either way, it's wild to then turn to your fans and accuse a random company of which you admit you don't have proof. He admits in the video he doesn't have proof of this, but still goes forward and is like, yeah, so I can't prove this, but apparently they may have looked at my YouTube, not liked what I had to say, so wokeness made me bankrupt, and yeah, and they've come for me before. So again, someone who used to work with the Quarterine decided to call this out. I can tell you with my chest, from personal knowledge, that this is his own fault. He loves blaming his failures on other people. I mean, broken clock. Actually, I do. Maybe you need to research your boy a little closer. He never blamed his debt on the random lib, bro. He said numerous times he took the loan to expand his coffee business. Yeah, and he's a pathological liar. Damn, Milo said you make shit up. Guess he's right. I used to work for Jeremy. I know his character firsthand. Milo is the one who makes up shit, to the point he's worked his way to a defamation lawsuit I'm still building. That man called the father of my child a pedophile, knowing full well he wasn't, and then admitted to knowing and not caring. You might want to reevaluate who your heroes are. And, as always, you can file this all under let them fight.
Oh
let
my
them
God.
Fight. Yes, defamation lawsuits between the right on right violence, MAGA on MAGA
knew
violence.
what I was gonna say.
Hell fucking yeah.
8 months
that
ago.
battle each other. May the only winner be us. Who get to just sit back and watch the fireworks.
Alright, so let's do one more from him. Because he's got a new one that I saw. Ooh. Owens trial. Alright, so let's do this one and then let's do Owens. And then maybe Tim Pool.
The world is not
I haven't really watched
exploitation
Lance's
or
stuff.
opportunity.
I watch him on Leftist Mafia. But I've never really sat down and watched like his thing. But I will say, great thumbnails. Great thumbnail game. My thumbnail game could use a little work. This is my thumbnail game. I just put myself in there. Little screenshot of me. And then the most like, I don't know, clickbaity titles I can think of. Oh, it's Cyclops. X-Men are back? Chris Evans has a baby? Do I like A$AP Rocky Winona? It's cringe. Believe me, I know it's cringe. I'm just like, let me fucking try this.
Who are celebrating today, who are viewing this as getting out of a brutal dictatorship.
You're like, I agree with the dominance hierarchy of wolves or lobsters. I can't remember which one, but anyways, I'm the alpha. And you walk into a room and you're like, powerful, blah, smash, crash, I am the alpha. Like, yeah, everyone would collectively be like, that person needs to be arrested, detained, and brought off the streets. They're insane.
Saying like, I'm not an interventionalist. I don't want wars. I don't want to be going into Iran. I don't want to be going into these other countries. I want to focus on.
I guess this perfectly encapsulates and summarizes the American right-wing mindset right now, eh? Where you just got to do a little song and dance, get in front of it. Look, I'm an anti-interventionalist. That's the word, right? And America first. And yeah, don't want to like keep being the world police, but in terms of dramatic, incredible alpha military procedures with humongous balls, nothing really comes close to what we just pulled off in Venezuela. Am I right?
In America, but if I had to deal with it, this is kind of the way. I mean, no U.S. casualties, 11 minutes, war's over essentially. The only people really loudly speaking.
It's because it's not a war. It's an illegal invasion.
And it's
an
not
unannounced,
over.
unprompted, just a simple attack on a city. Yeah,
wait
a
till
city
they go try to
filled
get
with
the
people.
oil.
There are military bases, yes. There are some soldiers that were struck. There's also a lot of civilians that were hit, too.
Speaking to the New York Times, said at least 80 people, including civilians and soldiers, were killed in the U.S.
This is not the one I was thinking of. This one.
Yeah. Melanie and I will be watching the football game tonight, and Hannah Claire will probably be going somewhere family orientated. Yeah. Melanie and I will be watching the football game tonight, and Hannah Claire will probably be going.
I can't watch football with you guys? You can. I would love that.
If you're wondering what this is, it's not the NFL. This is a show that the Quartering produces, and then he brands himself. That is his logos in the background, and stickers put onto the microphones as well. I don't know exactly what vibe he's going for. It kind of seems like a post-game press op kind of a feeling. But he's there with two other hosts, if you're not aware. This is Melanie Mack. She is a very prominent right-wing Christian conservative anti-woke culture war pop.
This is someone who I've also only heard about, never watched her stuff, never seen her talk really. Only on like Twitter did I see like gaming YouTubers, I guess, gamers kind of like lament, oh no, she's fallen off, I can't believe I used to be friends with her, blah 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 blah, stuff like that. And then I don't know who this is.
Culture coverage bigot. She focuses primarily on how games that have gay characters are sins against God, etc. But she does find time to also talk about how she does not want to see black characters in video games either. That's woke. Trans people are woke. Women, ironically, who are responsible for making games, make the games woke. All that kind of stuff. So yeah, it makes sense that she would be doing the show with the Quartering. But someone uploaded this and it was kind of funny. It was just in the middle of everything that was going on.
Yeah. Melanie and I will be watching the football game tonight, and Hannah Claire will probably be going somewhere family orientated.
I can't watch football with you guys? You can. I would love that.
Oh yeah, that would be
Wow, thanks, Melanie. I would love it.
Yeah.
She just cockblocked him. He's like, we're going to go watch football. You're going to go do something family because you have a family. She was like, and then she looked at her with the eyes and she was like, well, I can't come. I want to come. I'll be there too. And he's like, damn it. Damn it. I was just trying to Mac on Mac.
We just didn't know if you wanted to, but I would love it. I'm great at watching sports, and by that I mean I'm solidly okay.
Well, yeah, well, we got to figure out where we're going to go. I have a dinner place I want to go, but I got to call.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's married. Jeremy Hambley is married, but don't worry. There's no evidence.
Oh right, dude. I remember again years ago when I found his channel, him mentioning his wife, and people, in the comments were like, "I've never seen your wife. Do you even have a wife?" So I don't know if that's ever been revealed. Maybe we can look into that.
Anything bad happening here. He's just simply wanting to, go back to his place to watch some football with one of his coworkers. It turns out who might actually be one of his employees, actually. I'll get into that in 1 second. But I do want to say that there are times when things happen that are so subtle, it's hard to pick them up unless you're actually looking for them. You might notice Melanie Mack right after he announces that they will be leaving somewhere to a private location to watch some sports, turn to her friend and mouth the words, "Help me." See if you can see it.
Did she mouth the words?
When the sawdust settles and the engine roars, the thing you care about is the job well done.
Yeah. Melanie and I will be watching the football game tonight, and Hannah Claire will probably be going some.
Did you catch it? And it's also interesting that right after that happens, she immediately is like, "Oh, can I go join you guys?" Which, by the way, I just want to say that, women.
Let's take it back.
Yeah.
Melanie and I will be watching the football game tonight, and Hannah Claire will probably be going some.
Did you catch it?
Did.
And it's also interesting that right after that happens, she immediately is like, "Oh, can I go join you guys?"
Yeah, the panic. I want to be
Which, by
alone
the
with this
way,
guy.
I just want to say that, like, you know, women for a long time have had to deal with creeps and creepy men. And as a result of having to deal with creeps and creepy men who, as the quartering is being here, are not so subtle, in being like, yeah, we're like going to go back to my place and we're going to watch sports. But first I want to go for dinner at like a place that I think is really good and nice. You're going to enjoy that. Well, I mean, there's ways of communicating with other people that don't make it obvious, because I'm sure if you just were like, please help me, you'd be like, oh, what you no, what, you think this is a date or something? I was just trying to hang out with people as friends. You know what, people can't be friends anymore? Oh my god, you guys are so gay, this is gay, everything's gay. Like that, probably you want to avoid a scenario like that. So instead you just be like, and then someone else will pick up on that and be able to be like, oh yeah, Jesus, that guy is he's being a bit of a creep. Really, I thought that was all there was to the story. And then this account loads.
And again, if you're women on the right wing, why aren't you saying yes? You should throw yourself at him, because of course he believes, like a lot of right wing people do, he deserves it, and women are obliged to provide him with intimacy. Why are you these two women are stopping him from doing his manly duties? What does it say? He spent
told me he spent $250,000 on Sydney Watson while he was sending text messages about tits to her, which I was like, what? I did not know. What is this lore? These lores I haven't even heard about. The quartering has a bad habit of spending a lot of money on women he's friends with while he has a wife. The $20,000 a month goes to Melanie Mack and Hannah Claire. Also, did you know the quartering spent $250,000 on Sydney Watson only to cut ties with him? Now, this is interesting. Part I did not know, because if you weren't aware of this, the quartering complains consistently, I think like once a year at least, about going broke because of the dreaded woke. Now, not because he himself has gone woke, but because what he calls the wokies are trying to take down his business. It doesn't matter if it's related to his coffee company. Like he's said before that he had to spend like $80,000 on like a press, like a printing press to be able to make these like cardboard shipping boxes, something strange like that, where it's just like, what, you couldn't just go on Alibaba and order like 10,000 of them? What are you talking about? But apparently it was the woke that attacked him and his printing press and his coffee operation, which he, to my knowledge, wasn't even doing himself. He wasn't fulfilling the orders. That was like a company that was a women-owned business in maybe Vancouver, Canada, or something like that. Either way, I didn't know he was fulfilling his own orders. Maybe he's upgraded since then. Maybe he's bought new equipment since then. Maybe he does actually, package and ship his own coffee company's stuff, right? But then he was coming forward saying that like someone had called in to the company that he was hiring to print the cups for his coffee, and to tell them that he in fact was an anti-woke, anti-SJW bigot, and then because that company was woke, they then told him that they will not print his products anymore, and he was like, oh god damn it, I got sabotaged by Antifa. And then at that point he was like, I need so much money, you guys. I really need your money right now. I need to buy this $80,000 coffee printing press machine, like all this weird shit like that. And I think it has to be to a certain degree of success, because he keeps doing it. He's done other drives where like a couple of years ago he was like, oh guys, I'm having a lot of trouble financially, they're really coming down on me, the censorship is like crazy, it's out of control.
After watching a lot of Rick and Morty with the wife, we've come to describe this kind of attitude as being a Jerry. Jerry is on Rick and Morty. If you don't know, that's what he does. Is he is so pathetic that people around him feel bad for him, so they help him out. That's what he's doing. He's weaponizing his patheticness. Guys, I know I'm like a big alpha male or whatever, but like I need help. I'm in trouble. The woke are attacking again.
I think it's because like I bring you guys too much of like the truth and all this kind of stuff. So please sign up for my newsletter, sign up for this. And it was just, once again, these are like, you know, these kind of like poverty drives that he does to try and pretend that he's actually suffering really badly. The latest one that I saw was actually related to Sydney Watson. He, if you don't know, started a kind of a news kind of wannabe, like not... I think of the Free Press, like, yeah, Barry Weiss is the Free Press. It was that. So essentially he started that with Sydney Watson. Like, it's like Timcast News. Like, Tim likes to post links to his own source, like himself, which is his own news outlet, and it'll be articles. So it was basically an article website that was going to write, you know, far right news articles and stuff that they could source and cite. And then it shut down. And then it shut down this year. And then once again, it was because you guys don't understand. Things are so expensive. It costs so much money. I can't afford this anymore. This is like a really hard time for me. I really need your support, but we just can't make this project work anymore. Well, I had no idea that it might have a little something to do with him wanting to pay women, colleagues, you know, very large amounts of money to interact with him, period. Like, at all. Like, I don't have evidence of that. Again, this will be one of the first times I've heard this theory, but I did want to present it to the class.
It's disappointing to hear about Sydney, but I don't know what anyone takes Lauren Southern seriously. Yeah, I mean, I was heartbroken when I saw her messages. She like literally told people, you know, I went out of my way to try and help her with her tea company, and she had no idea how to do fulfillment or any of this shit. And I was like, hey, let me help you with that. And because she didn't like the price that it would cost me, by the way, I was making no money on it, she told all these other people in these private DM groups that I was ripping her off. But by the way, meanwhile, I had paid about a $250,000 to start the Publica, and she had paid $0. So I was already $250,000 in the hole, and then I was still willing to go further to help her with her tea company. And she was at the same time telling all these other women who I won't out that I was ripping her off and trying to screw her over. I didn't give a fuck about fulfilling her tea. I don't care about that.
$250,000 to me is a lot of money. I don't know about y'all, but like a $250,000 fucking dollars. Like, and then it just shut down. I don't know. I think that like he thinks so little of his own fans. I almost feel sorry for them. I don't, but I almost do, in that like he's completely fine just fleecing them, you know, once or twice a year, depending on when he needs more money, just coming along and being like, guys, you can't believe this. Oh my God, the woke tried to shut me down. I basically can't like afford to do this for much longer unless you guys help me out. It would really mean a lot if you bought my coffee, if you signed up to this Give, Send, Go, if you paid me money, and then that way I can continue to bring you guys this important information. But like at the same time, it's like, why are you blowing $250,000 on a Substack with Sydney Watson? And then when the whole thing fails, being like, I can't believe it, I paid her like $250,000 and like the whole thing didn't take off. Like, wait, sorry, you paid her $250,000 to do what? Was she the editor, the writer? Was she producing the content? Or is that just to hang out with you? Is that just like, hey, I've got a really good idea, I want to start like the Daily Wire, do you want to do it with me? Ew. Nah, I know, like, not like that. Like, I can pay you. Like, I can pay you really good. $250,000. I have a lot of money. We should do it together. I think it'd be so based and epic. $250,000, eh? Oh. We don't have to be in the same room together. And yeah, okay, maybe. This is all speculation. I have absolutely no idea. Unfortunately, his fans are not taking all of this very well, especially them seeing it. They're using AI art to make him look very creepy. Yeah, they made this. They said, were you able to get Melanie Mack alone, or did Hannah answer her plea for help? Stop sexually harassing your co-host, you ghoulish-looking blubber monster. These are his own fans. This is his replies. Stop sexually harassing your employees. You're a married man. Wow. They're not pleased with this. Why'd you try to talk to that girl to a solo dinner? Aren't you married? Ooh. Stop sexually harassing your co-hosts. Oh my God, you're a bitch. Damn, I'm not pleased. Claire, please run. Dude's tanking any career he has left. Trump is deep state. We are all fucked. I feel like this is a little bit like internet commented. Trump is deep state. We are all fucked. Hannah, Claire, please run. Dude's tanking any career you have left. I made this for you. I hope you like it. When you spend thousands on her and she won't watch football alone with you. Oh no, quartering. Yeah, and post. So I guess it didn't go over too well. His dreams have been shattered before they began. This is also, I guess, maybe a lesson, because there's this idea, and unfortunately it's been propagated by the likes of one Jordan Peterson, that there are two kinds of men in this world, right? There are alphas, which everyone strives to be. I wish I could be one. And there's betas, which unfortunately are the soy cucks like myself, who are just so baited out, right? We're just completely unable to be the alphas of the pack. And you start to believe that there are these things called dominance hierarchies, which are present in a lot of the animal kingdom. There's a lot of animals that can actually demonstrate this. And of course, everyone knows the...
Quartering should get a job and do YouTube part-time. People would actually like him more. Yeah, probably. I mean, dude, it's also a double... It's a... Because around the time I found his channel, I found another channel called Vito Gesualdi, who is a streamer, creator, whatever you want to call him. He also did stand-up. And he was clearly just trying to make a YouTube channel and get popular. He would do like soda tastings, and he made a video where he bought that OnlyFans girls bathwater, right? Got the bathwater, had it. I'm drinking it, hilarious, and then at the end of the video, showed him making a fake thing and was like, "I'm not gonna buy that, you fucking idiots. Anyone who thought I bought it is an idiot." He also went to protests around the time of that the Kylie Jenner Pepsi ad, and would offer protesters and cops Pepsis, stuff like that. Stuff that will get traction and is trending. Star Wars. He made a video called Last Jedi is a cinematic abortion, and it got a lot of views. And he's like, okay, so we're gonna keep riding this out, keep talking about Star Wars, keep talking about nerd stuff, and kept and slowly and surely got more and more right wing over time, because the audience wants that, and he's trying to appeal to that audience. But he wasn't right wing. He wasn't gonna go do that. And so I don't he's still making stuff. I have checked regularly or semi-regularly his channel. Matter of fact, let's do it right now. Let's see what he's got on there. What is this? Crying. Crybully Vito's has meltdown over Hackamania 2 months ago. I don't know what that is. Breaking egg wax has been served back to Vito. Biggest problem. Stop messaging Ethan Van Sciver about Vito. This is Ethan Van Sciver. This is the comic book artist I was talking about earlier. He was now just like another one of these geek grifters. Yeah, again, he got into this world and seems to be stuck in it. I don't think he's like... Again, I haven't watched his stuff in a long time. I think almost 10 years now at this point. But let's see what his channel looks like. It's Utopia 2 is horrifying future of entertainment. Nintendo stock crashes due to Switch 2 issues. Another, trying to recapture the magic of that Last Jedi thing. Kathleen Kennedy, again, all Star Wars gaming. Here's Donald Trump talking about Rob Reiner. Let's see. Is he like in Trump's camp? I'm kind of interested.
Morris, the more you read about it, this is a tragedy that is it's one that you just normally don't expect this. It's completely unexpected. We have the Hollywood deaths, celebrity deaths, and they're always a tragedy. Any hope for this world? Here we have the story 5 hours after Rob Reiner's daughter, what he would do next. The trio reportedly ended up in a very...
Right, so he's doing like the Tim Pool thing of just like, I pull up an article and I read it, and then, I post a video so I can make a lot. I can make a lot of videos, rather. But I want to see what he has to say about Trump's response here.
Happy. When he likes to talk about politics. But when the president of the United States of America, the most powerful man in the world, decides he wants to talk about a news story, it should probably be included.
Okay, so hold on.
I like to get political on this channel at this point. Now, we don't like to, I'll be real. We don't like to get political on this channel.
I don't like to get political on this channel. Probably because the audience doesn't agree. Bro, glad to see you uploading more vids. You want the current president to have decorum. You're so glad you're uploading more. Good, okay. Very sad. Haven't seen Vito this upset since Eric. Good to have you back. I missed you. Alright.
It doesn't make anybody happy when he likes to talk about politics.
Because again, I think he, from what I remembered watching him, he didn't actually he wasn't actually like a Trumper. He was like Bernie-ish, Bernie style. But that's why I take it that he doesn't talk politics much, because they wouldn't like it.
But when the president of the United States of America, the most powerful man in the world, here's what Donald Trump said. Very talented movie director and comedy man. His wife Michelle reports disease known as Trump derangement syndrome.
Do not wait until you have dry lips.
The fucking ads, dude. Another piece of lore for this dude is the movie, what was it? Ghost in the Shell, I think, or like some big anime movie that they made live action was coming out, and he went to an event as a creator to like make content, and other creators were there, one of them being Jenny Nicholson, and he was like, yeah, they made us partner up to like go through the event as like a group. I came alone. I didn't have anybody. Jenny was with her friend. They needed groups of 3. I didn't even want to like approach, but they approached me and like, okay, hey, we'll be in a group. I wasn't trying to like hit on them or be creepy. I was trying to be the least creepy as possible. Because I know I'm here. I'm older than you guys. You guys are like little teeny bopper girls, whatever. And we're just making content all for our YouTube channels. He had asked her for her footage to like, because she got footage of him doing things, activities in the space, and was like, hey, let me get some of that footage. She said, no problem. And then a couple days went by, messaged her like, hey, by the way, I don't know if you remember, but like I was with you at that thing. Do you have any footage of me? I'd like it for my YouTube video. She never responded. And then he sent like one more message and she didn't respond. It was like, all right, whatever, I'll make my video. Made his video, posted, and then saw her video, and in it she said something like, oh, me and my friend went there, and then we were partnered up with this like weird creepy dude. And he made a video about that, being like, what the fuck? I was literally trying to be nice. I really was not trying to be, I was actively trying not to be creepy. Why the fuck are you saying this about me? This is bullshit. Blah, blah, blah. And I think it's probably because of the Last Jedi video that she saw and was like, oh, fuck this guy. Or I saw the title and was like, oh, fuck this guy. I don't want to have anything to do with him. That's my guess. And it was his guess. It's his guess. And so, you know, understandably pissed off at that. Because, again, I watched that video in all the other videos that I saw about The Last Jedi. And, yeah, it's a clickbaity title. Because, of course, it is. But the actual video was substantial cinematic critique. As a critic myself, or as a filmmaker myself, rather, I could tell he was not just shitting on it because it's woke or whatever. He was like, no, the story structure is bad. The cinematography is not good. The choices with the characters aren't good, and whatever.
So the reason Rob Reiner and his wife are dead was because he made people angry because he was obsessed with Trump. He is known to have driven perhaps like never before. Not the most presidential guy. He said, and that's part of his appeal. He says what's on his mind. He's cantankerous. He makes insults. He makes jokes. Okay, I know that's what people like about him. There's a certain level at which you go, listen, man, I kind of like this country called America, and I would like if the guy running it acted with a little bit of decorum and common sense.
I mean, okay, so there's a critique, but he's couching it in a lot of like, I know y'all like him, I know, blah, blah, blah. You know, audience capture. I was just curious. Sorry, I fucking derailed myself there.
The wolves, right? I mean, you might think I was going to talk about the mighty lobster, which is another dominance hierarchy that Jordan Peterson ended up making very famous, one that people knew less about. He didn't really tell the details of it, the whole vomiting in each other's mouths, and we won't get into that, but the wolves are one that everyone can just relate to, right? There are alphas and there are betas. We all know that. There's the alpha wolf, all right? He leads the pack, and then he basically takes everyone, and then they all follow him because he is strong, domineering, masculine, and able to lead everybody. And then the women, obviously, they have to be subservient to him. Maybe he gets a harem, I don't entirely remember, but either way, that's how the whole structure works out. And then when you actually look into the history of where this idea of alphas come from, and that human beings, and they have alphas and betas and all this kind of stuff, and it's propagated by not only people obviously on the right, but the whole red pill, your Andrew Tates, your Sneekos, and Jordan Peterson, of course, obviously talks about the dominance hierarchies and how they're less desirable males. This is why women for years have actually been this like Bene Gesserit hive mind controlling the population, because all the women have been basically mating with the higher preference males. So they've actually been doing a thing called hypergamy, and they are hypergamous. And what they do is they actually selectively breed with people of the highest stratosphere of the social standing, and in that way they are constantly generating the population in such a way that only, again, these alpha and high-end men are being created, cultivated, and then designed, again, by the Bene Gesserit hive mind that are women. All of this is going on and is super real and serious stuff. But if anyone hasn't actually ever looked into this, where does the idea of the alpha, the beta, and any of it come from? It originally comes from a study which actually coined the term the alpha, in terms of, you know, the alpha wolf and all that, of someone who was actually observing wolves in captivity. Because at the time, this is kind of a sad aspect of the story, but human beings had actually hunted wolves to near extinction, and because of that, we didn't see and experience as many wolves in the wild, so he wanted to understand wolf behavior, so he ended up actually studying wolves in captivity. And while studying wolves in captivity, was able to make observations that it seemed like there happened to be certain hierarchies that were amongst these wolves that he was observing, and obviously the stronger and more masculine and alpha, what he called male, was the one who was leading the pack. This is the same thing as observing human beings in prison and then making determinations based on that behavior as to the totality of the human experience. And that's what started the entire origins of the alpha and the beta. And then human beings, being as they were, wanted to be like, well, I guess we're people, right? So we probably have similar things, that there are men who are alphas and there are men who are betas. This has to be true, right? And then it turns out that over some time, more people, you know, the people who study animals, biologists, anthropologists, etc., people started studying wolves as the populations returned in the wild once again, and discovered, shockingly, that when they are not in captivity, wolves do not operate in a alpha and beta structure. They are highly social animals, and yes, they are pack animals that actually benefit from cooperation with one another. And there are times when, say, a woman who is a wolf is giving birth and has children, the male wolf will then go out and bring back food to give to the woman. Now, this would be normally what you'd assume to be cucked gay beta male behavior, but in fact they're doing it to help the mother as she is feeding the young. And these are activities that can be observed amongst a lot of different kinds of species. And if we look at some of our closest living relatives, say like chimpanzees, for example, they also exhibit highly social hierarchies and behaviors, but they're not based on a dominance hierarchy of the alpha and the beta. There's actually a lot of different factors that go into what are considered to be the preference in social status. And a lot of that also comes from, and this one is the one that is really important, and I wish we had learned it and taught it to more young boys, that contribution to the group as a whole becomes more important in a lot of cases. Your social standing and the ability for you to adapt and for a group to survive better is done by the members of its community behaving empathetically towards one another. And it is through that empathy towards one another, understanding the needs of other members of your community and helping other members of your community. For example, there are instances in which chimpanzees will do child rearing amongst a number of different people within the community. Sorry, well, chimpanzees within the community. We share enough DNA, whatever. That it, in fact,
I was like, where's that music coming from? It's from his video. Okay.
Is going to be something which the kid is tended to and taken care of by many different individuals, and this is again going to raise the profile of everyone who helps out within the community itself, because it turns out the advantages in biology, in nature, under evolution, etc., that come from being empathetic and social outweigh the advantages to being a ruthless killing machine, testosterone filled animal with teeth that are going to eat all their enemies. So the very concept alone is absurd, but we have taken it for just so far now where people actually believe in things like alpha males,
he's from the main
beta males, dominance hierarchies, all that kind of stuff, and when you actually look into it, you're like, oh shit, yeah. So it turns out it's way more beneficial.
This is gonna be my last
to have empathy and to love one another and to help one another, and people notice that, like, wow, that person's good. I mean, this trope is not unusual, even for right wingers. I'm pretty sure you understand that, like, if you see someone helping someone who's old who can't like walk across a road, and you're really worried about them, and you look down, and you're like, oh my god, that grandmother's not going to make it. By the time the light hits, she's in trouble. And you see someone going over and helping them, the immediate thought in your mind is not like, gay, beta. You're like, oh, well, that was really nice. No, I'm really happy they helped them out. That's...
apropos of that story, I was reminded of something that happened just a few hours ago. I was coming home on the train to start work from home, and there was a woman on the train with her baby. She seemed very young, and she got off at the same stop as me, and I knew there was 2 flights of stairs, and she was at the stairs with me with the stroller, and I was like, hey, can I help you? Do you need help? And I helped her pull the stroller up with the baby in it. And she needed directions. Hey, which train do I get on to? She didn't speak English, really. I said, oh, this one. And, went on my way. Didn't even think about it. Actually, did think about it for a fraction of a second. I remembered Zoran Mamdani telling a story like that during his inauguration speech, where he said, like, New Yorkers, we're strangers, we'll help each other take a baby stroller up the stairs in the subway. And I'm like, hey, I can live those values that I profess so much. A little inspired by Zoran. Not that I wouldn't if I hadn't heard that speech, but that's what it made me think.
Good at them. Yeah. Because
that was good.
It'd be nicer if more
people did that. Let's check out this Candace Owens thing.
Find your next possibility on cash.app. Where to next?
We all have that one day idea. Bring yours to life online with a website from Hostinger. Join.
Brigitte Macron is a man and has a penis because there's not a lot of photos of her as a child. And she kind of looks like her brother in some of the photos. And also, she won't deny this, so it must be true.
It wasn't real, not actually happening, or that it was just a segment and I was taking it out of context. Because no, the company
But I'm
can't
not a
actually
techno
be
that
this obsessed with a former employee 2 years later.
Okay, so to start, Ben Shapiro kind of gave Candace Owens a bit of an easy win. It's basically a cringe off, is the best I could explain this. So the Candace Owens podcast account just recently made this post, which is kind of weird. Why would the Candace Owens podcast account post this video? And it's called Crazy X Volume 1. And so this is the video posted.
But I genuinely feel like when you break up with someone and you have a crazy ex, that was how it felt like being fired from the Daily Wire. Daily Wire, the Daily Wire, the Daily Wire, the Daily Wire, from the Daily Wire, the Daily Wire, the Daily Wire, Andrew Clavin, my crazy ex-boyfriend, Andrew Clavin. The Daily Wire, does have a Daily Wire. He does some stuff for the Daily Wire.
You
The
know,
Daily...
there's a reason there's not a phrase of crazy ex-boyfriend. It's because the phrase is misogynistic and it's crazy ex-girlfriend. Because all you gotta do is go, hey man, you know, she's like complaining about me hitting her and like abusing her, but you know how women are. They'll fucking nonsense shit. And the other man will go, oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. She's trying to reclaim it. She's reclaiming her time.
Wire, the Daily Wire, the Daily Wire, at the Daily Wire.
You get it, right? It keeps going. It might not surprise you, but the count goes up. It goes all the way up to 56.
So she's really the crazy ex.
The reason this is wild is because these are all clips from.
Honestly, Ben Shapiro is so like weak and effeminate and like hated now because everyone hates Israel and he's been defending Israel and the right wing is anti-Semitic by nature and hate him. All he has to do to win this like war of words is go, this woman over here, she's probably on her period anyways, and they'll be like, oh, Ben Shapiro dunked on Candace.
Candace Owens on the Daily Wire when she had a podcast on the Daily Wire. For the most part, a couple of them are Candace's own show, but the majority of them they're clips from the Ben Shapiro's The Daily Wire show, the Candace Owens show, and they clipped a whole bunch of them together and then used her old account to post
really
it
funny.
As a way, I guess, of attacking her.
They still own the
it's
account.
cringe, and then the cringe got called out for being cringe. So Candace got, I guess, a bit of a baby win here. This is my old podcast. Legally, Ben Shapiro still owns the rights to it. So if he's using it to share a compilation of me defending myself against the repeated attacks against me over the last 2 years, this is real life. The Daily Wire is using my old podcast to attack me. And it's true. They actually did that. Familiar with Candace Owens and her lawsuit that's going down right now? She has been saying for some time now that Brigitte Macron is in fact a man, has been living secretly as a man for years. No one knew about this until she exposed the story. This was actually a conspiracy theory that was only relegated to very, very obscure far-right podcasts in France. Clearly one of the fans of the Candace Owens show at a certain point emailed her a hot tip, which was probably a link to a French podcast
France, bro? They're weak.
where they were talking about how Brigitte Macron is secretly a man. And that conspiracy theory probably would have stayed there forever had Candace Owens not been one of the largest pop culture and news and politics channels in America, who then came forward to produce a multi-part series documentary called Becoming Brigitte, in order to expose, in fact, that Brigitte Macron is a man. And so I watched a lot of Becoming Brigitte because I'm actually working on a larger documentary right now on the entire Candace Owens, Erica Kirk, Charlie Kirk saga to try and put the whole story together. It's becoming much larger in scale than I thought it was going to be, but I did have to end up watching some of Becoming Brigitte.
Lance,
and for all of you...
Honestly, dude, like, watching Leftist Mafia, I'm like, he is really tapped into a lot of this crazy bullshit. I did not realize how tapped in he was. Fucking hats off to you, man. That's I could never. Like, as much as I want to, talk about Asmongold and Quartering and Nerdrotic, I talk about them more as like an idea and like a genre of creator, not specifically each of their lore. Although I did just do that with Quartering, but that's because I happen to know some of it. I don't know anything about Asmongold or Nerdrotic.
I have summarized the totality of the entire thing in 30 seconds, so all of you will be able to know what it's about. And I'll save you some time because the actual thing is hours and hours long, but here's basically the entire thing.
And while there's multiple episodes of Becoming Brigitte, you'd think it would take me hours to summarize a vast conspiracy of a European nation leader's wife secretly being a man for decades before the eyes of the world, and yet... Brigitte Macron is a man and has a penis because there's not a lot of photos of her as a child. And she kind of looks like her brother in some of the photos. And also, she won't deny this, so it must be true.
Struggling in silence? We hear you. Call, text, or chat 988.
Packers, Bears, Browns.
What the fuck? Listen, there's a famous I don't know, rhetorical tactic. It was used in a debate at one point, and it worked. Where one candidate said to another, "When did you stop beating your wife?" And then the other person goes, "Well, I never beat my wife." But now you're answering that and validating that line of questioning. Because the question says, when did you stop doing this thing that I am making sound like is a fact and a constant? So, you know, she hasn't denied it, means it's evidence of proof. No, she hasn't denied it because she's not responding to conspiracy theories. That's why. Because responding would validate it. Which, again, sucks for public figures, but, you know, you're fine. You're the First Lady of France.
Also, she won't deny this, so it must be true.
Whoa!
Yeah.
That's pretty much it. There's not a lot of pictures of Brigitte Macron as a young girl. That's sussy wussy. There are pictures of Brigitte Macron's brother where they look the same. Sister looking like a brother. Sussy wussy. Did I say there's not a lot of pictures of Brigitte Macron as a child? Very sus. She won't answer any of these. She hasn't responded, and she apparently is dodging my questions and emails, so also sus. And that's it. That's just about over 10 hours worth of content summarized. And I've tried to explain a couple times that this one was going to be really bad if it ever actually did become litigious, because Brigitte Macron has 3 children. She had 3 children in a relationship that she was in before she married Emmanuel Macron, and then she started dating Emmanuel Macron. I
cannot say Macron like that. Oop. Hold on. Sorry, I see your comment there. I got banned from Twitter because I called the troll out for asking abusive questions like this, and they had operators closing my ban appeals at 9 a.m. St. Petersburg time every day for like a week. Damn. So like you kept appealing it, or like the ban was about to end and then they refiled. That's crazy, dude. That's crazy.
He
Blue
was
sky.
her student. He was 15
That's
years
where I'm
old when she was his teacher. They apparently did not have a romantic
Well, and
relationship
also
back then. Still creepy as fuck. That could have been a really easy thing to target her for. But instead, you wanted to be really transphobic and say that she, in fact, is a trans woman. Not a trans man. I got to be really clear about that too, because the accusation here is that she is a trans woman. She was born a man, is Candace Owens' claim, and that she has been secretly living as a woman for reasons. I don't know what the reasons are.
I mean, dude, I said at the beginning of the stream, I don't know if you're here, I made a video the other day. Like, we watched that whole thing about Doechii and Adin Ross. I watched the music video. I reacted to the song. And the video got taken down for hate speech. And I was like, what the fuck? And it was like at 8:09, you can edit this video and then it'll be up and it'll be fine. I'm like, whatever, fine. I'll mute it for this portion. At 8:09, Doechii says the N-word. Now, rap, a lot of people say the N-word. I've done Kendrick reactions, Wu-Tang, Outkast, several others. No video's been taken down. And especially not for hate speech. But I submitted the edit, and it was like, it's still rejected, and now you can't even edit it again and try again. And I'm like, damn, so that video's just gone. And then I realized, wait a minute, about 7 seconds earlier, because, you know, it's like an estimated timestamp. 7 seconds earlier, I called Adin Ross a INCEL loser. And I'm like, is that the thing? Because that's why I even spelled it out. Because I'm afraid of even saying it now. Lest this stream be taken down. I'm like, maybe that's what it registered as hate speech. Not the N-word, the I-word. I don't know. It's either YouTube took it down because a rapper said the N-word, which seems unlikely, or because I said the I-word, or maybe directly called someone that. I don't know. But who cares?
I don't know what advantage.
But that's crazy. It's just like, you know, the automated banning or whatever, and also it could be a brigade in your case, and like, yeah, they would just constantly deny your appeal. That's insane.
And that she has been secretly living as a woman for reasons. I don't know what the reasons are. I don't know what advantage that gave you. I guess it was to ultimately become the first lady of France. So bravo, well played. Brigitte Macron has been suing a number of people, by the way, as a result of this getting again propagated by a lot of outlets after Candace Owens made it very, very popular. And she recently, yesterday, won a very, very big court case.
Sitting online.
Don't F with cats. I don't know what that means.
Very popular. And she recently, yesterday, won a very, very big court case.
Stating online that she was actually born a man. Owens wrote on X, quote, "Once again, these headlines are written in a way to deceive the public into believing that Brigitte proved she was a woman. No. France just has cyberbullying laws. In essence, Rachel Dolezal could secure a conviction against people for asserting that she was born white."
Rachel Dolezal's classic. Some of the defendants' posts also compared the 24-year-old age gap between the Macrons to pedophilia and were viewed tens of thousands of times. One of the convicted persons received a 6-month jail sentence, but under French law, it can be served at your home.
Paul?
Hey. 8 of them got suspended sentences ranging from 4 to 8 months. All of them will have to undergo cyberbully awareness training. On top of that, the guilty were fined 600 euros each and must contribute around $12,000 to Macron. And 3 of them are banned from using X for 6 months.
The court argued that the repeated publications had cumulative harmful effects. Macron said over the weekend she sued to, quote, set an example.
I just want to be completely clear. I am not a fan of Brigitte Macron or the Macrons. This is just really something that at a certain point, people like Alex Jones or Candace Owens, who basically put this stuff out there and then don't think twice about it and then just move on as if nothing ever happened. I think the only way that any of them are ever going to feel any consequences for, again, potentially spreading information that can get people very seriously hurt. Like, I would like to see her potentially, lose a lot of money for things like the amount of misinformation she's put out about LGBTQ plus people and stuff like that. But still, at the same time, it's a situation where, like, how did you think you were going to win this? Like, you're not mincing words. You've never been like, wink, it's a joke, or this is funny. Like, you are very serious about this, that Brigitte Macron is a man, and it's just factually not true.
Defamation lawsuit in the U.S. from the Macrons for making similar claims about that, and Owens has been the most prominent voice spreading this theory that Brigitte Macron was actually born Jean-Michel Chonier, which is the name of her brother.
Yeah, that's her brother. God, again, a real person who exists in reality. If like, it's another one of those things where it's like, well, then when are we going to find out who is the real Jean-Michel Trognon? And then it's like, well, you could actually go talk to him. He's a real person who exists. You could also talk to Brigitte's 3 kids. She has three children. There's that as well. I don't know what else to say except it doesn't look very good. Candace Owens bet Piers Morgan, I believe, $100,000, and that number maybe has increased to $300,000. I don't know if it's still increasing, but he wanted to claim that money now.
And I think we're going to see the same thing with Brigitte Macron and you, is that he was weaponizing deliberate lies for money. And I think you did that.
Brigitte Macron has a penis. I really want you to know that.
Brigitte Macron does not have a penis.
Brigitte Macron has a penis.
No, she doesn't.
I'm sorry.
She had 3 children.
Did she get it removed?
She had 3 children.
Yeah, you can have adoptive children. You can call somebody, but Brigitte Macron was born a dude named Jean-Michel Trognon. Well, and I just feel, I want you to know that. I want you to know that Brigitte Macron probably stands peeing up. Probably pee standing up is what I want you to know.
The beauty is we have a big bet.
I think Brigitte
we have
stands.
a big bet, and we're going to find out because it's going to court. And, you know, you will lose that court case. I think you know you will.
Yeah. I am not going to lose a court case because Brigitte is presenting evidence that Brigitte was born a woman, because that's never even been offered. That's just their PR coming after and saying these things. Nobody believes that Brigitte Macron is just unable to present any pictures. Nobody's asking for blood.
All right, let's wait for the court case.
Which, again, also really weird because, like, you all have the internet right now. If you're watching me in some capacity right now, you have the internet. So you have access to Google. So you can go and Google images, and then you can look up Brigitte Macron's kids and then see pictures of her with her own children. And, yeah, it's not as if they don't exist. She's a public figure who has a private life to a certain degree and has had a less public life in her past, of which a lot of the photos would be in black and white. She's quite old, if you didn't know that. Like, you know, she is older. And, you know, back around when she was a child, the photos would have been in black and white. And there are photos that also exist of Brigitte Macron as a kid. And there's photos of her brother, which you have confused as being the same person. But he's also, again, a real person who exists in reality. I don't know, like, I haven't been able to find out how much this is going to be for, or how much she stands to potentially lose here. I don't know, again, how the damages are going to be assessed. But they could be significant. I mean, how much views does Becoming Brigitte have? And this doesn't count her being the #1 podcast in the world, right? That's also
well, you guys,
pretty huge. So the introduction video alone has 5 million views. 5 million views. That is a lot. Yeah. Again, that's just the first part. There's a lot. You got to watch all 5 parts to get the full story, or 4 parts. The second installment has 5.9 million views. Wow, even more. Third one?
Well,
4 million views. Okay, that's still a lot of views.
All right,
and then 3.3. People got less interested by part 3. By part 3, you've lost about 2 million of the views. Part 4, do people return for the finale?
Happy birthday to.
Pretty much the same thing. Yeah, but. I mean, the mystery, I guess, will be revealed. The court case that Brigitte just won, I don't know what the effects are going to be in terms of how this is now going to play out in the American trial, because, again, these are completely different cases. The American right-wing political commentator who faces an ongoing defamation lawsuit filed by French President Emmanuel Macron and his wife Brigitte over her claims that the latter is actually a man appears criminal court's conviction on Monday of 10 French individuals for cyberbullying the First Lady over similar claims would seemingly strike fear about her own case. But instead, Owens has doubled down. Hell yeah. Once again, these headlines are written in a way to deceive the public into believing that Brigitte was proof she was a woman, Owens said on X. No, France just has cyberbullying laws. In essence, Rachel Dolezal could secure conviction against people for asserting that she was born white. Consider the fact that this man statutorily raped a student and is today securing convictions for cyberbullying against people for discussing his dark past, Owens wrote in another post, asserting the First Lady was born male. Brigitte is dangerous. See, right here, the pronouns change. I don't know if you've noticed, but, like, using proper pronouns isn't actually that hard. This is a really good lesson in that. Listen to how the pronouns are used here.
Is that he was weaponizing deliberate lies for money. And I think you
Brigitte
did that.
Macron has a penis. I really want you to know
Brigitte Macron does not have a penis.
Brigitte Macron has a penis.
No, she doesn't.
I'm sorry.
She had 3 children.
Did she get it removed?
She had 3 children.
Did she get it removed? Did she? She doesn't have a penis. No, she doesn't. She. See, pronouns aren't hard. There you go. Properly done. To France's laws. This is the entire purpose of the lawsuit against me, Owens responded. Independent media has made it a struggle for the deep state to stop the public from learning about the evil they partake in. They now want speech restricted in the United States because we are the last stand against them. I mean, I think most people would be completely fine with flipping it. Like, what if instead of going after very small accounts, private citizens, users that only have a few followers, it was just basically targeting people with massive media empires, and then you could do some kind of a ratio based on the amount of viewers and followers you have and the amount of influence you got. Then we could decide whether or not what you were doing is actually damaging, because you would have a lot more of a megaphone to put it out there. I think the whole thing is a massive let them fight situation, especially when it comes to Candace Owens and all the battles she's picking. This one, I think she's probably going to lose quite a bit of money. I don't like, here's the thing, Alex Jones is still around, you know, you can lose a lot of money. You can be very profoundly wrong. You can spread malicious lies or rumors and have them, you know, be propagated and shared and go viral online. And Alex Jones is, you know, still selling pills. I don't know how many tricks he's pulling on a regular basis to make sure no one can find the accounting, but it seems to have been working.
Let me see here. Share. Pop out. Manage. I'm trying to. Oh. No. Save. Okay. Alright, look, I don't know how to do this. It's not working. So what I'm gonna do is just this. I'm gonna post my boy here in the chat. Go to his channel. This is my raid, my makeshift raid. This for you guys too, over here in vertical. Go over here. Folks, thank you very much for watching my first ever live YouTube stream.